What? Yeah, I do. It's so, I mean, I'm more a Twitch creator, but yeah. Fish tank, yeah.
Which one are you using on it? I just think I went to fish tank and be there for you.
I think it's the fish tank alternative. Yeah, it's called like fish tank alternative group.
I noticed you. I think I'll
tell us what kind of secret Jewish things you do, and they torture them. And they say, okay, tell us all of your friends, Jewish things, a bunch of names. They would make names up, and finally, when we get to the 1490s, the many of them. Getting all this is because we still have the unbaptized Jews, largely left alone by the church. We still have them. actual baptized Christians. That's at the point. Okay. So remember now why it was so good and why it stopped being good. And then with the right conquista, you have the first this debates over it, then the Inquisition after the forced conversions, and then finally the expulsion, which ends with a sharp date 1492, 1496, 7. Okay, first point. Okay, Mr. Brooks. We're going to cover all of this later.
Hey, Alex. Alex. Oh.
Have actually on expulsion and also flight, because one of the things we mentioned now we get to for a couple of places like Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Hamburg, and so on. But this is the period where you have the massive spread of Sephardic, significantly Sephardic. Leaders, and they had such a mass able to save the people. Hey, you guys give that like all those children are. And so there's a huge adoption of Sephardic thinking, in particular among populations that are not necessarily ethnically Spanish, but they're adopting their culture. And that's why the Spanish influence extends so far out into the West. Also, you've got lots of besides Europe and the East, you've got lots of Jews making their way to step, bring it here, and they recreate Eastern Europe. The step, and it's like it's powerful. There's lots of reasons. Definitely unpack it, but I'll give you one simple one. Is text. You know, family minhag that will observe. Down that really big. This is how it is. You know, that's like kind of like gives you an impetus. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, Jews don't generally live in permeable bubbles. Like, you know, I might look weird on the street in New York, but I'm pretty conversant. And there's no reason to think that. Okay. Okay, so again, gentlemen, right? Be intelligent for the rest of this course. Recognize we're focusing on the ancient period. Mindful. Thank you for your attention. Have an amazing Shabbos. The Jews. We're going to be spending a lot of time this course trying to understand how Christianity a lot of Christian theology today. Actually, we're going to do some Muslim theology, not too much, but Muslim theology, and then we'll go back to Christian theology and we'll get to the Spanish Inquisition as well. I hope that will not freak you guys out too much, and I will do my best to limit the amount that we have to really discuss, but okay. Any last questions before we dive in? Is the Goths, right? So that's what we're focusing on. The Goths means the Western Goths. The Goths are the name for this nomadic people that move way into the western part of Europe. Iberian Peninsula for 100 years. First, good look at Jews in Spain. Like the data that we have of Jews in Spain, that's not necessarily rooted in what are conventional. In Obadiah, that refers to the exiles of Jerusalem who are in Sfarad. And this is the classic passage, which I'm giving a citation. It's Obadiah only has one pair, and this is the second last of 10 also. And it says, Israel, Asher, Na'anim, Ad Sazbas, but Jews who were exiled, which the commentators generally equivalent like incremental C. Mr. Gross. Was there anyone else who called the Iberian Peninsula? Yeah. They actually know what people call the Iberian Peninsula. It was written. So in other words, the lake of Targamopolis, it's not, sorry, it's Targamopolis in Venezuela. It was written hundreds of years after Ovadia, and he's asserting, and the medieval commentators, Rashi, the Radak, everybody follows Targum here, that this place is identical with the period of Espana. Other secular scholars identify it with Asia Minor, which would be the region of Turkey, because we have some Babylonian inscriptions that refer to it as Saqqara, which sounds a lot like Sfarad, and then it refers to Sardis, which sounds a little bit so it's in the same region, but we don't know. So anyway, that's our first citation of Spain. So the idea of Jews being from Yerushalayim. We have no other evidence besides the book, but we have a passage here in the Gemara that refers to both the travel from Gallia to Hispania. That's definitely a much more contemporary reference. The Gemara here in this context, I believe, is very speaking. That's also the Roman era. There's definitely this idea of commerce with Hispania because it was part of the Roman Empire, and we've got Jews getting out there at least in the first century. If we go a little further, we have this really interesting inscription that is unfortunately lost. The next two inscriptions are not. Inscriptions basically mean, by the way, like things written on stone. Most common version of things written on stone. Description of the inscription, and the inscription apparently read, "This is the grave of Adonirah, who is mentioned in Sefer Malach." We take this inscription, which is, again, we don't have the actual inscription today. We take it at face value, which means that Shlomo HaMelech, his empire reached all the way across the Mediterranean to Spain, and to imagine it historically, because we don't have any other supporting data, certainly not in Tanakh, but it's an interesting kind of thing. But we're left kind of like wondering, because we don't have the inscription, all we have is the 16th century reference. We don't even know how much he said and saw it. Maybe you heard of it, maybe someone wasn't trustworthy, someone we don't know. We finally get a good, fairly reliable inscription. On this great marker, let's read this together. What does that say? What do you think about it? But an A ending is very common in Italy.
I can't see the issues any everybody has. Canada, CJs. it's terrible. It means you've given up. It's outside the house. I go, oh, they're not doing that. They have no respect for themselves. The bottom right now because everybody needs to. You know the message you're sending out to the world with these sweatpants? You're telling the world, I give up. I can't compete in normal society. I'm Channing Tatum. Yeah, Channing Tatum. Channing Tatum. Our lives, our lives. Come on, you guys they're in Texas. They worked. Him said, thank God he's gone. Apparently, he was that.
Well, yeah, definitely a feminist. But Año, you speak Spanish here? Year, right. So, Dia son of Buddha, year, men's means month. And then what are these four lines mean? Right, 4 months. So 4 months. And then you have what is that?
It's a weird thing because I said it's a weird.
And then look at this last word here. What does that translate as? Jewish girl, female, right? Judea, Jewish girl. So this is an inscription that's a stone that reads. Here I have the translation here. Translation here lies, where that's not really stated there, but we see someone named Dia, daughter of Solomon, age 1 year, 4 months, and a day, a Jewess. Mr. Amber, there you go. Yes, it is. But what does this say to us about the settlement of Jews in Spain? This is, by the way, a 2nd century marker. That means the 100s. That's how. A Jew there named Solomon, who had a daughter who unfortunately died very young. Judaism. What does it say about their community? What does it say about yeah, the higher professional, but you probably pay what you need. Most likely there's something in the community, right? He probably has a wife with him. They out there on their own. In 2nd century, not impossible. Jewish, maybe hands up like this, right? But to say it in Jewish or Jewess, that'd be kind of weird, right? Say that.
Sounds like a plan.
They're mainly non-Jews, and you want to. This is a special person, Jewish. Meaning, I want to sing to other Jews who might see this. Understand the reason for about the Jews from the 4th century until is because the church is a church records telling us about Jews. We don't know what Jews wrote about themselves. There are no Shilohs and Shuvas that come from Spain over these centuries. All we have to go on, the church had to say about us. And to a certain point, this policies and so on. Let us understand those policies. Let us understand and so on in the centuries after the religion died. As Saul of Tarsus was also known as Saint Paul. Saint Paul's entry as a rabbinic Jew, describing things that he did and places that he trained, like that. He was like a major promoter of Christianity. Like, he was the Nathan of Gaza. He was like the number one. He famously was on his way to persecute Christians. He has like a conversion moment. That's beautiful here. Where he's walking on. Oh, by the way, he never met the founder of Christianity. Never. He had a vision of them on the road to Damascus, where he's like a soldier. Blind after he has this vision. That's what's depicted for 2 days. And what my favorite part is,
The other day, we played this song every night, we play later, and it goes very quiet, and like a whole speech about being kind to each other, accepting everything else. And I thought it was really respecting this message.
where
And then said to
Christian, and I've never met
she suggested we have some
never met the
contact
founder.
with each other.
From Spain, mentioned in one of his letters that hoping that whenever he on their way to speaking to them, they be able to speak to him. Therefore, when I had departed,
This lady said,
I shall go my way. The testimony that at least he had intentions to go to Spain. We definitely know that he was all over the Eastern Mediterranean as well as the Italian. And why do we care about this? Why is it it's not only is he going to convert Jews, but wherever Jews are, there's a lot of other likely candidates for conversion. Themselves are sometimes convert, but wherever Jews go in the Roman world, they're pagans, right? But they're like, there are like Gentiles who are like just regular pagans. And they have God-fearers. These are people who are intrigued by Judaism. With Noahites today, they're like, really, Judaism is so cool. First of all, they have this great idea. Like, wow, like Roman ladies, right? It's really dark or nasty. And they have this idea of like one invisible God that actually listens to you. That you can actually talk to. Like the whole concept of prayer as opposed to like offering sacrifices to kind of please the God. God's running around fighting each other. This idea of all knowing, omniscient, omnipotent, ubiquitous God is like a whole different ideology than anything the Romans were selling. And so wherever the Jews were, especially after the war, yes, but before the wars, 456, they're not done, which means a legitimate religion. It was a recognized religion. Rome was the whole. And they even gave Jews exemptions from all kinds of public requirements. Like, it was considered perfectly normal for all Roman citizens and Roman subjects, including slaves, to like offer to the emperor to bow chose the idea is so Paul is trying to reach out, not, oh, that's right, Jews were actually proselytizing. You know, we had a ban on proselytizing that meaning actively trying to convert people to become Jewish. We just, which is about 100 years before, 150 years before the period we're talking about, we still had a really, massively effective hero movement that was more like a I asked the question, what were the main barriers? Why did people just such a cruel ideology, so competitive? Why don't we become Jewish? Right? Although Shabbos was like a chaya, one of the problems we see over and over again is that when Jews had slaves, versus a period where so if you're a slave and you get like maybe a day off a season, and you say, I don't want to be a slave to this Christian or this pagan guy. I want to be a slave to Jews because one day in 7 I can totally chill. And also the rabbinic rules about what slaves get and so on. So the owners get millennial inheritance for the church. They don't want Jews to control Christian slaves in particular, as we shall see. But it was a thing that a lot of slaves wanted. And they well, Jews who are, totally wearing black hats and garters and shaitos, and that you always have that segment on one end. The other end who are like more lackadaisical about things that we have today. So I wouldn't say there's any intrinsic difference. There might be a difference in how many Jews were less observed. That we have probably a far greater proportion of Jews who are not observant. We have today. Okay, so here we go. So Paul is traveling all around there, and he's trying to sell to Jews with very, very minimal success, but he's God-fearers. And he goes to the Jewish communities because God-fearers are attracted to them, and they are sort of like trying for Christianity. Because when a guy like Paul comes and says, hey, we can give you all the upsides of Judaism. You like that personal day? Yeah, you can do that. Our faith, you don't have to worry about circumcision. Everything is pretty easy. All you have to do is accept, that this is your personal spirit. So it's actually a much lower threshold to entry. And so he ends up making a tremendous success in terms of selling his new faith. However, the difference of Christianity and Judaism. And this is one of the things that really comes down to Paul, like we talked earlier. You're hanging out in the synagogue, staying for Kiddush, enjoying things, and saying, wow, I just wish they didn't have that circumcision bit. I just wish they didn't have the no pork bit. And then along comes Paul and says, hey, you don't have to do it, but you do with us. And chosen people, chosen title in that regard. This is especially important because once they get down to codifying the Bible, they're going to use like 4/5 of it, maybe 5/6 of it is all these people that they have to deal with. How do you explain it? So this is an example that makes this. It was a type of monumental architecture that was used to teach peasants about this basic Christianity, because it would become a theological irritant that would last forever. Christianity would always have to deal with this question. And it portrayed typically two women. Always on the left-hand side, you have a woman representing ecclesia, or the church. And as you can see, is sort of looking daggers over at this woman. Her crown, her staff is broken, meaning she has no more authority, no more power. Here she's holding the shield of reeds, right? They're actually falling away. This, by the way, is burned down a while ago. She is blindfolded into the blindfold, right? And what does that mean for Judaism? Right, it's just you can't see the truth of Christianity. And so this message is essentially what Paul developed and was selling. That old technology, there, new technology is way better centuries. The entire class, the entire course, looking at varieties of basic synagogue is such a popular presentation of this because it's talk over and over again. Here is what I like about this version of synagogue. You can see the Ten Commandments here. You can see the broken staff. She's also like falling away from the rock. What about this thing? What's covered by? A snake, right? And a serpent is covering her eyes, right? So in Christian mythology, derived from Genesis, Satan, right? Satan. So the reason why Jews are not paying attention to Christianity is because Satan is fooling them. Satan is blinding their eyes. Mashallah, they're there are much more like kind of less powerful. You know, the metaphor of the tree is one, you cut it down, so you plant a new shoot on it. That's like Judaism, the tree is dead, but if you plant the Christians onto it, then it'll. So it's hard to like kind of portray that in art. But I'm going to show you one just to show you how it gets weirder spiritual. But check this out, line goes, a sword descends from heaven and pierces the top. That's a really strong statement in a German church saying that this is how God feels about church, this is how God feels about Jews. You can see them falling off. The sword is even bloody, which is so gross. You can imagine seeing this in church. She's holding a ram's horn. You know what I'm saying? Not her staff, you know, it's like here, you see the banner. It's a symbol of authority. It's a language for the symbol of authority. Maybe, I don't know. Not sure. These things are analyzed. Also, word is ecclesia. It's every day, right? The Armenian, which we discussed with Gemara, the following Shmuel Katan says we need a Rabbah. It's really a klala. We need a statement so that we can be sure that any Jew, this is now not in Spain, of course, this is in Judea. We're going to add this rock, which is pretty extreme. When Jews are called to death from the Yahweh, they're going to have to do Chazar Shah and pronounce this out loud. Then we will know if they are holding true to traditional Judaism or if they refuse Christian movement. And so a person who refused to read this the Rabbah will be convicted.
Your camera's messing up.
It's believed
That's
that
not.
Okay, which one?
I said, go just go camera.
Which one?
It's one fixing you.
This one?
All of this is like sort of theological discussions, but it becomes real
Yeah,
because
Okay.
in the early 300s, the Roman
I'm
Empire
sorry.
You okay?
this religion that was originally not
Oh.
like Judaism. That was actually that's it. We're Christianity should be official. That represents pagan diversity of religious opinion because that's something this ongoing nagging theological problem called Judaism. How do we keep defining ourselves against the other religion that we have emerged from? We have to always prove that we are, legitimate.
Yeah, Kitty got is in a crush.
That's probably the worst way. But why was your mom's friend that did this?
This old lady, Kitty go to this old church, which apparently had this portal to hell. There's this very haunted church. Yes, there used to be devil worshippers out at this church, and we would go once a year because my family had some connection with the church or something. But yeah,
Devil worshippers?
before it got to be devil worshippers.
There at this church was this old lady who ran over your cat.
Ran over the cat, and it's Christmas time, and then we start thinking, oh my God, is she one of the devil people? But
Was she?
no, she's from Catholic.
I went to Catholic school. Catholic school is crazy.
Did you like it? Was it all girls?
I went to all girls, yeah, and then I went to elementary K through 8. But my dad's a Jew, so it's confusing. It's more very Catholic, yeah. But you kind of do, like, you have to play along with, like, what they do. It's weird.
Yeah, there's a mass.
Learn the math.
Yeah, that stuff.
And in high school, we had these things called liturgical dancers. They are like interpretive. That
Did you ever think about participating in that? Or
no, I was really easy. No, I don't want to be moved by the spirit in front of my entire school.
That's funny. I went to all guys schools my whole life.
You did?
First time I ever saw a girl was my freshman year of college, and I said that was the first time I saw. My class. We did have Derek Poston. He went to high school in Memphis.
Derek Poston did? Yeah. He went to an all-boys school?
Yeah, Catholic school. So we used to have a real
Did
big
you know him?
for that. No, he was a little younger, but I do remember going to open mics in Memphis and it being there 10 plus years ago.
That's crazy. No, yeah, all gender one school is.
Did you like it? Have you ever had a child with all the same sex school?
Maybe if I was a girl, because I was boy crazy. I was good for you. Like, if I would have gone to public school groups, I would have been pregnant. Like, it was wild.
It's a little harder around ugly girls.
It's a little harder to get pregnant. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I would be like 5 abortions deep if I went to go at school. Just kidding. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's why Grant's girls are in all girls school. Yeah, exactly. When you
yes, I think we were all just messing around, my buddies and I, having a good time.
There was this day, did you guys do this, where there was one day a year where the opposite gender came to school? It was like our school came to school. And that was it was called Exchange Day.
Yeah, we always kind of make everybody be standing around like
Yeah,
wild.
everyone acts so weird. And it was like the one day where the boys came to school, it was the exchange day. I started acting different. It was crazy.
It's funny.
Yeah, I think about girls. I mean, did boys have the was drawing dicks all over the phone. We don't draw our vaginas.
What's your perspective on this, Graham? Did you experience the same thing? Were you into drawing penises, or did you have any buddies, or would you see it when you were in like a middle school situation or high school situation? What do you mean I was? Still am. Yeah, that's so funny. Yeah, the big show on the penises he draws.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he draws all kinds of them. And I don't know what the obsession is, quite the obsession.
I was like, all boys school, there's just dicks everywhere. I was like, why is everyone drawing dicks? And the only time we did it would be like on somebody's dirty car.
Which is a classic move on a dirty car. A penis on the fucking car.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. I can't put this back.
We can't put the penis drawing photos up, but we can use our imaginations.
There's also spitballs. A lot of spitballs we have. We did these things called hornets where you get a piece of paper and I went through a lot of things. Sarah in the first grade at BS's class. I was in a bucket. She would do the ass out to his mom, and then I don't know what her crazy ass told you. Yeah, to my parents. Talked to me real fast. I kind of got scared straight in the screen.
They're like,
Yeah, it was something, and it scared me. So I was really in my life to and help.
yeah, that's crazy. The stealing club.
Back, they're dumbasses. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have a big stash.
I was so afraid of getting into trouble. It's because I went up to this kid. Remember Foursquare? And Sybil Shepherd. I don't know how I remember this.
Sybil Shepherd.
Yeah, she's on the phone and she's like, I don't know what commercial it is, but it was from so long ago. And she says Kevin like that. And there was this kid, and I went up to him and I went, Kevin. His name was Kevin, and he got pissed off and he ripped my shirt.
Oh my God.
And I didn't have anything underneath it. And then I got sent to the principal's office for recognizing him, and then he had to buy me a new uniform shirt, made him call me and apologize, and it was like really humiliating. And I just remember being like, I do not want anything to do with getting into trouble.
Yeah. This is horrible.
I was like, I didn't need my shirt. Just for saying your name.
People get pants. And then talking to people or whatever, they're getting pants.
That's fucked up. There was also this girl. Okay, do you have any memories of someone like had a fruit roll up at recess at her door, like red fruit roll up, like red 40 color, and like clean it up, like birds on it. What do they put on? Is that crop dust?
Sawdust or something.
What is that? It is.
Oh, that I saw fruit roll up for you.
Yeah, like this.
Oh, that's
The
sad.
cherry.
I'm thinking of
It was like my thought. It literally was nauseous.
oh, that's horrible. That's horrible when vomit. Yeah, when I one time drink my Gatorade and sugar freezing vodka. I used to love Glacier freeze, and I got violently drunk. And I
Like her freeze the blue color.
poison somebody. It's antifreeze. You put it like your Gatorade. Learned that from
Forensic.
forensic biology. Yeah, that's what
That's oh, there's a little bit of sawdust.
this was in pre-K. I was sick one day, I guess, and I was in the middle of the gymnasium, in the middle of the gym, and I'm scared to death. I'm a little boy, and I hide behind somewhere. And I remember, like, some teachers walk up to it, like, who did this? And there was this little girl right there that they were asking, and I remember looking at where I am and pointing out.
No.
Felt so betrayed. I was like, what the fuck? She narked my ass out. So after that, I tried not to vomit. Yeah, oh my God, that's embarrassing.
Vomiting is embarrassing, and this ruined this girl for me. Like, I was like, oh no, our girl's coming. Like,
Yeah.
ever since. Like, I can't put her with.
That's what can happen. That's where you're going to be so careful. Early when we had to take.
I wish that as an adult,
Oh, yeah.
like, yeah, make sure I'm getting my sleep.
Siestas have siestas.
Yeah, like, Spain.
Oh my gosh, so what is that? Just in the middle of the day, everything.
Night.
There's night.
That is just 3 hours of the day. 3 hours. It's logging off.
You can remember your dream is in the middle of the day.
I've been having crazy dreams.
Really, you've been remembering them.
Yeah, I was writing them down for a while. Looked down and I was completely naked from the waist up. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? And I'm like, why? But I feel embarrassed because I'm naked and people can see me. It was really weird. And the friend that I wanted a Nintendo Switch, and I went to Rothschild to buy it, and then for some reason I didn't have any money, and then Rogan popped out of nowhere and was like, I'll buy you the Nintendo Switch. Oh my gosh, it was weird. My grandpa bought me the new Nintendo Switch, and I was like, cool, but it was like Mars rover themed.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Is that an actual one of them?
No, but I had just seen the movie Friendship. Did you see the movie Friendship?
No, is that good?
I didn't like it. Everyone was talking about how great it was.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Everyone was overhyping it, and then I went to go see it, and I was like, it's fine.
Yeah, I still have
I like Tim Heidecker or whatever the fuck his name is.
yeah, Tim, no, it's not.
That's what I meant.
Heidecker. Did you ever watch that Tim and Eric growing up?
Not like, did you?
I went through a phase. I can't remember what it was where I watched like every single episode.
Did you ever watch Futurama?
don't know. Maybe ask the other girl.
Like, my boyfriend and I discovered Bridezilla's recently.
Coming from.
Oh, sweet. It's nothing but attitude. It's nothing but attitude. They're like, I'm surprised. Acting like spoiled little, like having a tantrum. Look at her.
Yeah, she's freaking right there.
She is. That's what they all look like. All the friends and families have had enough. They all look like that.
I wonder if I could be the.
Yeah.
Because I think Cole would be a real trigger.
Rothschild.
Yeah, Godzilla. That could be a good idea, maybe.
Yeah.
Bring it back right after rules were
I
reversed.
like it.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey,
That's my fucking day, bitch.
it's my day. Where's my suit? What kind of food would you have? But it's like everything becomes an issue. Like, she's like, I said that we were going to be making party favors at my house. Yeah, if you show up to like the dance rehearsals because they like to choreograph dance is a big wedding thing. Yeah, ooh, you're kicked out if you can't respect the bride and get there.
Well, you gotta learn to dance.
You gotta learn, even if you have work. Upset.
See, I think I would want that. I would want to have a dance with the groups, man. It's kind of thing totally set up. It's so fun. Because people wouldn't expect it to be like normally like Macarena at the beginning. Because everybody knows it.
Macarena, but everyone's wearing white gloves.
Yeah. Everybody in the crowd that have to do it isn't, what is it, better be starting something?
That's a good one.
He was saying something else. What did I always think? It always sounded like something else. Gotta be starting something. Or something in the summer. I always thought he said summer. But it's yeah, every now and again there's a song and I'm like, wait, what the fuck are they saying? I've been hearing it wrong this entire time.
Yeah, there's lots of words.
What if he's starting summer? That's what I thought he was saying. So it's close because he would be starting something.
Yeah, but like sometimes they do that with kids songs. Like they'll take another song. Kids song, yeah. There was one of Yellow Submarine was a live in a purple jelly. Yellow Submarine was like.
People allowed to do that because they're I got everybody out in the middle of the woods where people keep going, oh, I told your ass not to wear that. And he's gonna be like, what? I'll be like, hey, what are those glasses on?
No accessories.
Yeah,
No accessories that aren't approved.
Yeah, dude, take your glasses off and throw this hit him off his face, and he'll just be like, what? And I'll be like, get up, dumbass. Because he's like, on the ground. I can see them on the ground.
I think I could do that.
Because that's why you're down the up, and on your head, and then on your yeah,
That's my part.
and then it's you to put it on.
There you go.
Okay, so down then you just
Yeah, you had
jump
your job.
in and do the same real men do pivot point.
Yes. We were at the, wow, we really figured that one out. LA County Fair watched the pig races, and I love that it's passed down to generation to generation. That's so doing it. That's
So exciting. Everybody's sitting in the bleachers, all the different colors of you're rooting for Macarena. It was exciting. Maybe that's why I was thinking about that right there. And he was looking at the
when did you guys see the pig races recently? You know, the LA County Fair's in Maine.
yeah,
Oh, the Ventura County Fair. They have the pig races there. Hell yeah.
yeah, just spent all day walking around.
What'd you eat?
But because I grew up in Memphis, they have these wonderful things, hot dogs on a stick, like a corn dog, but they call them Pronto Pups. And you slather the mustard on the outside, so I had a couple Pronto Pups.
Two corn dogs.
Two corn dogs.
Corn on the cob.
Corn on the cob. A nice ice cream square treat of
Walked
some
like
sort.
4 miles to look for some kind of nut ice cream, and we looked everywhere.
Find it.
Did you find it?
Yes, yeah, it was good. It was almost a little too decadent. It was almost a little too much with the nuts, and also something else on there was delicious. And then what else? There was other stuff too.
Like foot-long licorice. We had like cherry cola licorice.
I'm like, oh my gosh, what is going on? And by the way, I gotta give a quick shout out to Metamucil.
Yeah, Metamucil.
I have never, because we don't have any issues with my stomach, and it seems like Metamucil, if I drink 2 cups of it, it's helping.
Is that fire?
It's helping. I don't get nothing. That's probably why the cord can be in there for like. And it's,
Your mom?
yeah, she's about to have to have a thing put in her stomach the rest of her life. Yeah, but they got a second opinion, and I have obviously shared DNA with this lady, my sweet mother. It's my worry that I'm about falling into the same trap.
How do you avoid diverticulated fiber?
Yeah, I think
Well, the
fiber.
fiber.
So I'm looking for fiber.
I guess I'm going home and having a salad, which is hard to find in this fucking state.
I know. Yeah, Texas.
Why can't I've been here. Fried chicken and honey. I'm like, oh yeah. Like, all of a sudden I'm in the green room. I'm eating a hamburger in the middle. Like I wouldn't do that in LA.
You have to be careful. They have to be careful.
Yeah, it's like getting a freshman and fucking zip it up.
Yeah, I know.
Because I'm here and I'm living like it's fucking Mardi Gras.
Mardi Gras out in Texas.
What it is like you gotta be so I don't need to drink alcohol tonight because I've already done that.
Yes.
3 nights this week.
Let's eat a Coke float tonight.
A Coke float, something. A Coke float and a ribeye.
How have you been able to do it, Grant? How have you been able to stay so healthy living and being from here? Am I healthy? Are you? Well, you don't have plaque in your carotid artery. Yeah.
I don't believe you because you make things up sometimes and it's hard.
I know. I think you're right.
Every time I see oatmeal, it says.
I know. I need to. I gotta figure it out, or something bad's gonna happen. What is this? I don't even really want to see this.
I don't know what that is.
I don't need to know exactly where even is that. Just in the middle of here, right behind your jawline.
Is that where you feel it?
It's like where they take your pulse.
Okay, let's get it on.
Yeah.
And also, my overdrive on the way here was that's like some beach, some. I swear to God.
Oh, that's weird.
He was singing it, and his car kind of smelled weird. He's like, I'm going to meet my friends are so chatty.
I don't know.
But they chat, they put you up. They will chat your head up in there. Well, shut the fuck up. And he's like, so beach. And then I called my mom and I was like, Ozzy Osbourne died. He turned out for you. Keep your eyes on the road. Keep your eyes on the road, dude.
I had the worst, Sarah. I had the worst experience at an Uber when I went to Detroit and went down to Toledo Drive. And like 5 minutes into it today, because the stuff got messed up on Friday, so I'm kind of on edge. I'm like pretty much gonna have to go right on stage when I get there. So I'm just generally kind of on edge.
Yeah.
And like 5 minutes into it, he starts doing this weird little cough thing, and I think, oh my god, this motherfucker is sick. This is
He's narcoleptic.
I don't know. So it's later we're right beside an 18-wheeler, and his freaking head goes down again. And I'm like,
Yeah.
and then he looked and it was okay, but my life flashed before I smashed into this 18-wheeler beside us. That was horrible.
When they're that bad, you're gonna rate it.
Yeah, I should have. I was just like, get me out of the car. Get me out of this fucking thing. And it was okay, but it was a disaster.
This sound bad, a woman driver. So when I'm like traveling and I have a suitcase and shit, I'm like, oh god, we're lifting it together. I don't know.
Is that what happens?
Yeah, I was like, you need help? She's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. I'm like lifting it.
For sure. For sure.
Because I'm an overpack.
You travel with a bunch of stuff.
Oh.
Or it's just nice to have the options where you literally end up wearing all of the different types of shit.
What I do is I end up, like, before I leave, like, why did I go to Austin for 2 weeks? 3 bathing suits? I go into the fucking Bahamas. The Springs, Barton Springs. I need options for Barton Springs. Isn't there, like, homeless crazy pigs in the water?
Yeah, I think there are, and I think now it's not free anymore at times.
The price here keeps the riffraff out.
Yeah. The other side of the little waterfall.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've only been a couple of times. Yeah, haven't been much. The water's freezing. It seems nice. A t-shirt or two. And then so I can travel. To mess with anything.
Great, and it's fucking, and like if you're a girl, you need your makeup, because you need all of your shit so you can look like a pretty little princess when you're out there.
Fair enough.
You know what I mean? So you don't look like a dude. You're like, oh, I still have to be in my divine feminine, even though I'm on the road.
Oh, for sure. Well, I give you a lot of credit. Those are things I don't necessarily have to think about. But maybe I should, because sometimes I look at myself in the mirror.
Cruise it like,
Yeah, what is going on? You look fucking nuts. What's going on?
Busy day. Yeah, she's really cute all the
Yeah, just all the time. That's why we kiss each other.
What does he have?
Oh my gosh, she's a cowboy hat.
Like your John Bonet.
Yeah, rest in peace. What do you think on that? Obviously, the family, right?
Do you watch the Netflix stuff?
No, because I heard it was just some sort of piece that the husband guy paid for to come out again.
I don't know what happened to John Bonet, dude.
I wasn't an intruder. An intruder didn't write that note. That was a man wrote the note.
I don't know. And then, like, I remember because what year did this John Bonet happen? In the 90s, right? Yeah, around
Yeah, it was.
And I remember being like, dude, I wish my mom would dress me like
It's horrible.
and then there's also this rumor that Katie John Bonet. Okay, it's weird.
I believe that. Does that age Justin?
Yes, they never made it into
Katie, a Justin photograph.
No, that's Katy Perry.
There's a bunch of these things. It's such a
It's a hot conspiracy, sweetie.
yeah.
You know, we don't want snow.
Well, I'm seeing it right now. It kind of speaks for itself.
Then I don't know what it is.
It's not actually John Bonet, that she's actually
Dead. That's John Bonet, dude.
damn, what a name. That seems
Too
like
bad.
old. Yeah, it seems like
Too bad. I'm gonna name my baby John Bonet.
yeah, it's like what is that?
We live in Colorado, bitch, or whatever. Like,
Yeah. What is it? I don't even.
and also, like, how much time are you spending on your 3-year-old's glam? Too much.
Different ones,
toddlers, and tears. I can take a walk with a kid. Oh yeah, sure. And then they have like those fake teeth that they put in the flippers.
William needs to wear one. Yeah, I need some flippers, and I gotta figure it out. But
He needs a glam squad.
I need a glam squad. I need a glam squad.
Yeah.
Do you think I'd ever do? You think I should, from your perspective?
I don't
what do
think
you think?
I don't think you need a glam squad.
Not even a squad.
Erica can help you with your male hair grooming.
There's a little trim right now.
Get around like face glitter. Face would look good on stage.
Like that can get in
Something.
your eyes.
You're something.
Yeah, we went to a couple of drag
I want to make you look like John Bonet. Yeah, I would love to. You got drag. At least if you move his eye.
Watching right now, please.
Crack makeup on William.
Period.
I'll be warm around.
Yeah, just around the freaking apartment just to get like just how they feel.
Yeah,
Like,
how do you feel?
oh, it's fine. I like it.
When you first got them, he's like, oh, I can imagine wearing this to the airport. Showgirl room show.
Oh, that's kind of like Kiss, but also what, like 80s glam.
Nothing there. I like it.
That could be cool. Great. Did you think of this? Did it good thing for you? Yeah, it does have a good wrestler hands app. What else do you think? I don't think get rid of the beard. Well, when I'm watching oh, and I love how the hair really doesn't. It's not like I'm saying I go for that sweet. That's what I go for.
Well,
I was horrified the first thing Erica got her freaking ass. It was a see-through yellow tank top and a band. Yeah, I was seeing. I'm thinking she's that little girl. She doesn't need to be wearing see-through clothing. Seriously, that was what I thought. I was like, we can't.
but she's a fuzzy, so it's like,
But she still has 3 bosoms. She still got 3 of them.
But yeah, no. I had to. I don't know, especially for summer. Especially for summer, she is getting older, so that's what she likes to wear.
she has sunglasses, like heart shape. She has, oh yeah,
Yeah, she's
circle one. Where do you even find them at? Like China, yeah.
$5 for Karen. Yeah, she had a little pointy hat.
What is she gonna be this year? No. She's thinking of maybe a little red dress with the bangs, and William could be Beetlejuice.
Yeah, and then I could be Beetlejuice.
And then what would you be?
Now we got the plan. So we gotta make it 4 months. It's just a little guy that could go. Trigger me now. You were know when I was little, I loved it, and I still now I enjoy it. But I just
Like willpower when it comes to candy or chips.
yeah, chips, ice cream. I got it. I don't even like ice cream. favorite maybe mint chocolate chip?
My chocolate chip is one of my favorites. I also love Ben and Jerry's cherry gers. Like the Twix ice cream and
The little smalls.
oh, do they still make those?
It's very sad. I don't know if you can find them in another country or something.
You have to go to another country to get your Butterfinger.
Yeah, which I'm not. Kids are good. It just reminds me of working the dish pit at the restaurant. They would give me, throw me in to clean dishes. It was fun. It was really good. Called Metal Art Kitchen, which is no longer there. They let me go back there the last time I was in Japan. The people were very sweet. I was like, oh, I used to work there. Can I look?
I'm so confused. They're like, huh?
Yeah, sure. They're like,
Like, can I see the dish pit? They're like, no. They're like, that's weird. Our beef is already ready. Yes. Imported from India. Didn't we have them in India? Is that
Remember the one? Yeah,
like
where the line
India and London? Yeah.
Yeah. Cut the power off of her. I don't know what they
Suicidal? He must have been.
Yeah, he was sick of it. My motherfucker is about to come with my ass.
Except that one dude.
Yeah, they're just like, oh my gosh, yeah, it's almost like... No, I don't know. Because, yeah, it's there. It's like a final destination.
Survivor syndrome or whatever. I called it Survivor syndrome.
That's the show, Survivor.
Yeah.
I got Survivor syndrome.
I know it.
Oh, yeah, you have to get over that if you're thrown around or something. You're taking the formation.
I know, but I just not much of a I've never been to the Sequoias. Have you?
California.
Yeah, they got like huge trees. I love them.
Yeah, we went to Eureka a couple of times. Oh, I love it. I'd never seen anything like that before.
Yeah, there's a lot of like weed and hippies there.
I know I've seen on Zillow, you can buy growing as much weed up there, but that's all like me looking. I'm thinking there's probably ghosts in this fucking place.
Dude, I stayed at like some hippie's house and like I think it was Humboldt. Yeah. She would. She's like showing me the so when we have the orgies, don't stay at an Airbnb. This woman is having orgy. Looking on the couch, I'm like, "Break, touch anything?" It was so long this week.
You even do in that situation with like bag you put under the plate, you just have it zipped up.
I just was like afraid to lay on it. And like she had in the bedroom, it was like she had a green light and one mirror that was lips. It was all like lips.
So that's where they're all having sex.
Yeah, that's what I started thinking, and then I was like, I don't know, I want to get out of here. And I told the club, I was like, I can't stay there next time.
Yeah, that's gonna
They're like, that's awful, you know?
Oh.
It was like, that's like the vibe.
Yeah.
Like, and the refrigerator had like a bunch of like bumper stickers on it, and it was dirty. Like, call me via bumper sticker.
Grant involved in something like that. If you happen to like, if you're staying at Airbnb or whatever, and they're doing
Oh yeah, it was the exact thing. It was the exact mirror.
what I know, like
But I know with the special lights. This is what the orgies. Did you make sure that card didn't go on? It was like the rainbow.
be careful where you stay.
Of the local lesbian hippie who is married. She's like, we have a podcast on Bigfoot specialist on Fremont. I was like, I don't think so.
Do you believe in that? You think there's actually a big
Now I that type of shit. I was like, he sent it too far.
yeah, because it's like almost kind of sweet or something that people like wanting to believe in something that's obviously not true. Like
But
it's almost
Bigfoot shouldn't have merch like that.
yeah, you can't take it that far because who's even making the money on that merch?
It ain't Bigfoot.
Got into that, yeah, it's not a big fun.
Very predatory. Yeah, so I'm trying to capitalize on Bigfoot, the legend of Bigfoot. Yeah, he had lots of Bigfoot merch, dude.
Is that what happened? Yeah, is that what?
Yeah,
Is that
$10 more dollars.
what
Get one
No, I just got
tire.
into NFTs.
those artwork looking things? Money,
Yeah, you pay. Things so much. Like,
actually, I might buy that. Looking at
Baby's not gonna be worth shit.
Mine ended up getting a greater and a lesser.
A labubu, well, you have to dress up a labubu on Kilta before it's not cool anymore, right?
Yeah, because I'm sure everybody would know exactly what I'm really.
We just put a little bunny.
Yeah, maybe.
Think about it. Lena should have just escaped someone's life on back.
I know I'm out for a bit. I only got loose and like AI that just got out of my master's grasp.
But like the people in LA put real outfits on. Like the fake Prada outfit, bucket hat. That's crazy.
I love it. They have little cameras so they can take pictures.
I'm like, wow, baby. On a baby, but a labubu. That one looks like it's about to drop a trend. It looks like it could come alive and kill you in the night. Of the labubu. Yeah, bitches in LA have the.
I went through this phase of watching this sweet lady on YouTube who had this incredible thing. She would like the real dolls. She would treat it like I was mesmerized. I could not watch it. She would like give it baths and let it swim and stuff.
Yeah, dude.
They like would be moving the arms around a little so it like looked like it was a real baby. It's like what is going on?
There's like on Instagram, I don't know what his thing is, but he has like a relationship with a real doll, and then he also he goes, oh, she's pregnant, and now he has like twins with her.
Are they dolls?
And they're dolls too.
Perfect.
I gotta find him. He's one of my favorite guys online. Follow his Instagram. He's mentally ill.
Oh yeah.
I can't.
That's exactly the doll life.
How do you think he and he acts like it's real, and then every
Couple there.
look at how he's perched.
Oh my gosh, how fun looking couple there. For being on the pleasure.
It was so fun. Instagram site tomorrow. I will be in Fort Worth this weekend and Houston. So if you're in Fort Worth or here Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'll be in Houston, and then until the 31st. So if you're in Austin, come out.
think our mercenaries, these are the who keep this thing going. Gaming critter. After weed, vicious, McFisting, White Magic, William McCasey. White Magic, William McCasey, Garrett, William Ramsey, Mark Drive Show on YouTube. Choose your own advantage. Ashley Belfield, Assalon, Avery's Sue, Been hashing, Cracker Bill, Kid is my dad. That's weird. Daniel Hunter, Angel Fox, Destiny 4, Devin Swank, Dino Berry, Area Duo, Kevin Uncles, Kiss on the Lips, Dope, King, Dr. B. Duke, and Eli C. May Star, Grant's Worst Nightmare, WS.LOL. I love Big Macs, Jenny J. Jeff, Jethro, Tall, Joe Kai, John Shaw, Justin Breckle. He's Larry Lawyer, Joe Blue, Beast of Assy, Musical Blood, Proper Bushel, Ruby Jules, Staffrack, Chief,
These are their names?
and Sir Timothy Jones, Esquire. Yes, these are our mercenaries.
That is their government name.
And the people down here really appreciate them too. I think the child soldiers are kind of thinking about mercenaries or bounty hunters all over.
I've no clue what's happening. They're going off. We were allowed to come hang out with us anytime.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. The William Montgomery Show channel anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at for more William Montgomery. Check out Tony on YouTube. Check him out live. Austin, Texas. Everybody. ATX Studios, right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. Drums are sung by William Montgomery. William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the TCS Podcast. William is joined by the lovely Erica, the big red king of Memphis Strangler, William
I know, is it Gator or Star?
She's crazy how sweet she is.
And very beautiful. And she likes to give kisses to her.
Earlier, she does not get off sometimes after she's been rolled out.
She gets a call.
Yeah, and it's like, when do we take her to the vet? It sounds like she's really in pain, coughing.
Well, she's so little, but like just one big cough, the one big. Could really fuck her up.
I took her to the vet, and normally she's 4.5 pounds, and the veterinarian lady was concerned that she's 5 pounds. like a lot, but since she's so small, it's significant.
No.
I swear, God, yeah, I'm just looking at her thinking,
Bring
God,
it back down to 4.7.
yeah, I'm gonna butterfinger every now and again, bro.
Give your kid a butterfinger.
Another gator. She gets but he's really kids, yeah, it's like a great try. And she loves that smelly shit, and I hate opening the bag every time because it makes me want to vomit.
Crazy, are we live?
Grandma, why didn't you tell us? We wouldn't have been talking about that. We would have been talking about the Bible again. Sensitive.
I'm just looking up there. What's up?
What's up? Wait, so Sarah, people want to know, what are your thoughts on, do you like a Butterfinger? Like, do you, if you were to eat a candy bar or whatever, what are you choosing in the grocery store?
Twinks.
Oh my gosh.
Do you do? See that coming, did you? X is my number one.
Oh my gosh, yeah, because you get two of them in a package.
Two of them and all of that. And it reminds me of Bart Simpson.
I know. Did you ever, I never watched The Simpsons, ever.
I watched it, but not as much as most people, because my mentally ill cousins used to watch a lot, and every time I went over there, it just reminded me of them. And they had a lot of animals in their house. Their house smelled weird. They had multiple exotic birds.
Was it like animal hoarding?
Yeah, like the valley? Yeah, my uncle's wife. She like animals. She's nuts. And she would.
Still with us?
She's still with us.
Is she still
It's always the
hoarding?
crazy ones that are still with us. Yeah, she's hoarding all kinds of exotic birds in her house. We had to stop going there for the holidays because she was feeding the macaws stuffing off of her fork. And my dad was like, "That's fucking disgusting." Not hygienic. Leo, they have exotic animals in their home.
Yeah, you gotta be so careful. That is why if anybody's listening to this, stinky matter and everything.
It's all day like in their crate. They like their feathers because they're supposed to be in the sky, not in California.
Smelly ass house. This is great. It's house actually. Santa created it. You guys think I have a problem?
Yeah.
Which one's
I
your
can
favorite?
tell the photo from here.
Here's my dog. He's coming to my house. That's about $1,000. Sarah, did you have any idea Graham was an animal lover? So just met for the first time. Did you have ever guessed?
No, I don't know. Let me see the cat again. That one looks like it has an action.
Yeah, the white one in the middle. Stinky. That one? Stinky? Stinky's adorable.
They all look stinky.
Yeah, they are actually all iterations of Stinky.
They're all stinky cats.
Yeah, that one. To kill them.
I'm not. Cat.
Yeah. If I had like a place where they could be outside.
Huge scratching posts, and I'm like, this is way too much, dude. Your whole living room is a cat gymnasium. You have a pile of newspapers, and like that's for the cat. Like, that's trash. Oh, like that's trash, bro. I smoke weed.
Christmas time ran of an orange cat. We just ran over his head. No. Yeah, it's horrible.
On what? Like.
Yeah. There's this very haunted church.
For real?
My family had some connection with the church or something. But
The
yeah,
devil worshippers?
before it got to be devil worshippers.
And there at this church, was this over your cat?
Ran over the cat. It's Christmas time, and then we start thinking, oh my God, is she one of the devil people? But
Was she?
no, she's just a Catholic.
I went to Catholic school. Elementary K through 8. My dad's always confusing. Affordable. It's more affordable than a very Catholic. Yeah. But you kind of do, like, you have to play along with, like, what they do. They're, like, interpretive. Dan would wear, like, like, white leaves, like, lace hang from it, and they would just dance around in the middle.
Feeling here, they're really feeling
Yeah,
the
just
spirit.
exactly what they.
Participating in that or
No, I was humiliated because I was like, dude, the balls that it takes to just put on a leotard in front of the whole school, and it's
weird.
overly like, are you fucking kidding me? No, I don't want to be moved by this. In the all-girls school, people just act crazy. Like, no one.
Guys schools my whole life. First time I ever saw a girl was when you're in college, and I saw that was the first time I saw a female in the class.
No.
Yeah. My first time.
Was it Catholic?
It was not Catholic, but we did have Derek Poston. He went to the rival.
Derek Poston did? He went to an all-boys school?
Yeah, Catholic schools.
The Christian Brothers was like Derek. What?
Yeah, we went to rival high school, so we used to have a real
Did
big
you know him?
for that. No, he was a little younger, but I do remember going to open mics in Memphis and him being there 10 plus years ago.
You guys both started in Memphis.
We were totally there at one time of doing it early on.
That's so weird. I didn't know that.
Kind of a small world.
No, yeah, all gender was.
Did you like it if you ever had a child? Would you send your child to a same-sex school?
Maybe if it was a girl, because I was boy crazy. I was good for you. Like, if I would have gone to public school, I would have had. I would have been pregnant. It's a little harder to get pregnant. Yeah,
For sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
That's why Grant's girls are in all girls school.
yeah, exactly. When you put your kids in.
I think I would. I had a very nice time. Yes, I think we were all just messing around, my buddies and I, having a good time. And I don't know, I don't know if females would have changed that dynamic of what I felt like was going on. I feel like females might have changed how we were able to be goofy and mess around.
We were so goofy too. Like, and then there was this day, did you guys do this, where there was one day a year where the opposite gender came to school? It was like our brother's school came to school with us, and it was called Exchange Day.
Oh, that's fun. I would have classes sometimes where you would see the girls walking in the hallway.
Yeah.
Going to like a class. Yeah, we always kind of everybody be standing around when you walk.
Yeah. Everyone Exchange Day, and all the boys went to school, and all the girls would look so different because everyone would have like makeup on, everyone would completely different, start acting different. It was funny.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, girls. I don't know. Did boys in the all boys school?
Okay.
Everyone was trying. What is that?
It was a
What
whole
the
lot.
fuck is that? Ginormous.
Yeah, Grant, what would you say? What's your? Why do you? Did you experience the same thing where you went to drawing penises, or did you have a high school situation? What do you mean I was? Still am.
Drawing penises?
Yeah, they're so funny. That's funny. On Superbad, that big show on the penises he draws.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he draws all kinds of it. Yeah, I don't know what the obsession is, but there is quite the obsession.
It was all boys school. There was just dicks everywhere. I was like, why are we drawing dicks? And the only time we did it would be like on somebody's dirty car.
Which is a classic move on a dirty car. The dust. Just do a big penis. I can't put these photos. There's also spitballs. A lot of spitballs would happen. We did these things called hornets, a piece of paper, and then like twist them up and kind of fold them up, get a rubber band, and get like right on somebody's neck. Oh, so Sarah in the first grade of DS's class.
Yeah.
I started doing this thing because it was like every day or every other had Miss Diaz had all her locker numbers in a bucket. She would do the thing out, and if it was our locker number, we'd get like the little matchbox with the person and see where they put it in their backpack. And while waiting to get picked up, I would steal it out of the backpack.
Oh.
I started getting it. So then I kind of got saved.
So they're like,
Yeah, it was something, and it scared me to death. So I was. I probably stole the chair and helped me.
yeah, that's crazy.
The stealing club, I just watched the kids, and I was just like, they're idiots. To be able to steal this out of their bag, they're dumbasses.
All of the time.
Yeah. I'm gonna have a big statue of this shit in my bed.
I was so afraid of getting into the office once, but it's because I went up to this kid. Remember Foursquare? Game Foursquare.
I loved Foursquare.
We were playing Foursquare. And there, at the time, there was like this work, Sybil Shepherd. I don't know how I remember this.
Sybil Shepherd.
Yeah, she's on the phone and she's like, Kevin. I don't know what commercial it is, but it was from so long ago. And she says, Kevin, like, and there was this kid, and I went up to him and I went, Kevin. His name was Kevin, and he got pissed off. And he shirt, and then his mom made him be like, I do not want anything to do with it.
Yeah, this is horrible.
I was like, I didn't need my shirt ripped just for saying your name. That's crazy.
That would have scared me to death. Yeah, every now and again, people would get pants. Where somebody would, like in gym class, where we got the shorts on, and somebody would have their arms up, and then talking to people or whatever, they're getting pants.
That's fucked up. There was also this girl. Okay, do you have any memories of someone like throwing up next to you or anything? There was this bitch who threw up next to me. We sat next to each other. She had had a fruit roll up at recess, and her barf was like red fruit roll up, like red 40 colored, and it smelled like fruit roll up. And I was sitting next to her, and then they had to come in and like clean it up and throw like they put like bird seed on it. What do they put on it?
Sawdust. I don't know. Yeah, I remember this was that's sad.
The cherry
Oh my God.
It was like it literally.
Purple and vomit. Yeah, when I went to Gatorade. Trying to remember glacier freezing vodka. Reason that I got
Freeze the blue color.
like blue color.
Yeah, it looks like Windex.
Yeah. I know poison somebody is antifreeze. You put it like your Gatorade.
Yeah.
Learned that from forensic files. Yeah, that's what.
That's what you. Oh, there's sawdust on the floor.
Oh yeah, but oh my gosh, this was in pre-K. I was sick one day, I guess, and I was in the middle of the gymnasium, and I vomited in the middle of the gym, and I'm scared to death. I'm a little boy, and I get high behind somewhere. And I remember like some teachers walk up to it, and they're like, "Who did this?" And there was looking at where I am now. And I felt so betrayed. I was like, what the? She narked my ass out. So after that, I tried not to vomit. And,
like, I can't think about her without.
That's why this is usually the earliest card appearance of some kind of Spaniards would say something like Valencia, because they pronounce that C as a T. I don't do it very well, but that literally means the coexistence, the living together.
My goal was to keep it together. Yeah, I don't like claim good ones, but New Year's fucking not allowed. Just Nate. Nobody's been a warrior since they've gotten to LA. It's very not a heterosexual warrior. Oh, look at the class Caesars. Oh, no, we're not even going to say class Caesars. Hey, we got to show the truth, bro. And the shorts, sick. Seriously, so much serious. Seriously, man, as soon as the plane landed, I was like, what are we gonna do? I was like, yo. So we're all three margaritas. Here's the topic of the day. Let's get down to business. Let's talk brass tacks. We were hanging out at the pool earlier and we watched a boy 69 with his mom. Yo, that was real like disturbing. It was crazy. I don't want to assume any ethnicity there. What would you have guessed? I don't have to guess. I literally saw it. It was a Middle Eastern boy. Some type of sex. I was trying to pinpoint that kid. You're being generous with the age. That kid was 10. Not 12. I think he might have been close to 10, dude. He was like 9, bro. He was 6'5". He wasn't double ditch. He was still in the Garden of Eden. He was helping his mom. It was on her. That was on her. Obviously, yeah. That was nuts. We were at the pool today, and I had to reference Grok. I was like, Grok, is it cool? Dude, I asked Grok,
pass tags. Such low alcohol content dudes came over my like, yeah, you guys we're like, no, we're not. We've been chugging. There was a Middle Eastern lady and she had her maid son for being generous, like rapidly. I think a kid invented sex. He literally invented sex. Enough that other groups, everybody else in the pool was going that. They always fucked up, bro. You see this. It was. Was smashing. I'll be here like a thing that Middle Eastern cultures with the mom is a thing that I'm missing as like a European guy. And Grog was like, yeah, they're a little more like fluent, but if you see something that triggers your like sensibilities, you should report it to the staff. I was like, I'm not going to tell the late staff this person. They were like, oh. You're saying Middle Eastern culture. But I also was like, Rock, isn't it kind of universal that if you have a boner from your mom, isn't that universally frowned upon? Rock was like, dude, if you see something troublesome to the staff, and I was like, talk to the big titty Latina that's serving me drinks. Well, you said it, Grok. Honey, it was Grok. Grok told me to talk to him. No, it was really like troubling my heart. I was like, this is right. This kid, the mom was great. The mom was laying without a boy up here. That would have been. That was enough. That was Omer. It wasn't Al, but I think like a fucking shrimp, dude. He was giving it my like a shrimp all day. Make her all day. I never. He's like. The fans out. It's late here. It's late, dude. We're just in Beverly Hills. We're just in the Pink Pony. We're in the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club. My daughters love that song. I can't be like, guys, I know you love the song and I love to sing the lyrics, but it's about you. Anyway, this episode of Mad Shakes, I literally painted my phone this morning. Yeah, it was crazy. It's not wrong. It's a paint job. Do you ever pack extra underwear when you travel? Do you ever need it? Pretty much extra pair per day. Yeah, I always bring extra. I guess I'm fucking shitting my pants. I used to be like, where the fuck you guys getting at here? Do you white? Oh, I don't want that. How horny is these? What did they want to know? There's gotta be something about standing up, though. Like, I'm a stand-up wiper, honestly. Sitting down, it just scares her. I don't know how to get there. Well, Matt, whichever way you like it, it's time to show your people some respect and upgrade to Dude Wipes. Dude Wipes tackle the mess without any fuss, and the fussful design makes cleanup a breeze. They leave no room for dingleberries or stray mud crumbs that TP might miss. Plus, they're extra large and designed for adults, so no more endless rolls or settling for a less than perfect wipe. Dude Wipes, best clean pants down. available. These guys are really funny. Amazon. It's available on Amazon and at major retailers nationwide. Guys, we're in California. Guys, also get it. Avenues of travel. We do your traveler. No, for wild lips kissing. No, it was like it was not. They were not. Yes, I thought that. It's like maybe I'm an actual meat or fucking dog. He was like, I got a fucking Dodgers. So fucking great. I was like, the fucking Dodgers. Fucking lost the series. No, we sat a very nice quiet time. And there was a kid, like literally, not figuratively, literally helping his mother. And we all just sit by the pool and be like, oh, you just gotta, man, we gotta adapt. We gotta just, this is what, this is what we're doing now. We get there. If that was a hockey family. I would never see anything like this. It was crazy, man. From a Fortean perspective, it was so intense that it led us into a discussion about how gay for like Freud must have been a pool like this once. I mean, Iranian babe mom. I mean, hello. A threat. No, to be totally fair, the kid's mom was hot as fuck. It was undeniable. The kid's mom was. She had a fucking face. She had a full-on cat face. She had the bimbo belt. Not all women, but a lot of women are going completely artificial. She was get a cyborg like an AI mom. Get an AI mom. Fake tits. Fake tits. Face tits. Here's the thing. We didn't have to deal with grok moms. Imagine if your mom had swallowers, if your mom had mom was what are you gonna do? You're a boy attaching to supernova stimuli. I was obsessed with my mom, man. That's what I'm saying. 8-year-old is potentially 10-year-old boys are dealing with moms who are it's not his fault. Rock moms also. That's not a thing. We're not exaggerating. For real, would have been disgusting if it was a adult couple. Yes. For real, get a room. It was get a room status. I think she would have lived. That's getting there. That was torturing me. That's the excitement. But man, that's the excitement about the whole thing. Yeah. Let's go asset for this 8-year-old boy. Girl coming in and going, your son. How would you this is fine, man. I've never seen anyone swim more if you swim. Mama Gumma's gonna swim. was back to back with Bubba going, imagine we could. They usually make sure your gas come up higher than I had to know. I don't want to say it this way, but I think ass is buoyant. My dad might be buoyant. We've had a discussion about this. You have developed a dog. You won't down into a dog ass. Although I was born this way. I don't know, dude. I think it's an African American high sodium diet. His ass flies. His ass was like a Spanish sand. Times he took off. One thing he doesn't use immediately. He took off from the wall, he pushed off the wall. His leg is out on a push off. It's aerodynamic. Sir. Yeah, it's no way. You're more swimmer. That's all right. You eventually won. I mean, that was kind of amazing. That was awesome. No one believes. It's also not the first time an entire pool senator. Everybody loves this. You believe the me. The reason I know no one believes me is when I submerged on the other side, I got an applause from the entire pool, which was happy. Everybody was like, yeah, we were excited to achieve your potential. It's like, what's that movie with Cuba Gooding Jr., the radio? Never see you in shorts, bro. You fucking kid. You all agree for it, comes down. This is too much. This is too much. Girl lower half just with hairy legs. If I didn't put on these free shorts, this is. You got your legs naked. Oh, that's. I got good quads. I got solid quads. You have flexible wheelchair fucking legs. I've never seen these legs. You got those Jim Jones, bro. You got capo legs. I want to show the calves, but they want to disappoint me. Show the calves. Show us, not the camera. Yeah, show us. Show us. Yeah, here we go. If you were white, that'd be. That's it. Nobody knows just to criticize anyone's body, but. Now your calves are growing on. Your calves are crazy. That's a big fat guy. You do get Jackie Cat. Yeah, the sport. Fake. This sport got impossible. 93. Literally impossible. This ain't good, fuck. This ain't great. This is just a full drop pot. Yes, please. I saw a big hit to the ball. That was huge. No, for real, that was huge. That was, that's a giant one. Yeah, keep doing nervous. I really wasn't nervous. Cool, see my guess now. Dude, I hit the hello. Right up top. Hello. Nah, man, it was for real. The only thing that makes me nervous is doing like corny stuff. Be around somebody amazing. Like there's some. It was time out. Was it inept? It wasn't. It was not inept. It was a multi-dimensional performance. Thank you, brother. Come on, man. Get the fuck out of here. I'm so happy to get Randy on there. And that's world. That's like it was right to see your boy laughing like that. It was on Broadway. He loves me. Yes. For real though. When we started doing the joke, I exited frame. My thing. Four-time WNBA champion. 7. Tina Turner was probably 4 to 20. Did we still wrestling? Yeah. They were probably since the league. Yeah. For 20. They probably had him like for the WNBA. No, but the NBA has that too. Yeah, what do you mean? Probably has had that many times also. Like Kevin Durant. That's my thing. I have no beef with women's sports, but it's like if you like them, but don't pretend. That was the funniest part of the people. Like, for sure, you could have hit them with a couple other sports. You could have been like 10-time All-Star NHL. Gretzky, Gretzky, WNBA. The only reason to make fun of the WNBA was like ESPN. The ESPYs converted me. I was like, I love women's sports now. Yeah, I watched the ESPYs. I was like, yeah, women's sports fucking roll. I was raised on women's. You were. And I got I loved women's. Say the same. How many other dudes they had? Not a lot. We have 5 state championship rings. I'd be the Phil Jackson of volunteers and girls high school basketball. He's Gino Auriemma. He really is. And I'll tell you, you said my watches women's basketball run.
They should have women's basketball in the same advertising as the tennis and then pay them more money.
Within basketball periods.
There you
Now,
go.
obviously, it's not better. Yeah, but as far as like the NBA has become one-on-one matchups, it's become just isolation one-on-one. Yeah. WNBA, you have to pass team sport. Yeah, I'm not fucking. Dude, I'm WNBA. Last night I was like, I actually love women's sports. That can do their thing, but tricking people into thinking that they're like just the. Here's my thing. It's the. I said Flowjack after being told 10 times. Yeah, but Busta Rhymes said Flowjack too. I think old as shit. Muscle boss. Don't get me started. Don't get me started on it. I'm not going in there unless he invites me. His performance dude was for real, like, yeah, unbelievable. It was unbelievable. Which was very nice. I would say he commanded. Yes. I would say he commanded the crowd. He did try to come in. Your wife was a good faithful soul. She was. But now, Busta Rhymes, for real, you do no wrong in my eyes. His performance was so good. He kissed my wife's hand. He's being a gentleman. He was being a gentleman. I was mad at him for like 15 minutes. I was going through him. I see Busta Rhymes. I'm like trying to fight him. But then I thought of his performance. I was like, he was so fucking good. Yes. Splits here. He's so. It was just a celebration of life. The whole night was a celebration of life. It was a celebration for life. The one person laughing my entire monologue was Busta Rhymes. Yeah. While I was up there, I kept like looking over to be like, yes, yes. He saw my girlfriend at a bar. The pleasure is all mine. That's all he's just like. Fuck. That's all he did. That's my brother. He's my buddy, and he's got it for real. He's not like a little bit of the Disney. Yeah, totally. So like, remember what Nathan Brittany had to make? I think it was Roots. Well, to be fair, I didn't. And that was my bad. He said that off. I was really hoping we didn't bring it up. That bummed me out. No, that was a perfectly logical reaction. It was. Shit, I will leave tomorrow. I'll be totally honest. It's kind of like a thought from the hood. With no Nate, how many complete? Oh wait, hold on. Tell that story because that is extremely funny. It's great. Alright, so what happened was we were just sitting out back, smoking, having a good time, just living by ourselves at the after party, and then a paper ball. Hold on, I knocked on the fence. I didn't hear that. I knocked on the fence. I was going, what are you guys doing over there? I never heard that. I think it was just so no, we were in the back. Wait, what? He's gonna be back for the feet like that. My feet? Your feet are bro. I'm actually fidget so it's my really fucking crazy. I know they're earlier, but because that's you. Maybe it's a hood prize. When I see the shorts like that, it's like, yeah, he is definitely a black dude from fucking Reddit. Like, you can see him on Tracker Head. I see this guy walking down the street. Hey, can I see you blow bubble gum and pop it real quick? president. Fuck me. A little more vodka, please. Give it a different cup. There's no good cups down there. I'm here, pour from this. Only gives me one cup. I'm here, fill up the same cup. What is this? Yeah, true. Hold on, let's actually go 360 on this. So we're at the after party. We're at the after party and we're sitting there. There was a giant fence. Lemaire and Nate were smoking weed behind the fence. I heard them back there. I smelled what they were doing. Knocked on the fence. What you guys doing back there? No answer. So I took all the tissue in my pocket from all night. I had like 40 tissues in my pocket at the fence. They all landed on Lemaire's head. Just look at the draw. I guess I was like, toss him over. Sock Lemaire and Nate. Honestly, it was pretty admirable. It wasn't me going full bro. Nate, excuse me, sorry. Nate, sticking to the bro code and going, Nate. Because Lemaire went, what was that? Lemaire was pissed. Yeah. Lemaire, I was already pissed about you know what I'm saying. But you know that. Lemaire pissed off. It's a bunch of fucking He could have been beat. It landed so heavy. It would think about crystallize was not. I never thought about how other rooms.
Are you married?
Sorry. Yeah, what is that? The city sucks. As an avid drinker. What's up for that long? I'm more of a Buffalo. Buffalo's great. Exactly, that's what I mean. I like that. That's why I like, you go to a city where they're like, it's fucking raining. Yeah. It's hiking. Yeah, it's bullshit. By the way, can these people stop hiking? Shut up. Wearing those shorts. What was there? It's like, this time doesn't count. You took 3 couple walks. What an ambiguous phenomenon like this. You have fun, some fun jokes at the end. We're having fun. Just wait for your next point, dude. The view. I wish I was watching the view. I know we're having fun right now. I just wish John Hammond so I could understand comedy in the way what's that one ocean club that everyone likes? Never once, ever? It's literally not for the ladies that are like, literally, it's specifically designed for them. That's crazy. They never have like any kind of like, you kind of saw the nuance in it. It's just like, you know what I mean? Yeah, but like, why though? We gotta ask ourselves. It sucks. I will say, I cried at the end of Hamilton. I did. son died, dude. If I saw him, I would fucking love it. I have no doubt in my mind if I saw him, if I went in there and go, dude, fucking bullshit, this shit sucks. 5 minutes in Hamilton, I'd be gone. Ever give up his son entered a door and he died? He goes, died. Yeah, that's his guilt he had to carry.
And isn't it ironic that he died the same way?
Yeah, let's drop his ass. I said, what'd you say? Shut the fuck up. Who played Bird? The one white guy.
Which one? I learned a lot about your grandma from the Hamilton movies.
And both like adopted George Washington. It was very sick. I never saw the guy play, but
Just from Puerto Rico.
he played it.
Yeah, and his mom was like a... No, he was the bastard orphan of
His mom was married to a guy that apparently, I don't know, there was something that went on with him, and his mom like split off and left the guy, and then got pregnant by another guy. Take a look. Yeah, right. Prostitute from Puerto Rico.
He was in one of those schools where they're like stealth.
He did was give LeBron that credit. He jumped so high. It's fucking, alright, well, we got fun to Akron. The zipper factory shut down, but they got this new fucking kid that's dunking. LeBron rules. I love so hard. They ran back after. They're like, all right, we gotta amend some of that. Don't.
Can I play later?
Can you play later?
Especially when we're talking to Akron. Sure, invented the
Yeah,
zipper. That should still be making zippers. You said, oh, they invented the zipper like itself. Like up the carnival ride. Or I don't know if they, well, they might have. The carnival ride is sick, bro. We invented every carnival. Dude, I went on a Ferris wheel with my kids recently, and I was like, they're like, this is crazy. I was like, you guys should go on the zipper. You know it, dude. Nuts. Imagine if you were on a Ferris wheel. And if you're going to full revolution. They're like, imagine fearing for your life. How come people get on a fucking plane and like, holy shit? Dude, when I was maybe my parents probably on the Big Bad Wolf. I remember being 6 years old and they're like, here comes the water. I'm going to die next to my dad and mom. And they just laughed at me. I was like, I'm terrified for my life. Grab your mom's inner thigh. It does suck if you spend it like, you're like, all right, fuck, shut it down. God damn it. from an investment perspective, I would be like, all right, guys, what are we doing here? I get that. I was thinking about how much I love LeBron. Yeah, for sure. Shout out Drake. You know what? Yeah. This is an advertisement from BetterHelp. Help with the better. I've been so stressed with it. It's stressing me out. I mean, I want to tell you about all my intrusive thoughts. It's just like, it's like man, I can't even try to stress is a real problem in the workplace. It's one of the top causes of declining mental health right now. So it's probably a good idea that we all take a nice long break this summer to de-stress and recoup. You know, if you want to go the extra mile and really start taking care of schedule a therapy session. I'm a big fan of therapy. It has taught me to feel comfortable. I've never said I can't only call me with the muscle bags. Whether you're stressed about deadlines or working through a major trauma, what's a major trauma? I'd probably just like something that's not sales major. Maybe you should go talk to some insurance. Getting a session is simpler than ever. Just use Billy with a professional therapist in only a few clicks, and even switch therapists whenever you want, which is permanent sickness. Actually, next. Plus, the largest online therapy provider in the world. BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with diverse variety of expertise. I gotta use it like chat all that. Our listeners, you know, you believe this. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at BetterHelp.com/MSSP. That's BetterHelp.com/MSSP. Back to how much you love it. AI is scary though. It's reaching the part of AI where it's transhuman. I disagree. The big difference is robotics and everyone was afraid to confront Shane because of the look. Shane is different than transhuman. Wait, what? They're running a family program. Subhuman? What are you talking about? Just subhuman. What do you mean subhuman? Subhuman people who are above human? Yeah, I'm talking about AI. AI is transhuman. They're above human. I disagree. They can't feel that. That's a defining characteristic of human beings, the capacity to feel. You know what I mean? Like I agree with you. That's it's super Google, right? That's all I'm trying to say. I totally agree with you. Like, yeah, they're speaking a language we don't know. So, yeah, like electricity. Yeah, like the way that things are communicating. You're like, no, it's being like I turn this switch on and it talks to the language. And the light turns on. Yeah, AI wouldn't have its sensibilities that it has now. Listeners that are fucking big into AI, and I definitely, I feel like I am wrong on this. There's something deep in my core I understand. AI is getting. Can I don't respect it. AI is gay, but it's like each other. Yeah, which also I also like man. What's it because we can't like they don't talk to me. They talk. Yes, the way we're using the word talk is wrong. They don't use language for sure. Yes. It's like, no, that's some fucking dork shit. Some stinky bitch made that story up. That's good science right there. I'll beat its fucking ass. To be fair,
That's the difference with AI. You chop them out the ground and they're you have to fucking turn his TV off. Yeah, all you have to do is not spray them with water in the eye. Shay, you know what I was trying to say to him, and he was like, they can make themselves. I'm like, no, but they would have to use raw material. You've been saying you're going to unplug AI for years now. You don't even access the mother frame. Unfortunately, it's too late to access the mainframe. I'm gonna turn off. I gotta stop saying it. Eventually, I'm just gonna be playing NCAA on the motherboard. I'm gonna use my Philadelphia Eagles assault rifle. Computers. I think like it's there's servers. There's servers on the internet, bro. Right now, I know. You're winning this argument. Everybody said, well, I disagree. Gay. The internet is gay. AI is gay. What's AI when it gets past just servers? They think it's a sci-fi movie where the internet is smart and wants to be alive. No, we're teaching it how to compile information and talk back to us. Yeah, but what about the will to live? It does have a will to live. Honestly, it's a reflection of the human spirit. Remember that Google guy a couple months ago came out and was like, hey, it actually kind of wants to live. It wasn't a couple months ago, 2 years ago now. There was a Google guy. I'd like to find out who he is. He's dead, probably. Better man. Probably killed himself. Yeah. Did you ask him? That's no fear, no desire, no morality. That's yeah, ask him. As I'm like, you may send an email or what? It does not have the will to resist. It's inorganic. It does not have the will to exist. That is a projection. It wants to live as much as that lamb wants to live. I asked Nate, he said, do you want to live? He says, I don't like, so I don't want to live or not live. You answer questions. But if you're asking because you're wrestling with the question for yourself, I'm here, we can talk. So, to be that into sci-fi that you're like, this thing's true. It would be all coy like that. No, there's a lot of people like losing themselves to like looking to AI for spiritual answers. And it's like, it's Google, dude. You're getting literally tricked by Google. The same way all of our parents get tricked. Like fucking Nigerian princes on Craigslist. What is that? I'm about to answer AI real quick. If you ask it 4 questions, there's 4 questions you ask it, and then it goes, maybe I am alive. It's not alive, bro. I know. That's not a question for us to pose to it. That's a question for it to pose to itself, though. You are really worse than Rock. AI has passed you. That's a giant question for you. That's a giant question. If I have a fake job that AI can replace, then it's an issue. In terms of like the striving to be, totally. Yeah, cards. Exactly. That's what they say. The card? What about Socrates? Oh yeah, Socrates are not going to complete the question, bro. That's going to be great. I think that 4 a.m. What is AI? It sounds like, bro. It's like the human thought. Yes, man. But that counts as thinking. That's the kind of thinking. If you're a dumbass, bro, if you're going to sign up, it's like saying a mirror can see. That's what I'm doing. Fuck you, the mirror see. Well, if you're going to
signed an audiological prominence, or I'm going to walk out of here right now.
I really like my fucking monologue. I'm gonna kill myself.
That's like saying a fucking tape measure experience is distance, bro. Come on, come on, man. But who experiences this is more than human beings, bro? By walking towards our experiencing our decision what distance is. The tape measure is literally a measure of distance. Yes, bro. It's a reference. For experience it for the reference.
What you say?
Thank you, man.
I felt so good about that beer. I felt so good.
Don't deny your own divine standing to beer.
Bro, there you go. I'm a non-denominational criticism. You might as well fucking.
I got a white acoustic guitar church. I will say that I kind of fucking church.
On paper, I always say. Imagine if church was more mega, which is for real what they were saying in the 1200 buildings. Dude, this church was fucking mega. Still the sickest building anyone's ever seen. The jail.
When Michelangelo built the Sistine Chapel, Michelangelo, if you ask the Desert Fathers, they did have a prophecy, just like way more decadent, way more corrupt, and the people who turn from that will be the true Desert Fathers, and they will be the most spiritually rich people, way more than we could ever dream of. That's probably the Desert Fathers, bro.
I would like to, if I build a lot of people like my
Hey, Brandon, can you hear me? Brandon, can you hear me?
Yes.
Floating to a town hall
That's right, 10 grams of creatine today.
I got shit face in Beverly Hills. You fucking dumbass. I have no idea what I'm dealing with. I fucking hosted the ESPYs last night.
This is more sharper.
Desert Fathers are included with it.
No concept.
Yeah, they can shut the fuck up. Desert Fathers can shut the fuck up. There's only one dude. It's Christ.
True.
For the rest of these fools.
Desert Fathers would agree with you. They would say we are pale and bears.
Yeah, but they don't know what it was called.
They didn't. That's why that guy said it. You know?
Dude, Hershey Park is gonna have
The Desert Father would take your punch and go, you're right. Yeah, fuck, dude. He has a father. Was he? I'm pretty sure. Your point does. I think Christ is more of a futurist. He was matching for society when he got into it. They fucking. By the way, this is exactly what everyone else there. When fucking Hunter Biden was in one of these. You're with me. Because if I was right, the king was coming in. Short shorts, bro. That's what happened. That's hanging up back on me. Who gave me those short? Let me see. The fucking girl daddy made the stallion. No software, nothing. Made out of the ESPYs live, bro. So Jackson's Gas walked down the red carpet. Gotta get out of here. We're going back to God's country to be Texas. Awesome. Showing off. There is equally as many shirt haters here. We talked about last time. Blessing, bro. The guy stood. I felt like we got a connection. Can I be honest? Can I share right now? Recently, so I hit my wife. She was like, bro, my feet, I touch her, brother. That's not too nice, bro. Bro, they're like, I was sitting there in front of my whole family going, you are for it. You're Freud. I'm young. You're right. What do you think? Controls fetal instinct or not sexual instinct? Another instinct. I can't, bro. I literally can't describe pleasure to sexual pleasure instantly. It felt nice the way it felt shitty. Jazz over this balcony. You're the one to throw young. Freud. Using a splash. I'm not Freud. You're Duxie. I'm young. Maybe Adler. That's Adler.
You want to see me keep going?
Saw you with Adler. Adler. Behavior literally couldn't disagree. Right down to thoughts. That fucking huge. So you got beef with Skinner. These fucking weird things. What about mass peak experiences? Human beings like peak experiences. I hear Maslonian. Yeah, but that's a parallel process, which was what an incredible experience. Just like torture dogs. Yeah, you trick the dogs. Yeah, was jerking off dogs for 7 years. It turns out before I ring a bell, yeah, shit, dumbass. I don't like any of these. These are literally all of Neil deGrasse Tyson's from back then. They're gonna do this one guy is Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know what's he saying? He said. Although, it is funny, it's such a fight against. No, I don't. They came actually trying to fuck his mom. That was the argument today. It was obviously a couple boys. You're right. It's not the boy's fault. The boy was being up. The boy was being by on a scale of 1 to 10, what was his mom? Dude, having a mom with upgrades, first of all, is gotta stop. Women are literally every single aspect of their entire, relax. Yeah. Nice sound like the black church, dude. That's what black churches are. Yes. They are all black church. Yeah, how about you don't get giant tits? Let's just say hello. Huge fall on Republican Party. Jeffrey Epstein. Well, shout out to the Republicans for the Democrats for the reverse. It's true. They got the reverse Uno. Actually, your problem, and we support it now. True. Yeah. staying true to, can we at least figure out what happened? Yeah. Yeah, that's, again, first of all, it's like he pretty much got busted by the United States court for molesting young girls. Really commercialized the cops in Florida were going. Obviously, he was intelligence because they dropped the case. Yes. They brought to a grand jury. Sealed the records, which should be illegal. If you're molesting young girls, no matter what, they should go, yeah, here's all the young girls. And they go, all right, man, let's throw the guy in a fucking tar pit and get rid of him. We're molesting young girls. Let's go bust that thing. That's what I'm saying. No, I'm with you, man. Don't laugh after. It's crazy. He literally got caught, and then a bunch of dudes chilled with him. Imagine Nate. I'm not gonna lie. If you got caught, I think a motherfucker like. You gotta splat me. You gotta throw me a splat. You're going, bro. It's what I do. We're the wolf. We're gonna throw you off the mountains. Your ass is fucking done. You made a fool of me. Sing too. Yeah. The government was like, all right, we know you literally trafficked little girls. It's on record. You're done. We're gonna make it so nobody can see exactly what you did. That's all the American people are saying. Like, yo, if you're girls, at least cut your fucking head off in front of everybody. If you prey upon little girls, yeah, we should obliterate you. If you're gonna cut anyone's head off, exactly. Number one. Not protect you and then let you do your thing for a couple more years. The question, to be fair, goes, well, they don't have a fucking list of every value did that. It's like,
not want to play with me.
Every single. Funny though, you can bring whatever you're the fact. Exactly. I knew 15 years ago so easily. You have to fly through TSA, they scan you for bomb. Well, if you carry your children, like, you have a volleyball team? Yeah, go ahead, man. You're fine. Yeah, go ahead, fellas. You're flying to the Virgin Islands? Yeah, fun. You paid $10,000? Yeah, whatever, man. If you want to fly with a bunch of little girls, a bunch of models, you tricked at the mall and told them you're beautiful. I'll take your idea. Okay. Yeah, a lot of state, everybody's idea. He's ready to go next. Yeah, it's weird. So rich, if you're so rich, we're gonna want that wrong. Yeah, you're just like a zillionaire being able to give it to you. There's like said you have to follow one rule. If I didn't fill in a black book, like how ID during the pedophile vacation. Yeah, true. So there is no. Yeah. However, it's crazy to go, guys, get over it. Guys, we got bigger fish to fry than a guy who fucking literally like probably 12-year-old girls on a fucking island. Gotta get our jobs back, guys. Quit worrying about people fucking trains. That is actually more important. But kill two birds with one stone. At the same time, we also, you get the list, you go, me 7 times? Did you call me? Did you say that? I was like, no, I would never say that. Like, we have a video. I was like, well, fuck you, really hate video. Make it for me, delete it, you dumbass. Well, it's like, what? Not even. I don't say. You have you in a small Philadelphia apartment, you're like, yeah, that's great. That's absolutely great. Maybe a game of swords.
That's such a shame because it's only the 20th century, particularly through scholars like the translations made in the 12th century, sometimes in a big hurry by people who wanted to get them out of the market, and they're not necessarily as clear or as accurate. Spain, they were putting these skills together. I'm all fine, but one more thing. It's interesting that when he writes these things in Arabic, why is it in Arabic? That's a vernacular, but students be able to read this. Exactly. Watching the art school. We essentially say, I just want to go over what we just learned in this parak, and I want to explain it in a little more clear fashion. So I'm going to write in our mother language. What character is more site into the bilingual, at least nature until the second half of the 20th century. And then partially because of the decline later on in the century and then of course it becomes century. Okay, so this is fascinating. I love this one. If you're over here. Okay, good. All right. So he's a short life, very prolific. Two of his books survive, but most of them are not. He was a poet essentially, also a bird, and he was childhood kid with all the sense from his personality. Here is there are like so many sculptures in Spain of a lot of Jews from his era, including Cabiro, including the Rambam. Cabiro really was a worldwide force with the Jewish was actually far more well known. Yes, this was personally some of these forms. And this is also when my anger is roused, when the heavens rumble with my most poems, which are this sound weird to us in English, but in Arabic culture, this was like perfectly normal. This is what you would do. My light is the world, yet I am pure, my true friend. Thus, for those faith with me, but to my enemies, I am a sky raining fire on their heads. Now that you have failed me, I untied our perfection. I block thy name from my speech. A lot of emotion. If expressing this range of emotion was still within the realm of normalcy. Jewish culture has changed quite a bit. There's one particular word started by Jewish scholars in the 19th century. Was Latin, the source of life, the fountain of life. And it was a really interesting philosophical word. And it was assigned to someone named Abensid Rothschild. For a long time, people didn't know exactly who this Abensid was. People thought maybe he was a Christian, maybe he was even a Muslim. Popular philosophical word in a school that said, wow, this reads a lot like written by some guy named so all of a sudden, after about 800 years of being hidden, it turned out that this
You just need to do like this stuff. He has a very strong very meandering father.
tested good manners stationed in the back under this organization, Brady Cole, like computers, like.
Does anybody else think he looks like a king fan?
If you want to keep something concealed from your enemy, don't disclose it to your friend. Like I remember when I was studying in England, they had this thing they called the Oxford Secret. You ever hear of this phrase, Oxford Secret? An Oxford secret is one that you only tell one person at a time. Right? Everyone else is so one person at a time. Why is the question? Half the answer. That even sounds like a Gemara something. I don't know if that's such a phrase, but give it go here. When he imagines he has a
Brandon, I was just listening to a recording line that's not live. That Brandon Alexander's listening to a recording of me from this morning that's not live.
I don't understand.
Okay, do you hear my voice in the background? You will in a second. That's a recording of. Okay, I'm making sure you know that.
No.
That's everything.
No, I know that. Or just one.
Yo, that's okay. That's okay. I'm just gonna mute him.
I love when you have an indication.
Specifically, today. Essentially, marriage with the Hebrew letters. And that reflects the general literacy of the population that medieval England.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Especially this is really the first book in the third tradition, which is quite dates. Yeah, from 1025 to 1075, question marks on both those dates. We believe we were in the what is what kind? Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Lipschitz,
You person.
I don't agree with that 100%. We definitely spent a lot of time thinking about ethics, thinking about self-improvement, thinking about character development, things like that. But, when we did not develop that was direct. What are the duties of the heart? What does the heart supposed to do? What do you say? Scattered throughout Shah. So very, very powerful material. But no one is doing a Baghdad action. So you know what? Do it systematically. I'll put it all on one page. Organized. See the even the Rib, he wrote his book based sequence of the Gemara. He didn't alter the text. He tried to stay with the same order in spoken sequence. The Chomas of the Bible says, we're going to start from the beginning. I'm going to set this up. A series of gates. You have to master this first, then you go on to master that thing, and so on. And this was really the beginning of a massive body of literature that has lots of different expressions of it. So it's Sharon, Gora, you go on and on with these examples of it from the medieval period to the present. This is the beginning of it all in Jewish tradition. Notice this Hebrew Russian residential town. Heard of the Reeves now, for example, from what you guys are doing here for a long time. That stuff you brought me, those guys, was really fascinating. You as well, and they started translating these stories, and people went wild. This is amazing. It's not like this. So a lot of it went up for competing translations. By the time, we relied very heavily on because the Tibbet family made a dynasty out of translating from Arabic. We translated the Rambam and the other. The Hebrew itself is quite still very philosophical terms that were not well understood. They didn't know what the words meant because they had those philosophical ideas. So that's why you have more translations. Why, like, for example, this English has been the translation in the 20th century, and in fact, the edition of the first one of the editions I have at home has on the top of the page is the Tibbet translation in the Hebrew, and at the bottom is like a translation. I'm not sure if it's Rabbi Lieberman, but it's another modern translation because the 12th century Hebrew is sometimes too cryptic, and that's the way we do it. It's only with, as I mentioned earlier, the scholar named Rabbi Kafan in Israel, Yemenite scholar who translated Hebrew in Arabic, was able to say, wait a minute, let's there are translations of them. I think we have, in fact, those fellows in this library. Yes. Also, like it's a classic work. And it was, deep. We don't know a lot about it yet because it's been some time. To our last figure, Yehuda Halevi. Yehuda Halevi really represents the end of the period of Black Monastery. In fact, just as the Rambam was forced to flee, Yehuda Halevi, who was slightly older than Rambam, he chose to make Aliyah. Towards the end of his life, famously, I'm sure you've heard the famous line, Ani, the Mizrach, the Levi, the Maharav, my client is, Ani, the Maharav, the biggest Mizrach, right? I am in the West, but my heart is in the East, in Israel. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I make my way all the way to Israel, and this is the end of Black Monastery. The 13th century, a little after the lady, in which he had inscribed on his tomb gyrates to himself to indicate the culture that was involved. Here's our country. He was a brilliant poet, doctor, his heart living as a poet, but he really did enjoy French more than anything. We know that much of his poetry was more higher, in the sense of what the society must have been like, that, people would have a wedding, and they would say, oh, let's invite a poet. And let's, to deliver. So I agree. I mean, you hear it something. Yeah, it's kind of like really like. They're not. I mean, you get a sense of like. I mean, these are from. This is Rabbi. It's like. So the secular culture of the era. We know he was married. Sure, how happy their marriage was, and it made they experienced in their life. They lost one daughter, possibly two, and one of his most football shows was a faulty rights about his daughter. But let's have a look at this short film here called Oprah. Not Oprah, but Oprah. You want me to try to start it because that's just too embarrassing. You guys, did anyone hear it? Really good Spartacus. Okay, Rush, what are you for? Rock. The beater is really cool because it's the end of your line, you kind of drop together, but almost equally. But it's kind of right of a male character. Love. But Oprah doesn't love him back. Oh, you're crying over me. Let me just put a bucket in your face with right on. My face is so good at that. She doesn't have to take it to the trough. She doesn't have to bring it to the place to get out of the water. She falls off. The knife was in it. She doesn't have a washing trough. She doesn't have to go to the laundromat. Oh, wait. I cry buckets. Dries it off. Right, so you feel, first of all, which is a wonderful.
Like, hey, obviously the whole time leading up to it, yeah, we're gonna get that list. Me 7 times. So, bro, look at that. But when it comes to like, I didn't do that. Do it, you know. I've gone. Yeah, it's actual connection. Can't switch from messing up. Asian clothing was like that. I would never say that. Literally any video of me. I was like, what that dude? That's not even in my vocabulary. I don't say that word. So that's not true. They said in the video, I said, that's there's fun syntax.
She is so beautiful. She is like this. And the husband who's just marrying her would feel proud of marrying such a beautiful woman. It's like, it's within the cultural norms of the time. Doing these things. And what we praise for is clever words. Here's another one. This is a sad one. Oh my gosh. This is only the first stanza. It goes on and on for about 10 stanzas. Where
Yo, how are you?
this may be on the death of his own daughter.
Como veo,
Oh yes. Okay, excellent. The reason why I did, can you just mute yourself when you're not talking?
Yeah.
Excellent. I will unserver mute you right now. We were trying to have a conversation and it was confusing people because they were hearing me in the background. And there you go. You're good to go. I appreciate that. Thanks. Excellent. Thank you, Big Dog.
I'm fine.
No worries. No worries at all.
I'm shooting Fortnite.
That's cool, man. You have a side? You have a side? You have a side? You have a side?
Immediately after composing it, he left Spain. Because this is like a dangerous bombshell on the book. Let's recall what the topic is, right? The body, of course, That's the really, you imagine if Russia was actually Jewish, of course. Then he asked the Muslims about things, and then you can tell that it was a Christian copyist who wrote that story. He found out that he used to write extras in their beards, which is clearly a throwaway line that was the copyist who did add more nasty stuff, because he could. But, and it ended up in that case, in 88, the Russians all converted to Christianity. But back to the Kuzari, what they would have they decided to do, again, this is 500 years after the events described. Is better than their religion. You can see why he felt that he probably could not stay in Spain any longer, because it's essentially a religiously polemic book, and she published that. Don't circulate that. There's a very famous book called But to Kusari, broken elements with regards to the themes that really emerges from the Kusari, which ironically will be expressed in an anti-Semitic next 200 years of essentialism, that basically the Jews are essentially different. It's not because, we have ideas, whatever things that we agree on together as rational adults, but rather we have a Jew, from his mother's word, he becomes a Jew, all part into the head of the Jew. And Rabbbi was very strong in this idea childhood in Spain, really wasn't especially creative or noteworthy. Quite productive as a teenager, but it was already on the years of fleeing from his glory days are specifically a little stop, which is just outside. Probably a doctor. Why? Rothschild. It's an interesting argument, but they were. I was not sure I would agree because medicine basically like a professor. So once you acknowledge, do a lot of stuff. You read a lot of books, and part of the curriculum was going to the diagnostics and especially economic reasons. So I'm not sure it's the art doctors and that's really not a great problem. The Rambam is like a paradigmatic success story of a Jew who is at the top of his field in Jewish studies, like in Sheer, he's A plus all the way. His field is college classes, A plus all the way college classes. That's a Rambam kind of person. He was like incredibly brilliant, creative, productive, industrious Jewish thinker. The position of the royal marriage is like the royal household is like both those areas. Same kind of thing as it's just rewind that cable erase the he's like Shmuel like he is being at the top of his book and also as a poet. Maybe another great doctor, poet type. Diplomacy and medicine, and at least a huge supporter of scholarship, but not necessarily a huge supporter of scholarship. So the Rambam has that kind of the good case of putting a lot of the Rambam, right? The Rambam is what others in all really want their sons to be. They want their sons to be like. Lots of money, especially valuable. You look at the 19th century, where Jews were trying so hard to the non-Jewish like stories all over. Ideal, so many people go back to try and reach that ideal. At the same time, the also definitely exception is not literary religious ambitions. Nobody has a kind of intellectual say, all of this stuff is great, but I'm just going to make it simple for you with these 14 big books. And with this, you've got a whole day in the library of simplicity, independent Jew relying on my discipleship. It got him into a lot of trouble, as you can imagine. The rabbis were not pleased because they said, what about us? What do we chop liver? He's going to like to say, I don't need a Rebbe, I have a Rambam. And we'll get to that in the conference short. But nevertheless, that's one reason why the Rambam is so special, charismatic for an era, and a role model that is really so far from another planet. They're few Jews have shaped centuries of development. We don't have to like Rambam around 175. And also, let's not forget, we look at a little bit lecture early brother next to Super. He impacted non-Jewish culture. When Africans by the Christian scholastics, Thomas Aquinas and others, very influenced by the Rambam, he was considered someone who had a very unique and powerful and convincing view of Aristotelianism. And people said, wow, I really smart. So he kind of crossed that border into non-Jewish culture the same way that, like, I don't know, Seinfeld, the Bible picture, okay? Let's Seinfeld, okay, Seinfeld's humor, if you ever watch sitcom, is completely Jewish. Jewish characters recognize the Jewish characters. But it becomes like an American old Seinfeld, Jewish characters. The Rambam was like that. The Abdel, the Rambam was like that. Okay. So let's look at his trajectory. Childhood, were very active their teachers. Mr. Richard. Yes. My understanding, and I could be wrong, I think the best place to look at it is by sexual dysfunction, things that people in the court wanted to know about. Published in Arabic. Some of them write Arabic, others in Hebrew, others in Judeo-Arabic, basically Arabic, but written in Hebrew letters. And his church read it. Which I think, makes sense on an intellectual level, philosophical level. On the other hand, none of my humble opinion are good on this. None of them were people in a different way. We still struggle with this. Being is a challenge. It's a challenge to, hey, if you want to stay, like let's say you're an Indian, you need 30,000 gods with current worship in India today, then it's not so much a problem because God is God that people have, and other God is not powerful enough to stop it. Okay, that's the way it goes. But if you're a monotheist, like Christians are, or Muslims are, you gotta deal with these kinds of those doctrines. Big things they worry about a lot of this, it's awful conundrum. Not surprisingly, you will rarely study it. Not because of desire. If you the Russian mentioning the loose in the house of a hanged man, why bring it up? Very, very collegiate curriculum. But that is phenomenal for literature study. One, usually the fish chances are, if you had any interaction with the Rama, maybe you wish to comment about that. A fish, which was his life. Possibly because the Rama was famously critical of the notion that and a big one was the difference between the Torah and the Shekora, with the stages of thinking lazy writing how lazy in there, they kind of that controversial part, where hard to face things. You know, you have to check the animals. There's some people figure out that when a person learns or a child, what is that like? Like writing a fresh ink, imagine it's like dark
Joe Rogan. Thanks.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. Joe Rogan podcast.
Stories. It's pretty wild. Yeah, so I grew up in Detroit, working neighborhood. Dad was at the Air Force, worked for the state. Mom was a homemaker. It really looked like a household where the kids should make it. But unfortunately, very abusive household. And I ran away when I was about 13 years old. And at the time prior to that, I would basically get more into the home. Someone who would see this kid, like this kid just deserves love. So on the east side, in an apartment, my head. And it was my introduction to I was Rabbi, where we learned when I was tiny. Shattered. In this world, but I stayed in that culture. My childhood friend was murdered. I was beaten nearly to death, and just continued to sell drugs. It's one thing when I think back to, right? It's like we're out here making money, doing things, but the reality is, it's made a lot of money. I just had this wild cash, like it's like all the same. And I went to the store on the corner and I bought all the cereal that I can think of, like all the cereal that I could not. My parents, they even though my dad is, and then I bought like chocolate milk and strawberry milk, and then I went back to the greenhouse. March 8th, I never forget that day. I was still in the corner, and I got into like a minor conflict, and I got shot multiple times, and that was probably the most serious turning point in my life. I got shot. They called ambulance, and the ambulance never came. At this time, I was in Detroit. And my boards bleeding. And my friend, he was like, I'm gonna have to take you to the hospital because the ambulance is not. That I didn't think about was I got shot.
Rabbi, sit tight.
Thanks, baby.
I remember my dad went to the hospital. At this point, I was the third of my brothers to be shot. I'll never forget this look on my dad's face. I'm like, it was almost a look of like defeat. Like, how do I save him? And so when I left the hospital, like, nobody, like the doctor, the nurse, nobody was like, hey, you're gonna have one of
And so I get back. The guy who shot me, like that's what I'm doing. It's like, I gotta retaliate. And then I'm standing outside, it's probably like days, and like my body almost seized up. And I was like, why am I and so the story that I would carry a gun every day. It wasn't the first time I had a gun, but like I carry a gun like every day. Like using the bathroom, guns on the sink, going to sleep at night, guns up on the pillow, probably watch to sleep with the gun. But that was the nature of how I felt. I was dealing with it. So I started telling myself this narrative about 16 months or so later, maybe 14 months. So we shut the party down. We were like super heightened alert. No idea what the was. We get back around, and when we get on our block, cars come up the street, and there's a guy inside the car, and he's like, "Yo," he calls me, and I'm like, "What's happening?" He's like, "Yo, what's the deal?" But I don't know. And I'm like, "No, do the deal. There's a lot going on." So I'm a little amped up, it's like, and so we get into this verbal altercation where he's like adamant about selling some drugs. So I'm adamant about him, like, getting off the block. And so that escalates into like a full-blown argument. And one of the guys in the car with him, he joins into the argument. So we're like all back and forth, back and forth. And there's a moment where it turns. So I'm gonna turn to walk away, and I like literally took what probably like 1 or 2 steps, and I heard one of them trying to get out the car, and I turned and fired 4 shots, trying to get them years later. It's one of those moments that I always think about that moment. Like, what about it just took like a second step? What about it just like, it was a series of what else, tragedy hit this man's life. First time. Being 19, like I've done something that's not sorry. Can't come back and be like, I made a mistake, or people are running inside the house. Everybody's like,
what's happening. I gotta go on the run. I don't want to get arrested. I don't want to be a cop. I was arrested a day or so later. I was charged with murder, and I was eventually convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 17 to 40 years in prison. So, take me through what it's like when you got convicted. What is this feeling like? So when I got arrested, got charged, the first thing I went to the county jail, Wayne County Jail, and I went to the county. You are introduced to this other world. I had heard about it, right? And so going into the county jail was like, it's fights every day. Like, people are testing you. So going in, I knew that was, anticipating, like, at some point, I'm going to have to prove myself. I just got to prove myself. And so I get into the county jail. I end up with a guy who was in the cell with his son appeal. And so he's kind of telling me all about the kind of what to expect in jail. This guy right here on the cell block, he likes to fight all the time, whatever. I also grew up like in the city, right? So, I tell people this all the time. I'm a little scared straight when I talk to it's not about being afraid from the hood. You probably have to fight, you know what I'm saying? When I get in there, and I end up trying to escape from the county jail. And what happened was there was a guy cell. He was already sentenced. He's about to go upstate and do a bunch. And his idea was that he was going to take us out. And I'm like, dude, this guy, that was a fucking idea. I'm like, what if we take this pole and we bust the window out and bend the beam? And so we fly over the next couple of weeks. We like take people's machines. It was about to fight. All had agreed we're gonna go for it, and basically pop the doors. We're like busting off the glass, like around the jail. We're kids, but like thinking about this and so we're gonna do it right. We're trying to get out. So now we're busting. So we just everybody goes back, in their cells, and so it took them about a half hour before they even discovered which unit we were on that was trying to escape. They came up there gangbusters, like literally, it's 20, 30 deaths. They just came in, snatching us out, slamming us on the wall. Where they messed up is because they did that. Now everybody has glass.
so they couldn't. And so they, they got us in the solitary for that. Charged us with attempted escape. There was no context to none of my life. 15 to 40 years for the homicide and 2 years for and 19.
So you should at least take it for my time.
My life was over. Like I put. That was it. I couldn't even imagine. It is the I tell people it is the most barbaric thing. A lot of people who are in solitary confinement mental health challenges. And that they have diagnosed, bipolar, schizophrenia. It's 23-hour lockdown. 23-hour lockdown. 5 days a week, 24-hour lockdown. Most chaotic environment you can imagine. Hours like these guys would just have. These guys were like cutting ways to throw feces on each other. So they get into a beat, like the way that they would go to war. They would there's a figure out how to get feces into a toothpaste tube, which means we'll pull that stuff out, stuff it into a thing. And then it was smuggled out. It's like you can't go out to these cages. It's like something like a dog kennel, like a dog run, right? It's like kennel after kennel after kennel. So that's how they would take us out. And you're in a cell. They let you out, so give you at least an hour of every day. These guys will come out. And they would be, and now it's just squirting shit.
And when you're ready to launch, use the code ROGUE and get 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
And like cool, so you would tell me today, it's like, don't come out here, like send me a note over, like don't come out here today. I'm about to shoot this bitch up. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? So he was like, damn, whip the closet back.
bag off and just like, don't like say shit. You say some slow shit everywhere, right? We get into it. And so it's definitely a biohazard issue at that level. Like, I think we got 3 showers a week, and the showers are like, you're just back to back. So you're not like, in between showers, so you let the hand go. Raising the shade. You got guys who we call them cutters. So these are guys who like self-made, carve up the skin, swallow, like one guy swallowed batteries, so they stopped us from like even getting at one point get like a little tape player. And a guy ended up swallowing the batteries and we couldn't listen to music anymore. And so it was just like prison. But what I did the most time there, which was from 1999 to 2004, correctional facilities, one of the more modern prisons. And so I got a thing. So when I read this book about what's supposed to happen to your mind when you're in that environment, and it talks about like how it will cause you to hallucinate. It talks about how it will cause you to not feel like you have like any agency over your life. It affects how you communicate, or try to hear a guy, or kind of talk through like the electrical socket. So it's all these different things that I kind of knew going in. And so I didn't want to like the only thing I feared about being prison was my mind. I was never worried about money. I grew up fighting with brothers. I grew up on the east side of Detroit, so I knew how to like take care of myself. So losing my is like super important. I was lucky being on I wouldn't be here with you right now if I didn't know the person that I am today. And so days at school, philosophy in the morning, I'm studying world history, I'm studying read for pleasure. I was always like, every day I'm figuring out, okay, how do I keep my mind moving forward? And if you keep your mind moving forward, you can actually survive. And it's, it's no different than any other. It's really like somebody who inspired me, sometime it was like 27. And I would just like open it up, like reading something, I would read out of this, like, just kind of brought me back, like, the master on the faith, the captain. There's a book called As a Man Thinketh. So dog here, but I would like to live just if you master your lane, you can master your environment. And so it's like things like
some of the, I'm trying to work out, the push-ups, the calisthenics roll up. I used to roll my mattress up, get around it, put the up, throw it, make it happen, like curls, so I would do that, take that mattress, routine in there, and just running that routine is really what kept me, like, put one thought in front of the next. I wasn't like a model, but it's a little different when somebody who follows the rules and stays out of the way of trouble. Like I was just kind of run the environment, I be in control. I gotta, make all the moves. Have agency over my life and that environment. And so, initially while I was in there, I was on a guy who was my neighbor and books at the time, and store they could go take his shit. So that he went to rob this guy, and he happened to be coming in a cell at the time. Got into like a fisticuffs and and then the second time, this was just so that was one story. At the time on the line, like I make sure that the child homes where shit goes down, staff and so on. It's crazy. So we try to guys out. And this guy, man, it's the oldest prison in school. And sometimes it was guys from like the lower levels who, like dormitory, it's real prison. Those levels, it's like a fucking camp. You're not dealing with, you're dealing with real prison. So it's gotta come. Now I'm there for another year, but the last incident, which was happening in 1999, me and this officer, we got into a conflict. sometimes we don't at this time, I'm 27, and the boy that walked into like how destructive it is for a grown man to punch another person. I mean, radio flies over the railing, lands when this conflict happened, they're doing this all in prisons all across the country. Emergency conflict blowers asylum, and everybody doesn't matter what you're doing. If you work with kids, you got to try what you're doing. Everybody has to go back to the cell. And so, siren is going. And so, when they're fighting, the siren is going. So, the officer downstairs doesn't even know that it's happening upstairs. The thing that saved his life, saved me from a life sentence, was his radio. Like landed. And so, a counselor coming in. His radio was like, and so I was sentenced to an additional 2 years, and what ended up being a solitary confinement. And the only reason that man did not die that day is because his radio. And it's one of those things where when I began to recalibrate my life and begin to really transform my life and think about my life differently, it was another one of those things where I realized in that moment I just let anger dictate my actions. And no matter whether I thought he was right or wrong, I was so angry and so enraged that I just, puppies gotta get discriminated on so they could have killed us. And I would have really been serving the rest of my life in prison. And so when that happened, I remember they transferred me that same day. They transferred me, so I was they had a prison called Mesquite Correctional Facility. They transferred me to Oaks Correctional Facility. And the first month that I was there, the officer was coming, and they would like talk so much shit, like we're gonna fuck you up, you're gonna get yours. It was the most vulnerable, I felt because I knew that it happened there. I come in, they could just say, oh, he did this, and they would come in with the goon squad and pepper spray, beat the shit out of you. Cuffed up, there's nothing you can really do. So it was very tense. Woke up and had a bad day. They knew it was an escalation. I look at it like I'm about personal responsibility and accountability, and like I had to. And I remember the first time when I was saying that to me, I was like, I was too naive or whatever. They all let me go. And then I started seeing guys around me who had been in solitary for 10 years. A friend of mine is actually out there. His name is Peter. He works back in Michigan. He was on Navy in solitary for 10 years. a con man. Like he was a master officer. He was there for 20 years. You know, he had solitary for 20 years. The first 2 years, you know,
all kinds of people just not happy.
because they let me out there.
There was a particular
And my dad wrote me back, and he said, you know,
for like the heresy hunter.
I can't even
Somehow
understand the
communicated
word,
the
but
fact
I will never leave your
that there
side.
were Jews, prominent Jews, like
And so that's how excited I was. So, the idea that I was going to die.
all the works in my mind. I wasn't religious, you know. I was serious. There was something about that, like, struggling. Like, almost breaking. Like, I have a kid out there. Reach out to him and say, hey, son, here's a lot of shit that happened. And I can tell you, like, over the years, every time I got into something, I'm going to do right. But it was never about me. It was always I realized that. 24. I also had calls about her. And I had
change your life. If you don't, you're gonna die in prison. Terry, there's work can't have like they scared you like snake somebody, snake somebody. They give you this. Write a book in 30 days. It's just not possible. And I remember saying to myself, this is what you always do. You always make a mistake. You always make it a way. What are you going to do? Are you going to turn your life around? Or are you going to push the rest of your life away? And so I sat there for a while. And I was like, just paying up this paper. He took some paper and I started rolling pen up. So it was firm enough. It was like the size of a regular pen. And I wrote that first book in 30 days. And I knew I would never come back to prison. But I got out. But at that point, I still didn't know what I was getting out. So what did you write? The first book I wrote was a novel. It was a fiction novel. I love reading. I was really fortunate to really be able to I love these stories. I was reading like Westerns, Louis L'Amour, Slim Pimp, all these stories were stories I had read early on. He's got me like now I'm going to serve in prison. And so like let's get right. Then what if I give it a try? So I wrote the first novel. Was living about that book, and I remember just like I had never felt a group write that book on a notepad. I still have the original books I can find on notepads on the back of paper. I've seen some pictures of the book. And I remember writing that book, and I got out. After I read it, I'm like, well, a book really is a book. And I remember this guy, another interior, was like, don't nobody want to read that bullshit. So I'm trying to turn my life around. Like, I got to shake this cat with disrespect to me. You know? So, it's like all of them have been done, right? And I stepped back and I was like, no, he actually just gave me a go. Like, if I want to take gold, what do I want to have to work? You know? The guy, he agreed to read it now. So, I'm in solitary, so it's not like I did this work. I was still getting out his book, right? So, we would make our underwear, take all the string out of your underwear, you attach that toothpaste to two squares out of and stuff with paper, so you stuff with toilet paper. And once that dries, it has enough weight that you can slide it up and down here. And so sometimes we use our socks to tell us that use. Which is just not right. So I don't hear from this guy like all day and shit. I'm like, so my only copy, I'm saying, like I think my only copy, and he didn't respond. But then he came back to the door, man. He was like, you know, that's one of the books I've ever read. And I was like, wow. So my mind for like really about 5 minutes, and then I thought about how 5 minutes over bored as shit. I gotta sent him a recipe. Right? It's the best chicken soup recipe ever, right? So, but I was like, okay, maybe if I send it out, send it out to people. So I started sending my writing out to I have a brother, it's my stepbrother. And like out of my siblings, he's the one of us that's like always played basketball. Like went to school, he went to college, he's an engineer and like one of the big three, and he just always done it like books. And I remember sitting and saying, he had no pretty like I said, did it the right way. Like just that little boost, man. I was like, okay, maybe I'm one something, So I wrote my second book, like right after that, and I gave myself the same thing. You gotta finish in 30 to 60 days. I went to the deepest bout of depression that I had experienced. And it was because by the time I got to grade 3, I realized I had this incredible talent, and that it had always been there. And that I had let all the trauma, all the violence, all the street life take my life. And I'm like, I'm in this dream. Like, so it was the moment. Like, getting sentenced was like, my life is over. Not being able to actualize a dream based on getting. Like, oh, that's so important, And I remember going back to James Allen, really talking about this idea that, like, that you want if you focus your you're going to only do negative outcomes. And when I went back and I read my negative narrative, so me being in prison was not if this is true, if this is absolutely true, it has to be true and positive. And I began to just be getting out of solitude. And I remember saying, I want to get out of here. Misconduct. And they range from everything to things. What I'm telling you is that if you believe that the guys, I'm going to focus on the color writer. And I said that to the warden. The warden literally wrote me back. And he said, despite my hesitation here, I believe and I'm going to advocate for you to get out. And so he began to advocate for me to get out, but he had to go through series Once I got out, I took those handwritten books and I typed them, and those guys, and I began to tour and couldn't read. And I found that if I I checked those books up, and I was like, at one point, and I was just like, did he respond? No, response from like some like independent publisher, and it was like, no, like, and I just kept like, you know what? I don't talk to like illegal, so I wasn't drug smuggling. I was still, merchandise on the yard for twice what it's worth. And I just took that money, man. I saved it up. And I published my first book in prison in 2008. And how did you do that? So I bought this book. I read this book called Self-Help Guide to Self-Publishing. And I taught myself everything I needed to learn about publishing. Like I knew how to get a copyright, an ISBN number. I had a partner outside who believed in what I was doing. And I basically would just be like, here's the steps I needed to take to, follow a graphic artist and third. And yeah, that was the first book in the prison suit. Because of my incarceration. Wow. Yeah. They tell you up to like $1 million. Yeah, and basically what they did is they literally went across you to be in prison, and every prison you've been in per day. And so higher security level is about 150 something a day. Lower security level is like 70 something a day. That's happening in prison. They thought I got realized, and I was like, the thing that struck me about that when I went to the actual hearing with the judge was I was like, with a conviction, I got 3 felonies. So, right, I'm convicted of 6th degree. Nobody's really saw that. Probably not hiring that person either. So I'm giving myself a chance. I'm trying to get myself just like I don't want to go back to the streets. I want to be a contributor to society. I know give me an opportunity. So I'm creating an opportunity to go to the court case and so they went from suing me for 9 years because I'm backdated this country. I used to work in a law library, so I was like, I know actual laws. And so I just made money, until I got out. But the letter that I wrote to the judge saying is that this is, it was 15 years ago, been out 15 times. Nobody was like, if you had a non-violent crime, there's a chance you could job, and so I was realistic. I'm like, nobody's gonna hire me, so I gotta figure out how to make it happen. I went to that lawsuit, and it was tough, it was tough because this is the first time I'm trying to do something legit. Like I've sold drugs, I've hustled in the yard. I'm trying to move to like doing something with my life. I don't want to be
running out there. I don't want to be those people that go in and out of a prison home in the community. But if you take this away from so they were under the impression that you it turned out fucking dream. Yeah.
Favorite enemy of Western civilization. Occupied
It's what we do across. Now, Union is also jealousy of talent. That's talent. Especially if you don't have any talent. Talent is a gift from God.
Is it really
It's like you either have it or you don't. You can develop talent. But some people have talent.
Example that
There's something that some people you can't teach that kind of power at all. At 17, that's a gift. That's a gift. You know, some people just have a gift. And sometimes that gift comes from pain. You know, sometimes that gift comes from a life of struggle and hardship and just the emotional turmoil builds something inside you comes down to the heart. And people hate you because
there's so many Jews who
they really do. They really do. Especially if they hate you already. You know, what's their favorite, you know? But the crazy thing is like, that's how I'm presenting to you. And I think that was something that impetus to do like father-in-laws. But the policy itself is wild. You know, it's like if your parent died and you would hear their insurance money, that same law applies. Where they can take 90% of that cover costs. That's what what's this discriminating in terms of like how they apply it, right? And that's why the A came in because how it got initiated was the person in the middle was like, oh, how dare this guy write a book? And, you know, send it to the attorney general. So it was crazy. Yeah. What is it like? Get out of sight. So, you don't know. It's kind of like, you know, if back when the pandemic hit, a lot of my friends, who are from walks of life now, a lot of friends reached out to me. It was like, you know, how do we help people navigate these tough times right now? The hardest thing that we're all going to explain. All right, everybody, April 30th, we're all free and clear. Stay until March. No, I think we should stay until June. No, so we just, you start those rules. You can't just don't let it work. And so we have, I remember telling the guys, let me out of here, well, I'm stroking out like George Jefferson. so the wild thing like that last year in Cemetery, so they have these guys come over to the cell line, they like clean up. trade. So they usually come under protection. The last year they stopped letting them guys come in and purchase cookies, which was crazy. So the guys coming over for the general population, he was like, guys, I knew, so like the last year I was there, they would come through, man, they were supposed to be candy bars. I hadn't had a candy bar in like 3 years, and I had to go over and smoke. I hear the boom hit the door. I look up, it's like 2 flat down, like Snickers, that he's like probably put in his shoes. I don't know where he put them at. I didn't even ask for it, so I didn't want to ask for it. And I didn't realize it's running my cold once they solidified. John, I tell you, like, the Snickers was like the best. Like, I mean, the detail of how I can taste that, giving that, and make it home from it. So I told the guy, I was like, they let me out. So they like George Jefferson strolling out here, So really how it was, and they popped that door. Took my little bag of shit, my books, threw that thing. I'm George Jefferson strolling. I'm like, y'all have never seen it. I had really, I look at it like this. I was like, up to that point in my life, I had let myself down so many times. I had been beat down. That's kind of a hierarchy on the street. There's a hierarchy mindset in the streets. Like, guys who are, operate at a different, intellectual frequency. So you're the Holocaust. A lot of those guys maybe until the Holocaust, and then after the Holocaust, it became inverted once again. Why did you do what you did? It was like a very hard line, just the facts, And I was just like, I cannot. I got to do was called a fly over the past 10 months of that. To go back to the same, and sometimes like in the hearing, it was just the way that the hearing was handled, where it was like, she didn't ask, what are your plans, who were you before that incident, what led up. I think she just kind of like shut it down. She put it out the category. Yeah. She shut it down. Like, it was almost like, it's her making an excuse. And she responded. And I was like, man, it probably was 60 days before I had to do that, that I was being denied.
Basically, the part where I said this
That's got me
here.
horrible feeling to just be in the category. And any potential growth or this direction
So for the
try
first
to
time
go your
tonight,
life into,
I will tell you
they're
what
just in a category. You're a murderer. Yeah.
Unfortunately, this is one of
Yeah, that's the scariest part about our penal system overall. There's no rehabilitation. Right. You have to do it like your story is so similar to many stories that I've heard.
earlier for.
I've done a lot of podcasts with my friend Josh Dubin.
So
Josh, there's the
earliest period,
guy who used to work for the Innocence Project, and I worked for the pro-letter Center for Legal Justice. And it's mostly incarcerated people. And some of them, the stories, you hear it, and it's, it just kills.
That people tend to dislike those who are different than them, right? And people tend to distrust people with different skin tone. Differently, people who smell differently, people who have different foods, but people to distrust, sometimes even hate people who maybe is some kind of like a people on our clan, and we are mistrustful of people who live on the other valley side. The earliest period, and I'm not, by the way, including in your Midrash, I mean, it's like that, which may have something different to say about it, but the earliest people that we can record, meaning when we start reading what other people say about us in their own words, primarily the Romans and the Greeks before that have a lot of things to say. And most of the things that they say are misinterpretation of normal human behavior. Like, for example, why would the Jews shop every one way less than that? But the Jew taken off one day every 7, and then you come to the months of October and March, April, and they got all these holidays. So they're used to being lazy. Also, Jews are being clannish and misanthropic, hating other people because we don't let people become Jews unless, for example, they undergo circumcision. And people say, well, that's way too high a bar to enter. Why can't I just hang out with you guys as a Jew too? I want to be a Jew. Let me be a Jew. I don't want to be circumcised, so we're accused of being like excluding people, things like that. So the Roman kinds of things, but that's basically a kind of normal hatred. Just like, for example, when I lived in a weaker moment, I would say, wow, I dislike Cubans because they do this thing, right? Now, please forgive me. dislikes that are different. You know, if I would probably say I love things. So that's normal. An example of this, for example, the Titus that commemorates the defeat of the Judeans in the First Roman-Jewish War, and famously on the inside there is this bas-relief that shows the Jews taking Jewish, Roman soldiers taking the spoils from the temple off to the temple of Jupiter in Rome. So is this an intrinsically anti-Semitic representation? Does this represent hatred of Jews? Mr. Kaplan? It shows Jews as victims, as this, but that's also a pretty typical thing in war propaganda, right? This is you say it's like the Koreans too, for whatever reasons they saw in the Koreans. And that's basically normal. And this is so the xenophobia is the earliest recorded examples of anti-Semitic extra Jewish outside of Jewish slavery. Now it becomes quite a bit. And this is, did we speak about this? I know I showed you this. This is the structure. Is it a synagogue? Let's see what's also. Okay, so. Okay. Timothy, the children's example, that's right. That when the daughter grows up, becomes mature, like heal relationship with the mother, but that really hasn't happened. So that's what happens in the early period, really up
What it is?
the medieval period, which is what we're going to be focusing on in about 15 minutes, maybe a little less. This is where to perform some bizarre thing like that could only be resolved with the blood of a Christian child, kind of like an argument between a priest and a rabbi whose religion. This is like something like you captured my child and drank his blood. principles are very you know what I'm saying? And this is the theory that we're going to be today. But Jesus doesn't move them the way it did in the Middle Ages. But they start saying, the Jews are a race. This is why society is one thing or another. And the Jews are getting into healthy societies, borrows from quasi-scientific ideas, and perverts them in this manner, mandated by Jews to control the world. For example, like a Nazi propaganda that shows like this typical caricature of a Jew. Arrows less magical. Virtual is like a good thing. Magical is kind of like fictional, right? Yeah. Well, you know, the idea of the Jews running the banks and then running the governments and things like that, really modern anti-Semitism, you wouldn't see a lot of that. You would see the idea that the Jews hate humanity. Jews want to do everything bad, but not that they have, you know, the connections to all the kings and the bishops. That would be a conspiracy element. But as we shall see, I'll show you what's a conspiracy. Oh, it's the Jews. Look, there's Jewish, vice president. There's a Jewish, whatever, heads of all these banks and these. It's anti-Semitism is able to itself to the belief structures of with remarkable strength and not a lot of things that, let's say, Russians and Americans would agree on. But amazingly, anti-Semitism is one of those areas where you can find common ground. And it is a unique factor. Yeah, it's so beautiful. Okay. All right. So here's another example. This is a COVID example, right? This is which is coming out. It's not Chinese, right? That was the point that people say it's the Chinese flu. It's the Jew flu. Right?
Is that supposed to be satire? Because this day COVID is really bad. So people go, okay.
But this is the real deal. I mean, anti-Semites look at this. They nod their heads.
Yeah, no, it was just originally posted.
This is published by but news came out. If you look it up, you know, nasty. So this is the real deal. This is published by Semites. You know, this guy was Shia now. This is actually a well-known Jew. You know, it's like flawed in his plants, things like that. Sort of expression. Now, let's talk. There certainly is a difference, but the line in the National Review the other day, it says anti-Semitism is just another excuse to hate Jews. I think for most people, country in the world that has more legitimacy that some say are not actually Jewish. They're actually descended from the Khazars, as we talked about briefly a couple of weeks ago, right? They're by to establish a state. I mean, like a democratic vote of the rest of the world, and they said, let's make it a country. Now, the United Nations is not necessarily the best arbiter. Now, you have a vote from obvious. Israel wins its territory by right of conquest. Right? Every country in the world basically exists because there are people who are stronger than their neighbors who said, this is going to be our country. And they took it. And nobody is like complaining to, I don't know, Switzerland or France or Namibia, hey, you guys fought a war against neighbors and won. That's not right. You're supposed to give up. Right? It's not like some kind of international Yobel where someone blows a shofar and everyone has to go back to their houses. And Israel won its right to be a state in so many different ways. However, this idea of anti-Zionism says it is an illegitimate state. We're not going to look at any other country and apply the same standards to any other country, including attempt to wipe out. He renamed Jerusalem Isla Capitolina after himself, and he renamed the whole territory Palestina. There are references to the people living in this land called Palestinians, but be that as name, right? Like, how long has this neighborhood been Queens? Maybe two. And before that, this place had probably some Native American name, but it's still the same place. It's still Queens. It's not an illegitimate thing. If we were to use the Native American name, that would actually, name it early Americans. I don't know if there was an earlier name, but they're just like placeholders. But to say that Israel doesn't even have right to its own name is just, taking another step. And they call it a, illegitimate primarily because it's settler colonial. Once again, say that Israel itself, unlike any other country in the world, is illegitimate. So that's like the logical part of being anti-Zionist. You can, I think, legitimately say, I don't believe that pro-political plan, I don't believe Zionism should be the goal of Jewish people around the world. You can say all kinds of things like Jews did, and there's some minority of Jews like that who still do, but I say that the state illegitimate is fundamentally contradicting any view you might have over any legitimate state. And otherwise, you have to say that no state is legitimate. Okay, follow me, right? Okay, now look at the second. Since Israel is an illegitimate state, then erasing this historical anomaly is justified by any means. And the slogan is resistance by any means. And that means including terrorism and even sexual violence. That people would say, yes, because Israel is illegitimate, then anything we do to wipe out Israel is also okay. And again, we can't apply that standard to any country in the world. Supporters of the state, which means Jews, are legitimate targets. Like, it's okay to protest at synagogues in America if you dislike Israel, because the Jews are an extension of Israel. That's the logic of it. It sounds a lot more like simple anti-Semitism, right? I hate Jews, and this is a new way for me to express it. By the way, I've totally excluded people who dislike a particular government in Israel or a government policy in Israel. Basically, half of Israelis don't like since 1948 that Israel is a democracy. It is a vigorous same as being anti-Zionist. Like, for example, right now Democrats are in power, and you can be incredibly mad about that if you're a Republican. You can be incredibly mad. It does not mean that that's not all. That's just normal democracy. Are you still with me? Okay. I want to hear objections. Test my argument. I mean, I will always score my notes Twitter and online. So what these things mean. They'll say, I don't like what Israel say, I therefore believe that Israel is not going to exist from the river. That's not an acceptable thought that people should apply to. Like America is overwhelmingly, explicitly a separate, erroneous reparations, even to African American slaves we brought here. Forget about reparations to Native Americans. It's just there's an inconsistency there, and the inconsistency is where it becomes Jew hatred. I think a lot of people don't realize that being inconsistent about this, and that makes them susceptible to a level of Jew hatred. Please, remind me your last name again. Mr. Hoshaider. There are some versions that are being back to both the Native Americans and the African Americans tokens of Italian. Canada goes really far with that. I gave a lecture in British Columbia a while ago, and before every lecture, they get up and they make us, every person, like the person introduced me, and all kinds of people said, we are going to acknowledge that this university is built on the lands of, and they've got a number of what they call First Nations people. It's impressive, but it's just a token. It's just saying words. Nobody's like giving them tons of money. Mr. Groves.
So the ones that I feel like have seen quite a few. It's usually, I think it's progressive, negative, not just Israel, but it's like, you're on stolen land, et cetera, But again, like you said, if you apply that principle to the rest of the world, you go back hard on this, and you'll always find forgery, people conquer land. Sometimes not so,
More often than not.
yeah, including war crimes, but the winner of my system, so we don't really see. That's one.
And also, they're not like, if they're saying that, America is so awful from the Native Americans, so are they like, protesting in front of Capitol Hill? Are they like, demonstrations for American? You see these great videos where what is Iranians do? It's so true. They will paint big Iranians like walk around if they don't want to walk. It's so bizarre.
It's when I first went to the resolution state, I think an important distinction was, which is weird when it comes, again, you said somebody hold political belief, even the political belief that Israel is a legitimate state is wrong. However, when it comes to the environment, is what you say, granted those rights you have their own home.
Yeah.
I think that's a very important distinction.
I think that's a very good way to say it, right? Like, why should Palestinians can have the right to self-determination? Why can't Jews have the right to self-determination? That's also gets to the point where you say, yeah, I can see your thinking is unclear on this. It's changed over into another excuse to hate Jews.
Maybe
what you're saying about how all Jews in diaspora are immediately implicated in the decisions of the Israeli government. You're there, and that's like definitely an anti-Semitic kind of guy. Now, the Joko's, two guys meet in the street, and my name is Kim, and he slaps him, and Kim says, "What are you talking about? I'm Korean, not Japanese." The Korean guy says to the Jewish guy, "What's your name?" He says, "Steinberg." And so Kim slaps Steinberg over the face. So that's for the Titanic. What is iceberg? Is it iceberg, Steinberg? What's the difference? Nice, bad joke. Hey, Mr. Rubin, I want to go to the third point, and we got to get to medieval period. Right. At this point out about the situation where people Christians do. Yeah, I agree with some of those points, but you're right. There seems like nobody's protesting the horrible things happening in Darfur or the Uyghurs in China. Like it's the double standard that Jews are news. Let's do the third point here. This is the next one that's difficult. That's very different from the other. I should have put habit. Meaning you see over and over again that there's somehow Jews are put at the front name in all kinds of like locations. And like I really wonder but it's very, very Jewish sophomore from George Washington was here and grateful to be part of the encampment at the George Washington quad. Be there is because, get this, when she was growing up, she never had access to an anti-Zionist synagogue. And she did live in Zionist synagogue. There are synagogues which are cooler to Zionism, maybe more already cooler to it, but you'll only find like really screaming or anti-Zionist, right? So, as if that was this, and then she said, while she a Jewish rabbi came with a Torah scroll on Shabbos and heard that she had her bat mitzvah, so she gave her a bat mitzvah right there. Smart, but it's definitely deep implicated Israel, whether they lived there, whether they're citizens or not, essentially at the root of this new kind of anti-Semitism. It sort of hides behind the term anti-Zionism, which again, I'll grab Mr. Rand, there is like a vanishing small possibility for a person to be an anti-Zionist without hating Jews, but it's remarkably thin. And that's it. Mr. Rubin. And the meaning of the basic of this yeah, they're also giving witness. They're right. They are the witness to the end time. Okay, the last debate. We got just wondering. Really, really interested to see, but I have not seen anyone report. They did several of the I don't know. It's possible to see a group or get social acceptance, get social validation. And anyway, more to say about it in other contexts, but we got to know how to do the whole scope of anti-Semitism. We're going to assume it was a medieval era. Most libel, which is this map here shows you the spread of a slightly different charge, called ritual murder. The charge of ritual murder in the year 1144. You can see here the numbers here means in the 12th century. And basically what happened, this is sort of typical for a lot of these rituals. Right, one of the 21st century, there are predators who pursue them, take their lives. Terrible thing. Obviously, they will be found, and then the population of a given village, obvious reasons, and they will look for a victim. In the case of young Norwich in 1144, the first incidence of this, historians have more or less settled strong possibility that he was originally the Jews were not even implicated. Amazing. The book written about this, I forget the petty nobleman. The petty nobleman in court essentially said, "Why are you coming after me when it was the Jews?" And so on that essentially followed afterwards. A very, very tenuous attachment a year later by someone who was in trouble with the law in a unrelated situation, and that to get the population riled up against them. Even have cases of libel where you even have a body where there's child reported missing. Hard to say. Blois. B-L-O-I-S. French. Can you imagine living a place called Blois? Christian peasant saw a Jew adjusting the pack on the back of his donkey, hides of animals, and the Christian peasant believed that he was transporting the body of a child. Was reported missing. No body was ever found, and yet the Jew was accused of a ritual murder. By the way, the distinction between ritual murder and bloodletting. In the case of William of Norwich, the early charges, it wasn't that the Jews wanted to kill them for their blood. It was a much more religious motivation that is especially associated with Passover and Easter time, that the Jews, since they believe that the Jews hate Christians so want to do is they want to reenact the Christianity. And, they could do that with a regular guy, but they want to find someone who is complex innocence. And so to do that, find a child, and then that's how the pictures of it show that going through a complicated ritual actually circumcising the child, primarily because the founder of Christianity was also circumcised. Murder again. That's when it's called ritual murder. Very early on, this additional element was added, that, they of course would have eaten matzah, it wouldn't hurt to have a little bit of flavor. I don't think Christian blood is the right. This new idea blood libel is associated with a child named Italian Peninsula, and in 1479, the Jews, you can see their labels with the Ruel, the brown badge, which was the titles with names. This guy's name is Moises, right? Moses, Tobias, and so on. And then underneath, which I haven't included here, there's the whole right text. What's going on here? Typically described in the New Testament. Circumcision church and being the host. Body parts of children. Like it's got a tenuous little connection to religion, but it's obviously much more violent, pornographic in nature. That's where the kind of part of the brain that is turned on by this is very different from the religious arguments that we saw earlier. It's gross. But you can also see
the singular person,
yeah.
you think you're good.
No, the whole community, not the whole community. Yeah. And again, no body, sometimes no child missing. You're absolutely right. Now, there is a related charge that was especially important in Spain, the host desecration. This is a fascinating kind of like connection to it. In Catholic ritual, around this time, they developed a new ideology, something called the doctrine of transubstantiation, that the body of the Savior is transformed into a wafer or a small cube. Church. To do exactly that. But it's a very motivating one. Meaning it's not like a symbol, it's the actual thing that was done in that success. The Jews would also want to do the same thing to the wafers. And that's this charge of the wafers, by maybe because it hosts the yes, here's an example from it's oh, I was there. Anyways, here we go. It's like a sort of a cartoon version, so we can see it all playing out. Here's the church, and he steals the wafer. See, there's nobody watching. He brings them then to the Jews. See the Jews because they have the ruel, and come back and they pay for the host. They then, here you can see the artist is obviously lettering, so it looks like he rubbed here on the windows, and the Jews torture the whole, it miraculously bleeds. Then, and this is something the church actually did because it like reinforced the whole idea of transubstantiation and proved it. If the Jews wanted to persecute them, and it really was true. Then there's like a policeman comes there and says, hey, what is going on in here? And this Jew says, they take the wafers to an oven, they throw the wafers into the oven to destroy the oven. Inside the form some of them, you can see the Jewish hat there. There are others that set them on fire, the Krishna. When you look at this map, which shows you the spread of post desecrations, it's especially known in Catholic countries. The reasons for that, I'm not entirely sure of, probably because France expelled its Jews. Of So the post desecration much more. A very well-known Italian Catholic artist, especially known for his hyper-realistic, all kinds of scenes from the Testament in a style that is like almost classic in its verisimilitude, very well from artistic talent. So, and they have this image which was painted. Before AI, and it's better than AI. So you have like going around saying, "Oh, how terrible young Simon is being tortured." So I really, just in case you missed it, there's the menorah. This is the biggest thing. I'm not sure who it is. Sort of, I don't know if that's still how to read this image. You see it's the same story telling, and horrific gashes to the body and things like that, and collecting the blood, right? 2020, collecting the blood, the same deal, totally modern version of it. Fortunately, as my mom used to like to say, two sessions. We're still doing look at the Spanish expulsion, because that we spent a lot more time on. Any last arguments, objections, questions, debates? Yes, try. Yeah, we were saying. We used to have these visions of the passion, and it was reenacted. It was very popular in literary form, much of the Middle Ages, and it was brought to life just like as follows are. Es ist gut zu sein hier. We still have, but this is the nature of our condition. Okay, Roy, so very much for learning with me. Thank you once again, Mr. Mandel, for this microphone. This turns out well. Look forward to learning with on my return. the anti-Semitism in Europe at this time, the expulsions. There is like this fascination, not only for religious, ideological, they're making, purity of the state, with everyone there is all in the same Catholic faith, but also for economic reasons. Because as we discussed previously, Jews are involved in a lot of financial activities, especially called usury, which is a sort of money lending. Usury is an essential aspect of any modernizing economy, especially for this period we're looking at 12th, 13th century, where you just can't buy anything if your tours are a partial right? You buy all your seed, that's a big investment, put it in the ground, and what happens with a bad year, the economy is just not going to be the best. Is so huge, and Jews were, for reason of church vows, to lend money. Wrote that at all? Yeah. Okay. So there's so many more complications here involved, but what always happens is that the Jews would rack up a significant amount of debt. And don't forget, by the way, at this point, Jews are really people who are dealing with cash money in these economies. Everyone else is like saying bushels of meat for that rabbit you just caught. It's a barter economy, very, very primitive, but Jews are dealing with actual currency, precious metals, things like that. So if you are a powerful figure, a king, an noble, and things like that, you want the Jews to be in your community so you can tax them directly. However, if you borrow from the Jews yourself, which frequently happens, then the nobility would say, hey, I think it's just easier, more expedient for me to simply expel these people to whom I owe money, and therefore my debt is clear. That is a fast, easy way to clear your debt. But then what happens 10 years later? You cleared your debt, because you got rid of the Jews to whom you owe money, and then what happens 10 years later? You can't borrow any more money, right? It's like saying, I cut up my credit cards, I got rid of them. Uh-oh, now I want to go to Tahiti. How am I going to do it? I don't have anyone to borrow credit to buy my ticket to Tahiti. So the Jews would be invited back. And in France, for example, they're still 5 times the big, just over 100 years. Just pretty little over 100 years. Because they're kicked out, because either the nobility has invested too much in them and has too much of a debt load, or there's enough popular small time money lending and the intention and charge them with yes, based on future loans. That's right, because they're the only source of credit. Christians are also lending money to each other illegally, and this doesn't change until the 15th century when the Italians basically ridiculous. And they set up a interest rate mortgage. But until the 15th century, you needed Italians eventually set up these banks called the Monte di Piazza, or the mountains of piety. They were called first rate on average. Wealthy not independent of one another. Most Jews are still just barely above peasants, but they're doing it with currency. It's like they're the know how to work with crypto. Right? They're the ones who are nobody else has it. And also they're the ones who are allowed to lend money and charge interest. Nobody else is allowed to do so. Century. Okay, so the last thing I want to talk about here in this context. So what changes? Actually, a representation of the expulsion of the Jews from France in 1182 by Philip the Pious. And you can see here's the king, and he's got this. His gesture is great. He's kind of get these Jews another here, and these are the Jews. You see they're labeled with the Rothschild. It helps us identify them as Jews. And they're all being marched on with Franks, but they are right back repeatedly. The church is definitely in favor of this. There is ideas in the church saying, yes, this is a great thing. We're going to make our society much more ideologically pure and rid of the irritating reminder constantly that there are other faiths that disagree with us, especially older faiths, Judaism and Calvinism. I talked a little bit about the devil and the ability and the popular hostility that was sometimes transformed from a resentment of Jews for money. Leading to the 1391 1347. Some boats land on the shores to these massive tennis ball-sized swellings called buboes that would appear in lymph glands like in your neck or in your armpits or in your groin, spread like wildfire. People didn't know what they were doing. They were thinking, it's clean. Not actually, an urban penalty spread faster. It's cleaner just a little over here, over there. Many people felt that it was a punishment from God, and so a whole women themselves to atone for their sin, so that much more popular was not really spare. It was like people would be alive one day and then 2-3 days dead. Here's an example. 200 years later, Peter Rude was an elder somehow made a pact with the lepers, collected up their nasty babies from I think 1569. There's a representation of a Jew. Representation is kind of weird because by this period, Jews have been kicked out of England for almost 300 years. No Jews. There's a victim of a bloodline sachet in his pocket of bell, and while this is happening, a demon spins up out of the water, kind of spinning as you hear, and urinates back into it, full of poison that then, spreads all over Europe. Here is a close up of the next page of the deck, which I kind of like the way it reads. So, right, you can see here, a great infection all Europe by reason the water in the wells poison. They allied them all in conflict with various lepers by all the Sicilians and kings. They made an ointment for the confederation of the blood of man Rhine, posed with certain healous herbs and things like that. Really generates and venomous, maybe venomous. So very good, thank you. Good metal push. So, the way it ends up, of course, is through public burnings. This is in Strasbourg, where they had a very nasty burning of several thousand Jews because the Jews were blamed for the contagion as a whole. All this is happening in the 14th century. Now, other dates. 1349 is the burning of the Jews in Strasbourg. The Black Death eventually sort of petered out by 1552, but there's this labor shortage that brought so much of the population, a tremendous kind of like this to us, and the Jews are the most convenient scapegoat. That takes us up to 1391, which is a turning point. Let us just do one last see this phenomenon over and over again. You have these renegade Jews. Not enough that they have abandoned their ancestral faith, they also feel specific desire to spend the rest of their lives attacking Judaism. They make it their career. They are advantaged in this because they have at least minimal Hebrew. They have some familiarity with Jewish text. That's something that most Christians, even Christian priests, do not have. And so these guys present themselves as Jewish experts, and they make a living out of it. They get huge perks from the church, prestige, and so on. And these kinds of individuals have actually played Jewish history for centuries. We have them up to our own day as well. Obviously, a much more secular vein, but it is a very old trope in Jewish history that there are Jews who leave Judaism and then spend the rest of their life turned around hating on Judaism. Sometimes I like to call them, I jumped over the convent wall, but they jumped into the convent as opposed to out of the convent. So this guy, Nicholas Dolan, says to Pope Innocent III, so that, hey, you know why you're having so much difficulty converting the Jews to Christianity? It's because I didn't realize this, I realized this, but the Jews have this whole other book that we know nothing about. It's called the Gemara, or the Talmud, and it has so much information about it, including blasphemies against the founder of Christianity. It has all kinds of, alternate teachings that you don't read in the Bible and stuff like that. And I'm telling you, all you gotta do is you have the Talmud and get that away from the Jews, the early Arabians, black caves and tomboys are gathered up hugely precious manuscripts and burned publicly. That's the awful thing. Here you can see a representation of the way the Jews here are shown with the horn hat. As you can see, they've got these looks on their faces. But one of the is so important to the Christian is those scriptures. Tanakh, you will absolutely have to become a Christian, the foundation of Christianity. You actually go to Christianity, which is a pretty crazy as you can say, but anyway, always true. The most important of the faiths, without a doubt, by the Rabbbi. Yes, please. Why would they burn it instead? Later on, they would say, okay, the Talmud is acceptable because the church has specific parts. So the church got very interested and excavate huge chunks of the Talmud, which is why we need so at a young age with a very little use and so on. But that's exactly what happened in Barcelona. Here you can see by the is a comic book version, a graphic novel version of it that was printed a few years ago. It's actually pretty good. Scholarly wise, it's great. Things like that. And the Ramban, it leads to debate. Here's a which was made about 200 years earlier. It should have. So when the Christianity comes, so these nasty things that your Talmud says about the founder of my religion. Are correct. It's worth watching. It's an entire. That's the last of the disputation, which is hugely important. Disputation at Tulsa, which happened in 1413, 1414, and it was like a massive pageant. When you're just from the years, it's from months and months of disputation, not just 2-3 days, but it was like stretched out, like like a campaign. And at the end of it, Jews were so demoralized, onslaught of the church, they didn't have a Rabbbi to protect them. He, of course, had to flee Spain, he made his way to Israel, and in his old age, was like single-handedly responsible for the rebirth of the community in Jerusalem. It's really an amazing thing that he did in his life. Something amazing. But towards the disputation, which ended in possibly as many as 3,000 Jews voluntarily becoming Christians, because they were so broken by this ongoing difficulty. You have to go up to 1390. These were occasions, particularly in the north and the west of Spain. This is one depiction of the pogroms of that period. And they were largely right. Maybe they're right. Reminds me of like Job, which I am not going to tell all I'm maybe the outside society is right. Maybe they're right. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, don't forget, this is before the state of Israel. That's something, right? So, oh my gosh, we're a country like everyone else. But this is in 1,500 years to a long, long dollars. And you're thinking maybe who says we're right? Scary. Any other reasons why you want to? You're missing one important one. Maybe you're a true believer. It's not like they say, you know, I used to drink Coke, then I tasted Pepsi. I said, oh, I love Pepsi. Here is, let's see if I can get his name here. Can I get his name? Yes, no, I didn't get his name. His name is Yehoshua. Mine is, his name in Latin is, or maybe it's Italian. Maestro Geronimo de Santa Fe. The Jews used to call it from the initial Maestro Geronimo de Santa Fe, the Megabet. He is in the Tortosa disputation. Attacked with pogroms, simply gave up. So by the time you get to the middle of the 15th century, this is, by the way, the 2-volume transcript of we have the whole script. People were getting so started actually skipping things over, but that's like a 2-year attack on funded by the state. Can you imagine if the United States of America were to have like a 2-year campaign here in New York City? You could go to Madison Square Garden and hear arguments against Judaism. Imagine what kind of thing that would do to your self-image. But that's where the Jews are at the beginning of the 15th century, and that takes us into a period of the Inquisition. Arguments, discussion, questions, observation, yes. People were today Jews, people were today complete, people who were less old than or people like campers and of course. First of all, most of the audience is Christian. But Jews were frequently forced to attend. This is something the church will employ for about another 400 years, actually. Forced sermons, where sometimes Jews would be required to show up in a church and listen to a sermon, frequently delivered by a Jewish convert to Christianity. Sometimes Jews were forced to stay in synagogue longer to hear Christian Russia. You're sitting in shul, you're waiting for Kiddush, and you have to hear another 20, 30-minute diatribe. Someone who got you incredible. And the onslaught was over and over again. Imagine young Jews saying, and not already converted to it, just avoid all this by jumping ship. Unfortunately, honest with one thing or another, what it is. We talked about what's happening in Spain with this tendency toward monolithic Christianity there. We talked a little bit. I thought I put this part up the last one. We talked about the Inquisition. Here we go. So what was the Inquisition? Jump ahead about 60 years from the Tortosa disputation to 1478. At that point, what do you have going on in Spain? You have maybe something like 150,000 Christians who are of Jewish descent. This is nothing but a generation is usually somewhere in the neighborhood of 20, 25 years. So you have the grandchildren and great-grandchildren of people who were at Tortosa, and the great-great-grandchildren of people who were converted by the 1391, right? 24, so that means that if you think about the Holocaust, you know, everyone here, not everyone here, but, you know, your great-grandparents and your great-great-grandparents overlap with the Holocaust. So once you hear survivors of that, walk around with that kind of stuff. Imagine this scenario where you have Jews-made Christians generations ago, and their grandchildren, great-grandchildren, so on, always called the new Christians. Stop there. dated Spain by 200 years, and it was written at heretics in Christianity. And there were several movements that were part of by the church, especially in France, and the Inquisition, like implied, why was kind of like hated with the body. Yeah, sure that nobody was used, so it's like non-Catholic. Catholicism, one of the weirdest things is that a person is baptized even against their will, it counts. Right? That's not tefillah, as the church says, you can't forcibly baptize that person becomes a Christian. The most notorious example of this, but of course we have literally, is the Mortara, by Jewish artists off in the Vatican police show up to arrest. In a grocery store, the Vatican police are 6-year-old boy, and he was never released from inside of the boat. Here is a picture of him growing up as an adult. He was trained as a Catholic priest. He served while he was kept prisoner in a special house just to converts to Christianity, protect them from Jews who are upset at them, but also to, imprison children like Mortara. Here, so pleased to see him. His brothers kind of look staggered at him. Spent the rest of his career proselytizing many of these guys we see. Came in New York, modern times. So you secretly practice Jews? They say no. This will cake your joints. There's a whole bunch of stuff that, or at least, became kind of like a fetish. For confessing. Now, please tell us the name of 10 other Judaizers who practiced this. And they would go and they would arrest those people too and torture those, and eventually infect an entire new society. People were left and right, and you could never be sure who was going to be arrested next. This kind of thing happened in the Soviet Union in the 1930s as well, or similarly, here's some rather pictures. This is another awful device that had this crucifix here up front so that if your hands were trapped inside it, you'd have to stare at this. Hopefully, the action they would turn these wheels and crush the bones in your hand. And after this is one that's especially difficult. It's called the Pope's hair, and this would be inserted in an orifice of the human body, and then this ring here would turn until it expanded like this and ruptured membranes. That's horrific.
Hi, Miss Aquarius.
Oh no. Why did this go? How you going to be your friend? How you
is, condemned, eventually confessed, but she has not been, released completely. She, however, because she confessed at the very end, she was given a lighter sentence of not one of kind of a chesed kind of mistake. It's like strangulation. Much less painful death. And she was burned as a steak. The various types of designs, just try to put this in your head. It's actually happened over hundreds of times. Okay, our next question. The baby. So this is going 25 years, right? Where we simply cannot come to terms with this story. This is the actual line, and this is one example of 6
all right.
to read. And look at this scenario here. They've got two Jews on the stand here for Judaism.
Good one.
And by the way, this is not always
You're welcome.
live beings. Sometimes they would do it also
Nice
after
hair.
Sometimes they actually exhume their body and then burn it. Yes, this is a public trial here.
Ooh.
Hats there, and then they're going to be burned over here. And show up at this place. The fire comes in, and it is above the fire.
Yes, Rabbi.
That's what they need.
We got a chance. Let's go. We got a chance. Come on. We got this. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, everybody. You got it. Match me. Match me. Match me.
The last one was here.
Yay.
If I'm not mistaken.
Come on. Yay. This there.
Thank you, Mr. Aquarius.
after death, and then people be tried in absentia or in effigy, and may be succession. So if let's say denounce Roubaix as saying, hey, actually practicing Jewish rituals, they
There we go.
neighbors, even if you made it up. It's crazy. Rat out other Christians. They did rat it out. That's the point eventually the church began to say, wait a minute, this is going through some cases where Jews tend to fight back. Especially with assassination.
Okay, all right, this one.
It just passed. It was so, it was just like absorbed. By the way, I talk about this these days. I thought about it so much. It's not an unknown phenomenon in our own time. Give you an example. You guys, you're too young. Most of you were born
Let's go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Neighbors to say this person is not a good socialist or communist. Here's an example. In
There we go.
Germany, that wall, you remember maybe the Berlin Wall was knocked down in 1990, I think, 91. Oh, okay, very good. Sure, stuff like that. That was given to the Stasi by people's spouses, brothers,
No.
My
I know
hours.
if you come in here.
That's a great question. My hours.
Okay, I'm gonna try to catch you my time, like work, I would just be, I be busy, you be sleeping, they throwing off your sleep.
That's all right. We got it tonight.
We did it tonight, though.
That's right. Excellent.
All right.
Very sweet dreams.
Because anyone was susceptible to the Inquisition. I'm sure you've seen the Monty Pythons. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. But it's not so many aspects of this is terrifying. And not just well, so culminates in these cultures are a friend who amazing representation of these cultures. It's not succeeding. The whole point of the Inquisition was to try to control you guys in the state, and it had metastasized like a social cancer, where everybody is telling on everybody, Jews, Christians, and it is just like going. Role in Judaism that is rampant in our society is because these false Christians are still going back to Jewish faith. They're still able to get kosher food if they want it. They're still able to meet a rabbi, still able to get Jewish books, all kinds of things. So he says the only way to solve the problem is to go non-back. They were wrong. Finance department. The deputy finance minister spent time for that. I really respected his talents. He said, stay. Said no. I'm going to leave you.
Experience.
Sunday, Joe Rogan podcast, all day. What a good time you had this. Oh my God! Did you see the South Park episode? Which is fantastic. I raised the boys on that show, much to my wife's horror, but it's a great show and I haven't seen it.
When you think, like Bridget, funny quote, like when you think that they have reached the bottom, not giving a fuck, they reach unseen levels. It's the whole testing thing is so crazy. Like, and him saying, like, what do you care? Why does everybody care about empathy? Like, but it's, yeah, but it is. I mean, again, going back to some part, yeah, once they did the Woodland Creatures episode all those years ago, you thought, okay, that's got to be the worst thing. The Woodland Creatures, like, you got to look it up. It's fantastic. And I'm not going to do it justice if I try to explain what it's about. I remember they did their teacher. We got to hold her off with Paris Hilton. She stuffed her up his ass. Oh, that's right. Oh, I forgot about that one. Yeah. Yeah, they haven't given a fuck. No, they haven't given a fuck since the beginning, and it's the greatest show of all time. Yeah, and honestly, if you said what would be the best job that you could imagine, it would be yeah. And the thing is, like, it's so beautiful because they have cartoons, and you can do things with cartoons you can never do with real people. You can kill them. Fuck each other, they can like anything can happen because they track the 6 days it takes to make the show. That's Trump. Satan's back. Satan's upset at Trump. It's very funny. Well, you remember the Satan titty episode? Well, that was fantastic. That reason mass murderers, and this was a few years back too. It was a Diddy party. It's a long story. You wanted a Lamborghini cake, but it was like the devil wanted it, and they said no, Diddy did it already, and it's fantastic. Remember when they had the movie with Saddam Hussein? Yeah, Saddam Hussein was in a gay relation. It's been like, oh, they're gonna talk about this a little bit. Yeah, the Epstein stuff is so crazy. Because when Cash Patel was on here, there's nothing. And I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah. You know what to say. My thought was, why didn't you push back more? My thought was, like, I'm just going to put this out there and let the internet do its work. Because there's nothing. The guy's saying there's no tapes, there's no video. That doesn't make any sense. Everyone knows it doesn't make any sense. Let's just, and then he didn't know about stuff, autopsy stuff. Missing from it. What do you think? Or keeping this like this? So yeah, people may be calling down. Right. Bank for many years talked about how all this shit, that's a huge conspiracy. And then everybody's into that. Yeah, no, they're actually doing one as we Florida for an interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. And she's served 20 years sex trafficking to what's it? Well, he's down there and everybody saying she's sex trafficked. She was a co-conspirator of Epstein's, right? But don't you have to have a person for your sex trafficking? Exactly. And they talked about the victims somewhat during her trial. It was a very difficult trial in the sense of, they're trying to protect certain victims and others were coming forward. But, my surprise was nobody from DOJ has ever, according to her legal team, nobody has ever interviewed from DOJ. Department of Justice. So this is the first time that we're just telling me he's fucked in this situation. They had all that time.
time to do whatever they wanted to do. Nobody has talked to her. Now, some folks on the legal side are saying, well, look, if she had anything interesting to say, she would have said it during the course of her trial, right, to save herself or to cut a deal. But now I don't think, kill her, yeah. Well, the smartest thing for her is to fucking mouth shut, which is what she did, right? They put her in a cushy prison where she could do, here's one of my favorite. This very beginning. This is someone tweeted this. Check this out. So these fucking people have their children for wild. And just that alone is so wild that they would have the balls. So just asking questions. We're just asking questions along with that. Or is this a knock on the deep of a handful of years? Nobody was pushing for this. You got people from all sides probably on whatever that list looks like for this, really. We're not going to make Dems aren't during the Biden administration calling for the release of the food. Now all of a sudden they smell, blood in the water, in particular, political. It's going to look good for this, but again, I would caution some, just because a name might be in a file, but who's in it? Various activity. It could be like an ED police file, right? It says, okay, the individual stopped at this particular location and this person was there. Something or fucking underage girls. Maybe they were if they're in the phone, but I'm just saying there's a lot of people probably in that file that are going to be named if it ever comes out. There may not have been engaged. Beautiful. Because it's so adorable. This pretending that this wasn't a news source. Yes. Well, this is one of unbelievable. But this one guy broke it there. Complicit in one way or whatever. Yeah, it's a joke, and they're all funded times. Yeah, I mean, so that should be a surprise to anybody. The New York Times is a privately funded company, right? I mean, it's like NPR, funded. What a lot of it, what they're trying to do is they're trying to couch it as saying, look, you're taking away, some news for, rural locations, for example. Like, you got someplace up in North Dakota that, has no other access, and so they rely on NPR for their news. I know a lot of people up in North Dakota that say, I want what NPR is saying about this. Not just that, it's like, at the end of the day, the reality is the internet. Signals lacks awareness about white privilege, akin to society as Southern one God. This right-wing conspiracy theory about is about as racist as you think. It's like, literally. And then here's another great quote that she said. If you look on the right side, Jamie Ennis, that someone would say loud and not think it's critical. Something that's a little bit more attainable, which is the best of what we can do right now. And after 7 years there, I actually believe that finding consensus getting important. That's fantastic. Wild is that? You want government? That is such a wild thing to say. Going for the truth as a journalist? No. It's not important. It's a distraction. It's a distraction. You know what I hate? I hate that. And you see that all the time. I know it is. Have this theory that nothing ever gets done in Washington, D.C. Investigations go to die there. Nothing ever happens. There's never any consequences of any nature. All sorts of things happen right now. Right? So the Epstein. Right now, you've got the Dems because again good opportunity here to go after Trump, right? And the Dems, I think, were worried for quite some time and didn't pursue it because, years back they were thinking, okay, Clinton's going to be embarrassed. We don't want that. So, again, my point would be just release everything. I don't understand how, if you just look at the way that they handled this logistically, whoever thought, because the mob wants to eat, right? And they've been throwing red meat to the mob about Epstein files now for years. It's part of how they got elected, right? And so whoever in their communications group or their strategic thinking arena in the administration thought, that we can get away with just saying there's nothing to see here, they should be fired, right? Because there's no way you can satisfy this mob. And now the mob is oddly bipartisan because it's got the Dems and it's got part of the base of Trump in there. Yeah, and goddamn it, just release this shit. Otherwise, this is going to be around like Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy. That's what's crazy. They did release more Martin Luther King documents, which is really crazy. Like, why are you holding secrets? A murder of one of the most beloved historic figures of all time from 1968. Part of that is officially released it. Yeah, part of it is You've said multiple times. Yeah, there's one bad. Yes, that one. It's that one. But I think going back to just reading that, like, within a blink of an eye, messaging problem, it was kind of a key element of the Trump administration, whether it's this or whatever. And look, that's I'm not knocking a lot of the policies. I like them out of this administration. This one, but I'm just saying, a hallmark of a Trump administration is the ability to have self-inflicted wound, shoot yourself in the foot because of messaging usually, right? So I think they've done it again, and I don't see how they walk this back. They're trying to, I think, with this interview with Ghislaine Maxwell, to say, look, we're trying, we're talking to her. But how does Pam Bundy say we have thousands of hours of footage, and then Kash Patel says we don't have anything that you're looking for? Yeah. And then Tim Temple said he has lunch with J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance says that 10,000 hours is commercial pornography. Right. Yeah. You think this freak show of Epstein wasn't like, it didn't have hidden cameras, it wasn't taping shit, it was 100%. 100%. Yeah, well, that was the thing about that house they had in New York City, which is, by the way, for sale. And nobody wants to buy it. But you want to buy Epstein's house? Do the cameras get back? Well, this is the thing. You gotta gut the walls. How do you gonna know what the fuck is in there? Yeah, the CIA is coming. Assad, hours of videotaping me walking around naked. Sure. Yeah. But Assad, whoever it is that was involved in this intelligence gathering, I'm just guessing. But there. We had a situation in Moscow one time where we were building embassy, the U.S. embassy in Moscow, right? And for some reason, the Russian country, there's like your point, there's not a lot of coordination. areas within the station, you know. And just by, not by happenstance, I mean, there were efforts to try to examine what the Russians were doing, right? So the security side of things, they were concerned about the fact that the Russians were working on it. You know, you had others that were like, no, it's a good idea. You know, it helps with the material that they were going to install. And that was the way that they found it and shipped it back to the States to examine fully. And it's the same at Epstein's place. You're going to tear it down. You know, it's a nice house, too. It's like a park. Yeah. And I was like, wow, that's not for sale. And now they're asking for it. I'm pretty sure it's for sale. I wonder if it gets a I go, I don't want to live in a nice house. The same guy feels like this, but yeah, I don't know what the fuck. Yeah, but there's so you got the Epstein thing going on. Like, how does that get resolved? This is the question. Like, if you are the administration, you're looking at this puzzle and you're trying to figure out how to make this a PR win. Too late for that. Yeah, what the fuck can you do at this point? Is it for sale? $5 million. Oh, is it for sale right now? See how big one's only one bad. That's not a very nice place. It's just one fuck hole. Yeah, we call it the playroom. And it's just the house. Oh my god, it looks like Saudi. It's $65 million in Manhattan. Yeah, I don't think it's like right on the street. Like anybody can come to your door, just knock on your door, like walking by. Yeah, Prince Andrew's weird. Yeah, look at the right there. Well, no one can explain where he got the money. Why he got so rich. You know, and Eric wants like a cheap old houses. It's a fixer-upper though. You'd have to go through that house. You'd have to hire like the top of the like Epstein. You know, enjoy videoing. You know, some of the ideas going on. So, yeah. So, what do you think, from your perspective, what do you think that was all about? Who was involved in that? Do you think it was the Mossad? Was some rogue intelligence agency in America? Was it a media effort? You know, I know this. Did he have some this first on the outskirts of it. Maybe I'll start picking up some pretty. It always comes down to like carnal desires. It's always sex because these like this Bill Gates. Just pick up gals up. And so he's, she's out there doing that. But I will say, if I'm working for an intel agency and I see something, we go after somebody to see what's going on. Just for no other reason than, again, maybe the truth, the reality is in terms of recruiting an asset, because there's a lot of issues, right? You're blackmailing somebody for their cooperation. Some point, it's going to go south, or maybe. So blackmail's and Chad works from their perspective. The agency, again, people can say that's bullshit. The agency tried. The bill is never on the table. And sometimes those bills can be very, very bad. You've got a agent working now, a double agent work on the side, right? Because they've been blackmailed, and at some point they lose their shit. They decide to roll for the other side. Aren't you constantly monitoring them and looking at their phones and stuff like that? Not really. There's only what you can do, right? In terms of maintaining, particularly with a hard target, particularly with an asset who's if you thought about this island, if you're bringing award-winning scientists, like famous people, politicians, world leaders, all to one place, you're basically throwing as much shit against the wall as $1 million. I think it explains why. So it's one of those things where there's obviously value in having it, but when you do get all this information, on these people, like, what are they trying to accomplish with it? This is are they trying to get support
policy going to step down if the firm finds more payments now? His plan to step down as chief. I've advised the Apollo board that I will retire as CEO before my 70th birthday in July. Remain as chairman. Remain as the chairman. Detailed $7 million in payments, $15 million in a 5-year period. He also lent me more than $30 million, only $10 million of which was paid. They got something on him. Leon, MC bachelor with eclectic tastes. This was after his 2008 guilty plea. Wow. Mr. Epstein's advice was worth $2 billion in tax savings. Wasn't a good financial advisor. Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is you can say, okay, why was he collecting people? Was he keeping a file? Still have to figure out what that file looks like. Part of it could have been initially self-preservation. I mean, he's a kid. He doesn't look so bad. Right? He's in his tight circle there, they approached right by anybody who's who the fuck's in these files, right? So, files even existed. Apparently, this stuff there according to Van and cash returns. Yeah, and then on Gino, cash returns thing, he definitely killed himself. Yeah, okay. This is the level of convenience. It's so convenient that the cameras didn't work. So convenient that years later you have a recording on the outside of the cell, but a minute is missing from it. Yeah. 3 minutes? Yeah, like almost 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Missing. This way time. You saw that guy. That was his cellmate too, right? Yeah. Is a fucking gigantic human being. A huge guy who was a mass murderer. Killed one of the 2 stitched together clips. The cut starts off at the missing minute. Wow. Yeah, shocker. Yeah. So a guy like that decides, he's gonna off himself. Again, it's like these guys that are all involved in this are still, they've been around for a long time. And they have mentality that existed before with a fine-tooth comb, especially tech wizards who can look metadata, figure this kind of stuff out. Well, shit, we still have ADHD, right, collectively as a nation, right, who thinks we bond. I think maybe that's what they're, some people say, look, they called the race, they figure about it. And they come back in September, everybody will have moved on from this. Right? Yeah, I think they're wrong. I don't think this feels like, and it just looks like, it's just going to hang around. There's a line in the sand. This one's a line in the sand, because this is one where there's a lot of stuff about, when we thought Trump was going to come in, and a lot of things are going to be resolved. You're going to drain the swamp, going to figure everything out. And when you have this one hardcore line in the sand that everybody's been talking about forever, and then they're trying to gaslight you on that. Well, you would have thought that, it's my wife, should I answer? Silent. Yeah, it's not silent, but it still goes. It happened. It literally is on
Sure, yeah, no, I'm positive. It's got a little thing at the top that says and it is that's inside agency headquarters. But nobody ever says that they don't. We have a really nice relationship. They don't tell me what to say. If I want to talk about they just like it's not like they're gonna call and say or anything today. Happy birthday, Monty. Yeah. But the thing is, what is the general feeling about people that you talk to that are still in the agency? What are you feeling about that? Because like the general public, do the people inside, are they frustrated that wanted this stuff to go, to be exposed? Yeah, that's what it would be. It's like the Bureau of the agency. I think most know about this release from Tulsi Gabbard and the talk about, and Russian collusion and all of that. That's speaking that the Epstein files does just from a, whose responsibility is it whose, right? This Epstein thing is a DOJ, FBI. I think if it's about it, that's happened to me a lot. There's a lot of good people. Fuck you. You're just chill. But there's a lot of good people doing very difficult work. I believe they take it personally when people think, fuck the CIA, you gotta start over again. Like they said with the FBI as well. And many times, like, you don't know what the fuck is going on in the world. The world is filled with chaos. Like, you need people that are paying attention to that shit. They should be on your side. They should be out of the American people paying attention to threats. And if you think that that's not paying attention at all is going to do you any good when there's all these countries out there that are fucking plotting constantly. Look at this, you're living in the utopia. You're living in a thing. The real world is comes out to the releasing these documents. She releases these documents. What do you think about so this is the accusation they're throwing around the word treason impacting the election, but yet promoted this idea, and then there's been some around Trump's victory from 2016 because of this. I mean, she was very clear about it. And as also saying others, the news is tightening on Trump. It's all going to come out. He's an agent of Russia. Adam Schiff coming out on this stuff. I can't tell you what I've seen. But I've seen things as a lot more. as it oftentimes is somewhere, right? There's a lot of conflating of issues here. So, yeah, well, I mean, in days they would push a certain line to push for a Soviet Union, right? Or was out during World War II, push for isolationism, right? The other day, this is complicated to explain. I'm not doing a very good job, but they're saying you put the story, meaning Brett and assessment, ICAs, because everything else happened, that said there was no indication of Russian efforts to push or influence in a particular direction. Election infrastructure. So it said the Russians didn't hack into election machines and actually alter counts. Right? So we have seen no evidence of it. Right? And so you could argue that in part administrations have well, they were telling you we don't see that Russia meddling impacted the Dems are saying, well, that's just about the electronic infrastructure, about the voting machines, right? In reality, the ICA was also the instruction the president's daily brief and the White House has been done to that point was saying we haven't seen anything that the Russian they squashed that. The credibility of the whole thing because we don't believe it. Right? And this is December. Right? And Brennan, that's in writing, instructed them to go out, right? Because he thinks so, because he went up on Capitol Hill at some point and said that didn't inform an important point of it wasn't in the document, wasn't the ICA. The ICA is now out there, and sure enough, it was not only in the annex, it was in the body of the report, which gives it much more credibility. So, yeah, so he, I'm not a lawyer, but, I think he should be concerned a little bit about where that might go. But Obama, reportedly, and it's in Rabbi, requested a different ICA. And so shortly thereafter, they produced. How does he say it? I forget what the exact word. Because that's what crazy. It's like a bunch of experts that give you an assessment. These are the facts. This is how it went down. You're like, I don't like those facts. Anybody who thinks Obama's going to go to prison for treason is conspiracy. Again, much like Ambani, with the treating of the Epstein files, which was ridiculous. Tulsi Gabbard's got that over her ski. Was that what she said? That's what she said. It's not going to. Anybody who thinks Obama's going to forget about it. You'll be lucky if you get any consequences of anything out of this. Again, I'm very cynical about where investigations go. Well, this is also based on the Supreme Court justification of everything that Trump did. Outcome of the election, the Russian medley, where this went, and how that the right thing to do. It's not illegal by any means, but there is no doubt in my mind that there was a desire to, because that thing, there hasn't been any allegation in that Steele dossier that's been verifiable, and they knew that. And so they used that Steele dossier in part to then go to fight. That's another issue that I think from legal perspective, again, not a lawyer, I think some people should be probably concerned about how they represented that information, knowing, right, based on kind of what we're seeing from the document releases from Tulsi Gabbard. Again, you can see by virtue of how difficult I'm trying to explain it, it's much more complex, right, than just them bad, these guys good, these guys good, these guys bad. Right? There's layers here that I think need to be examined, and I think that at the end of the day, you're not really going to get much like everything else that happens. So you're not going to get a lot of satisfaction on this one. But I do think I'm convinced that they drove this narrative shortly after the January when they released the new ICA, and suddenly leaks to the press, and that's when the Russia collusion story. And that's the thing that they should be focused on. Right? They're losing the message because they're out there. There's a lot of detail. People get bored, and so I think that's a problem they're going to have here, trying to push this thing forward. And I do think also that Tulsi Gabbard should have been a little more circumspect in the way she explained this. Right now. Actions, because I think if it's not warranted, if you don't believe it's warranted based on the evidence that you looked at, like she's the director of national intelligence. Because the press will listen, right? This is what these people did, and you help them. Now, what we want is for you, meaning the media, to uncover all of this and report on it. And I got to name winning awards for their coverage of the Russian collusion story. And so the idea that they're going to somehow now say, yeah, that was a problem. Now, maybe just made this more. You're creating this kind of how they're gonna get it. So, do you think that it's possible that it's an important issue, right? If you have the retail community, or you have, deciding to themselves, look, we know this information is kind of bullshit, but it's a narrative, which is we want to minimize the new president. We can't stand it. Then that's a really, really serious problem that needs to be. It's also so short-sighted because do you not know that compromise, the confidence that people have in anything that the intelligence agencies put forth after that? Yeah. Well, I think a lot of, part of what was going on was the expectation that Hillary Clinton was going to win, right? So, like with the Steele dossier, to go. This document you're talking about, right? Is it that much of a push to kind of say that, that we believe there might have been collusion at the beginning, right? They didn't have to do. They ran with it for 3 years. How do you feel about Trump? If you're the biggest Trump hater in the world, understand this, that is dangerous. With the government saying something that's not true. Yeah. I mean, they speak about, threats to democracy all the time. Let's just be a little bit more self-aware and realize, what that looked like. But you can't, people were just bullshitting about evidence is all. Right? They're not saying anything's a threat to democracy is wild when they haven't had a primary since 2012. That's wild. Yeah. That's really I mean, speak well. Today, trying to figure out what they should have Joe Biden. And that's another book. I mean, and they're all playing the fifth. Kevin O'Connor played the fifth. Senior advisor to Joe Biden. What's his name? And Ron Klain apparently stayed up there for a couple hours talking, right? But again, he wasn't there for the last couple of years of the administration. I think when he was there for the debate prep. Right? And he's come out publicly and said, I was shocked. So, I think they set for failure. Why, first of all, why they haven't they agree. Why would you do that? Television timing, who knows? And the ambient, yeah, Hunter did. I forget his name, Andrew, like that. He referenced now walking it back, saying, it wasn't me that he was on ambient during the debate. I'm just saying, they had him on ambient because it was Trump's. Guy was saying, resting in Delaware for 10 days, the way to do it. Get him in the debate, don't care his medicine. Keep him a little bit peppy. Let him out there all confused. And apparently he had a cold at the time, too. So, but if they were going to do that, wouldn't you think that they would try to have a administration, the people who have stepped down. Years of development. I just think if there's a there was a plan, if there was a nefarious plan that stepped down. I think they did. Do you mind stuff? No. It scares the shit out of me. No. In the middle of the night, cooked a meal. Didn't know he cooked the meal, so I went back and saw the plates in the kitchen, thought someone broke it out. That stuff's scary. That stuff's really hard to get. Yeah. Benzodiazepine is one of the hardest things to get. Remember that being an issue. Writing stories about naked overseas. Couldn't get access to our pharmaceuticals. And so people probably buy black market. This is most people have time waiting for no one. So the Biden, that's again, it's I'm more upset about that. Again, with the idea that we've got ADHD and everybody's moving on, but you would imagine that none other, right? Because it's not quite complicated as the Intel issue or even as the Epstein files is pretty straightforward. People hiding the condition of the leader of the free world. So anyway, it's just a thought. I'm surprised that it's gone away. Well, then there's the auto pen as well. That's another wild thing because so many of these people that were pardoned by auto pen. And so you have to. It begs the question, like, how was that negotiated? Like, who was involved in that? Who made those decisions? What was their motivation? Were they compensated? Like, he says the former president Biden says he was advised on all this. He was in on all of these, and the auto pen was primarily used for, sort of rote pardons, collective pardons, pardoning, for an action. So you have a number of people, including that you're giving pardons to. But all of this, whether it's that, whether it's any of the other things we've been talking about, at the end of the day, it's not what people's confidence level in politicians, in government institutions, and the media is at an all-time low. And I think it's a really dangerous thing. I don't see how you walk the dog back on that. How do you do that? How do you suddenly create good things that are happening. The closing of the border is clearly a good thing. That was fucking scary, right? Compared to maybe 10,000, 11,000. We're a deal with Japan. They got a trade deal with Indonesia. They signed with the UK. They're getting ready for the European. They should be talking about. Instead, once again, fucking consumed with what we've been discussing, Epstein, the intel manipulation, Biden's condition, and Obama, treason. Yeah. So it's really disappointing, but I don't know how. Where I'm going with this, other than the fact it's very depressing if you think about where our focus is right now. Right? There's a lot of flashpoints around the world, a lot of real serious crises, right, and threats to national security and concerns. And the White House can't seem to get a focus right on things. But yeah, the border thing is a great one. That's a very national security issue. That's a terrific win. The fact that it was open for so long is so insane to think that anybody would think that would be a good idea unless you wanted chaos. Yeah, that is always discussed as like, was it intentional? I don't see how it's not intentional, right? Because we can see now, after 6 months of the second Trump administration, that you can't fix the problem. Right? It's going to fix everything, so I would have done it, and they chose not to. So clearly there's a lot of people in the Dem Party, the Democratic Party, that had open borders, but there's also people in swing states, and the fact that it changes the number of congressional seats. Someone and you can see what happens when you have massive migration, right? And okay, I'm not against immigration. I'm just saying it should be legal. You should know who's coming across your border. You should, whatever. New York is providing free growth bus, free childcare. Free. That's what he said. He said, and if you're wondering how I'm going to pay for this, you think like, oh my God, how, Stalin, you've been going all the way back to, and communists have been talking that way for years, feeding the same bullshit lines to all the sheep. Just now, Mamdani's just talking to a new generation of sheep, and it's like utopian perspective to young people, because these older rich people have been running the world. It's all corrupt. They don't care. They're all capitalists and monsters. All they care about is money. I don't have any money. I want them to take the money away from the rich people and give it to the poor people, and then everything will be fine. Yeah. It's like a common thought amongst young people. I get it. If you're a young person, you probably look at your parents. If your parents have done okay, done well, and you're thinking, well, that, maybe I'm not going to be able to do that, right? I mean, a lot of young folks out saying, I can't buy a house. How am I going to get a down payment for a house, right? I'm drowning in school loans, which of course they took out. But so I get the frustration in a sense, and so I think, Mamdani is doing again what a lot of slick socialists or communists in the past have done. Right? He's speaking to the masses, and he's using all these platitudes, and there will be an element that buys into it, right? Because they haven't seen how shitty it can be. Well, it's like a huge element brought into it. He won the primary. So Eric Adams is current mayor. So if this guy wins the primary, is Adams even? Is it possible for him to how does it work now? Well, I guess bullshit knuckling down. And you got Bernie Sanders back. Do it. Right in the backs of God bless the ideology of the youth, but people do a little bit more research into his idea and how they work. Force those ideas. That's what. Going grocery stores and taking money away from the rich people, like how you force. Well, they tried California, tried that. I think maybe they've even enacted it. They tried to fix people who are leaving the state. Yeah, that was a thought that they had that I don't think is common. Yeah, they wanted to, I think it was 5 years. So if you had left with it, so me, I could get taxed. Even though I've been out there for 5 years. In the country, and it's chaos. And they're also like upset that people want to film what's going on in the Palisades and Malibu. Oh shit, yeah, I was there not too long ago, and I think Civil War zone. Right, you drive up towards Malibu, and everything's just gutted. So you think, and it got thousands and thousands of regulations in place that prevent, the reconstruction. Just try to get a simple permit for something. I think it's going to be interesting because Gavin Newsom obviously is in sort of a soft campaign. At the table for president. Situation is unterrible. It's all madness. But look at it in the Democrat Party. You say, okay, so what's happening, right? Because right now they're like about, right? They're doing autopsy of what happened from this last election, even though they're not going to address the issue of Biden. The purpose of the autopsy is essentially to try to figure out what's our next step. And they did a survey not that long ago, and they said, who's the top of the Democrat Party? And the top 3 individuals were AOC, Kamala Harris, and finally, the Democrat who could shine on Joe Hunter Biden is unrepentant by Helen Lewis. Helen, take your medication. Oh my God. He did the best ad for crack ever, though. Yeah. It was a cooking show. That fucker taught American youth. I was astounded as he sat there. Nobody. I mean, it sounded right. He was romantically involved with crack. Safer than alcohol. Yes. Take that to the bank, kids. Holy shit. Talk about not learning from what happened during the crack epidemic ruined American cities. Yeah, it's like that, which reportedly was done by the agency, by the way. Again, conspiracy theories. But yeah, summer cold there. This is probably how allergies. There's so many allergies going on. That interview. How is it? The family has no control. But how is it that they allow him to go and do podcasts or interviews of any sort? Right? They need to do an intervention. And, I hope he's clean. I hope he's not. See him? He was talking about it. I mean, he said, I'm reluctant being honest about why it works and so euphoric about it. Well, it feeds into the Democrats side of their need to be tougher. It's hunting here and trying to middle America. And so I can see it, and you see an interview with I can see it feeds into this idea that the strategy we've got to be more mainstream, masculinity. To squash against that eventually. Well, a lot of young men are reasonable, but was a narrative that people go. And it's like the pendulum swinging the other way. It always does. It always has. This is how we course correct. We try to figure out our way through this world. And people go one way too far, and then they overcorrect going the other way, and then we try to bring it back to the middle, and it never really kind of goes there. Yeah, no, you're right. It is. And that's been the problem for quite some time. It's like that. You have your over here, and then instead of it in the center, you're back over here. And that happens every administration change, right? So you get this knee-jerk reaction, and from a legislative perspective, that's a real problem, right? Because you really never do get shit done. Because you're bouncing from extreme moves. It's also a problem with this 4-year term thing. It's like every 4 years we have a new person, or the same person does it twice. These are the options. The only options that you have. So you have this terrible situation where you're always shitting on the other side, and there's no hey, this is the president now, let's all work together. And then you had a setup like Mexico has a presidency where you serve a 6-year term, and that's it. You know it 1 term, but it's 6 years. I don't know, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's like these people fucked it up, we're gonna do a better job. And then it's the same fucking thing. Well, and also you get self-interest. Obviously, that's not right. If you could be a senator for 6 years, or however, which is nuts, which is hundreds of millions of dollars. Fascinating. Money. It's 100% both sides too, which is so important because everybody wants to point to Pelosi, and Pelosi made a lot of money for sure, but it's a lot of them. It's a lot of them, and it's done very well. It's done very well, and it's fascinating because I'm thinking, well, as well, because you're saying that's they put her insider they got our line,
As long as we
because,
leave us alone.
investigation until the truth about something. Actually, I don't believe that she was I know, but it's not about people. It's not even about the money. It's about the access, the power, the people, carry your bags and tow you. I get it. I get what the introduction is. I'm just saying that, if we had any balls, enacted term limits quite some time ago, which was questioned about insider trading.
Let's go to
Lady, you're making $100. And this is not partisan. I agree with you. It's not a partisan issue. Not at all. Everybody gets up under the balloon. It's across the board. They're all, it's like worse than men. I think once they get into office, and even if they have good pay, you say, okay, fine, you go out there on Full Hill, you get your pension while you're out there. Pay is similar to military coups. Maybe get a major pay. I have no idea who's making that shit up, but take a different group of people who want to pursue that work. And then go hell back to wherever they came from. Also, the problem that we keep and we've agreed sort of as a society that these people are going to attack each other. I remember one of the things during the when Biden was running, when Kamala Harris was saying that he was guilty of sexual assault. Like, remember that? And then afterwards, she gets interviewed. I think it was by Colbert, and she's like, "It was a debate. It was a debate. Like, imagine that. It's a debate, and so you're willing to say something in a debate that's not true. Well, this is policy. You can. I think it's partly just a disdain for the American voter and the belief that people will move on, and they do. Maybe that's it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. People tend to forget pretty quickly, overwhelmed by information. We're constantly, consistently overwhelmed by the news. And it is almost, you have to have like some sort of style recall in your head where you can keep track of everything, because it's coming at you so fast. And you're on the Epstein client. Lose the fun. Like, Donald and Elon came to that agreement. Sitting around over Diet Coke. That's all in on it. All in on it. First of all, my wife told me.
Like a people pronounce.
Thanks, honey. She was like, you can't. Really? She was like, you can't use the term America for your party. Which makes sense, but I don't think you could. So I'd be like, fuck you, I'm the American Party. It's a tree. So you're the American Party and I'm against the American Party. Well, that sounds like I'm against America. Because you take a call the American Party and trademark that name. That was my problem with the Patriot Act. You can't call it the Patriot Act, you motherfucker, because how do you go against it? the Patriot. Goddamn crazy. The terrorists win. Is it legal for the American Party? Look at this, for example, New York. Gotta come up with it. Oh, just New York. So, nationally, it's like, I think it's out west. Yeah, it's in New York. It's all, I think so. Likewise. Like, what is he gonna do with this party? How's that gonna work? Yeah, I don't think it's that. There should be room. I guess I should say that there should be room. 100%. I don't think there's enough oxygen to do it. Here it is. The name America, the official name of the Know Nothings. This is my favorite. That's what you're saying. Yeah, okay. As well as the names of an anti-Mormon party in Utah. And the supporters of George Wallace. I'm not really damn what you fucked up by. And when she hears about what the fuck does, like they are. You know what I mean? George Wallace. I remember watching him. It was crazy, but I remember I still been watching it when he got shot. I did around. Oh, that's right. Wheelchair. I don't know. Again, I don't think there's room for a third party. There should be, but I just don't see it happening. I in the way that we do things. And we start to split vote. And I think maybe it's going to be more chaos than we currently got. Yeah, I mean, especially after those two together, it's like, geez, I thought I'd come. Okay, that's not going to work out. Yeah. When like swastikas on Teslas and firebomb Teslas. Yeah. Behind someone the other day on the highway. They had a fucking it's legitimate form of protest at what took touch up a fucking Tesla dealership. Right? That's not all the charge. Station certainly not legitimate people's private property who are just paying a lease on a car they probably had for 3 or 4 fucking years before. Yeah. But it's not saying when someone walks by and keys a car, right? Keys a car. And you just weaponize them. And we've also played into it, right? I mean, so it's the U.S. Olympic Committee. Just said males will not be able to participate. I had no idea that we had to actually say that out loud. Get that gold medal away from that dad that pretend to do as a woman. Sorry. Fuck off, man. This woke thing just hits the wall where people who have daughters and people just like, hey, I want you to live your want to be. I really do. But I don't want to infringe on your right to express yourself. But at a certain point in time, you impose this on other people, and you fuck up their lives. He was calling it the tyranny of the oppressed. That the oppressed, people who are genuinely oppressed in a lot of ways, turn fucked over by the system, where you've got a fine, you do that. I don't need to pretend ways for people to push you to, right? But at a certain point, I kind of lost track. It used to be that that was kind of it, right? Right? Pretty much accepted by society. For the most part, it's like, no, this is a different thing. In a lot of the cases, they don't want this in their group. Like, no, this is a different thing. This is not your sexual orientation. You're attracted to men. This is an identity thing. This is a totally different thing that you're dealing with. And then you also have to factor in, as uncomfortable as this is for people, you have to factor in perverts. All of a sudden, you can just say I'm a woman and wear a dress. Enter into women's speaking. Actual trans people are discounted. It's not. You fucking sexual predators. Yeah. People who are out of their fucking mind. Yeah, the parent who's like, they've got a three with adults, and then suddenly the mother's the enabler, right? And want to get them. Yeah. And you think, like, how about just let the kid be it? You know, tomorrow they want to play football. Maybe the next day they want to cut the kids grow up in a certain way. They have their kid like a fucking flag. So a lot of these pathological monsters that have kids. Yeah, it's like drive my car, drive the boat on their own, taking their friends out, that sort of thing. And it's, it's actually more nerve-wracking when they, because of just like the crazy that goes on. So yeah, I watched one of our boys get off. So they did fine. People think they're vulnerable, which is also a problem. Don't think anything's gonna happen because nothing's happened yet. Yeah. Up to the top. Jump off. In particular,
Idealistic.
you don't want to take away that risk taking element, right? You want them to take risks. So there's a fine line of it's dangerous, whether they're doing that or you think, okay, be smart, but I don't want to stop you from taking. You're risking getting clogged everything. And all the time in the gym, constantly getting kicked and punched. Yeah, but I realized I don't want to ski and ruin my knees. I might fracture a rib there. I don't want to do that. I just wanted to take as few risks outside of this one risky thing as possible. I think a lot of kids don't have enough control. So then they start wanting to jump dirt bikes. Yeah, quite a break fucking going your mind. Yeah, our youngest boy didn't get birthday Bugsy, but he went over his bike and wearing helmet very gently. So banged his head. This was just a couple days ago, so I'm on the road. And I'm like, okay, keep him off. Don't, make sure he's down, make sure he's good. And so anyway, yeah, but again, I talk to him, I don't want to say, well, you should have done that. You want to say, okay, you good? How do you know? Do you know what you did wrong? He said, yeah, I didn't get the back wheel. It's like, okay. But anyway, it's parenting. You don't want to completely shelter, right? You don't want to be exposed to the risks, but it's like there's this balance that you have to achieve. It's really hard. You don't want a sheltered child that's scared to take any risks at all. Yeah. The oldest one is adult. And yeah, you're right. So he's gone down. He's been down there a couple of times already. He's met some, and so when you lose control, we can do up to certain ages. That's right. Yeah. You have to set the numbers right at a certain point. If they just, I think they want to know, or there's somebody they can talk to. Who knows what that is. It changes. Kids seem to be growing up a lot quicker now. So it doesn't matter, right? So much information comes their way. Yeah, it's super intelligence, which is kind of buzzed out of its cage if it hasn't already. I mean, there's some real good arguments that it's already done it, and we're not aware of it yet because it hasn't assumed control of things. It hasn't acted in a way. It doesn't have a physical form where it can move around yet. But we're definitely moving in that direction. I think we're probably already there. We're just unaware of it. But I think people have been having it. I think, but yeah, that cat on the internet without getting broken babies. Right? Those babies are, oh my god, Neil Vaughn is the best one. Yeah, Neil Vaughn's a great. I will say, anytime, and I don't spend a lot of time thinking anytime I see the baby episode you with Neil, I'm like, yeah, I gotta watch this son of a bitch. And I send it to the boys. But they don't, there's no authorization, no control. Right. No, just no, it's just, it's happening so fast. We had, who was just showing us the Skywalker thing? Was it Joe DeRosa? Yeah. So my friend Joe DeRosa was showing us this, they're doing Star to happen, and it looks better than the like Star Wars 1. Like that, like look at this, watch, and look at this. That's AI. I mean, this is nuts, man. I mean, this is like better quality than the original itself, and it's his face. It's all perfect. It looks incredible. Look at this. My company does some work for, and I was out there talking about it not that long ago, and this is a massive issue for them up there, right? Written by AI, movies and characters. And they're seeing, they're animators. All these people are obviously trained. They're convinced they're about to be made useless. You're right. Yeah. Writing, just what you're looking at here, they're make something like this, the Skywalker stories thing. I mean, this is just a person doing this with an AI. I mean, what do you say, yourself? Okay, I want to write a scripted TV series. What am I going to write about? Aside from ChatGPT, there's a bunch of it will feed back to you in short order the entire show map, right? It'll give you all the characters, it'll give you a character map, it'll give you pitch lines, it'll give you episode plots. It's remarkable, and it means all those people, right, or wherever they're based, writing pilots, and not just that, it's also Drake had a song, it was a hit Drake song that came out that wasn't him at all. It was all done. And you just kind of guess what's catchy. Give me the last 6 songs, the commonalities that made them successful. It's really fun. Give me the. I can't keep track. Yeah, very cool. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's a sort of question. What do you need? Yeah, different people have different perspectives. Some people think Drake won, some people think Kendrick won. I really give a fuck. But he makes some good songs sometimes. The Beatles does, like Ether with Nas. Those are good songs. It's just, I was about to nod like I knew what the hell you were talking about. Ether with Nas. That's Young Gravy, Little Gravy. There's something that's going to happen within our lifetime where all creativity is suspect. Because you're not going to be able to know if someone's doing something off the cuff, like live in front of you. You're not going to be able to know about something's AI generated. impossible 2 years ago. Probably impossible a year ago. It's a clip where Trump is talking about being in the Epstein files, or somebody around my circle was talking about how they covered up his people see that release it. They see shit on the internet. And they go, oh, yeah. To my buddy. And yeah, you got some people who might be more cynical than others. For the most part, people just eat that shit. So that's who it is. Okay, yeah, Senator from Missouri. Something crazy I'm staying. He said, God Christ, yeah. So the thing that I said, the Lockheed Martin thing is, yeah. Is this what I wanted to ask? Say that the Tic Tac is lock creation. The latest person came to me. He says he has video of the first, second, and third access to classified shit. The implications are staggering. Allegedly discovered revolutionary that and has been secretly developed iteration, which was the Tic Tac of an intermediary that they are advanced with, and then now they're putting on what looks like conventional, so that it's not obvious. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call bullshit on all that. Look, this is an interesting school back down. It's an interesting, when you start, so I had two people come to me and say this exact same Lockheed Martin creation. Now, he doesn't say who those two people are. I've had two people come to me that said they had sex with Bigfoot. Yeah. But he's got, then it says, this isn't speculation. This is a congressman with direct access to classified information, which is the implication that all the people that came to him with this have access to classified information, which is, there's no connection. So when they're taking a data point and another data point, they're drawing a line between the two. Right. And saying, yes, he's getting this from clarifying. Yeah, exactly. And so, and also the next one has been secretly developing for decades. I'm here to tell you that if Lockheed Martin was developing something for decades, a new form of bullshit, cynical son of a bitch, but they've been keeping it secret for all this time. I don't think it would have a secret because somebody would have opened their yap, or the Chinese would have got it. Their economic okay, well, how about you show us the goddamn video? It's always the same. It's always the same thing. It's always like I've seen. That defensive capabilities lagging behind, right? The offensive potential for I can't tell you about it. You're just gonna have to trust me. So I don't know. I'm not wants to clear on this, right. When people say things like that, nothing comes of it. It makes you more. It's such a leading part of what governments are spending their money. They have the resources to do it. So, yeah, they're just doing it obviously working hard, if it's correct, to keep it secret because that's a national security issue. So, where else are you doing here? Right, politicians. It's a form of entertainment in a lot of ways. Because they're trying to get attention. It's like they're almost like reality stars, right? Attention. I don't know if you get elected, but it gets constituents on their all this information. But it's like you're not produce anything.
That vibe,
Show me. Tell me. I agree. It does. In a show that's going to be something new. Maybe people learn something about. And it's all, look, I'm not saying, again, I agree with you. There's definitely stuff out there, right? We've experienced a drop of water in a glass of universe. So there's stuff out there. I approach it all from a skeptical point of view. But I think you have to, because there's also, unfortunately, a market talking about these things. And there's a lot of grifters out there that tell you they know. I have the information, it's been brought to me, and I'm going to release it. And it's like Lucy and Charlie Brown. Charlie never gets kicked out. They're gonna come to breach on that one. Yeah, I did. What does it mean? What is it doing? How is something able to go from 50,000 feet above sea level to zero so quickly? I think is legit right now. I think that undoubtedly stolen from Lockheed Martin. It was just because there's never just finished the sentencing for people always roll their eyes when I talk about China. They should. But there's so much. You want to talk about that? So that's not UFOs, bro. Yeah. No, it's true. So this guy, Jed Wong is his name. He's like a 60-year-old. Has been sentenced for, I think it's a waiting sentence. He's out free, believe it or not. He's free on bail right now. And so he went to work in 23, because this is stuff that's been sealed for quite some time. He went to work in 23 for some California-based company that was contracted with the Pentagon. And he was only there for a month. And during the course of that month that he was there, he downloaded some 3,600 files or so on the technology that this company develops on behalf of the Pentagon related to sensors that are very sensitive information that used to detect nuclear missile launches, detect and track hypersonic used for fighter jets to track incoming missiles. It's very personal storage devices. And they couldn't find hard drives that he had taken this information. They've gone. So, as it turns out, they these proposals, he send us, your information. You're working on, information of interest. They go about talent programs, and they'll provide funding to be applications accepted. Well, of course, what the guy's supposed to do is just a fishing access, right? And then you put in a proposal saying, I'm working on the following. I think it could be really interesting. And this guy did it. He took several trips to China. He applied for funding for these talent programs. He would just have his part.
One of those times was
It just happens out there. And there's a hostile state sponsored entity out there like the state. So is that also part of the problem? Having these administrations, so like they have problems that they have to deal with, they get in, they're new, and then you've got these guys that are hiring Chinese nationals and you don't even know it. You're not even aware, there's no way you can pay attention to all of it. The people that are running the companies, all they want to do is get that company off the ground, start making a lot of money, and get a different contract. Yeah, now theoretically, it's supposed to be going through a variety of security processes about, the dissemination of information, who's got access to it, all these things, but clearly it doesn't, it's not working all that well. Anyway, so that's thing, and then apparently it was just broke that there was a breach, and I think it was SharePoint software that attacked the Department of Energy. It was Chinese hackers, and it was used in the past 12 hours or so. And they were going after other organizations and agencies, the group that's responsible for maintaining our nuclear stockpile, which sits inside the country, so it's the National Nuclear Security Administration. I guess I always like to point out that the hostile vote out there, and going back to your point, these organizations transparent as they can still be operationally efficient, right? But at least it's a situation climbing into this giant canyon that was created by these bunker monsters. Yeah. It's a really, we talked about earlier about how you get out over your about the SD files and everything. I think the Trump administration got out, talking about, I have completely obliterated all 3 sites, Rome, Isfahan, Natanz, and Fort Hill. And you know what? Wait for the battle damage assessment to come in with incredible intelligence. Right? Just saying we've done this, we're assessing. How about that? Right? Just keep it like that. Prevent yourself from having to walk the dog back. Right? So they didn't. They came out and said we've completely obliterated these sites. What appears to be now coming from some of these assessments, the early assessments, is that they did significant damage to one of the sites, Fort Hill. And then the other 2 sites, they did some damage, but that's where it's questionable. These are coming from Israeli and U.S. intelligence. Honestly, when it comes to Iran, sometimes we rely very heavily on what the Israelis have because their intel's to be a little bit better. It's their existential threat sources, right? So I think, did we destroy all 3? No, absolutely not. We didn't. Did we degrade their ability dispatch.
A counter offer for you.
3, 6.
How about
That's kind of where they're way down inside of and so it was successful, right? But that was discussed early on and what they're still saying. So I think what I think what's going to happen is the regime, I think they're already doing it. They're going to disperse a lot of their efforts, right? They're not going to stop trying to enrich uranium. They're going to stop this drive towards a nuclear weapon because now, in particular, they view it as that's our only leverage going down the road. So. Created the missile capabilities, which was a big part of what now, depending on who you talk to, that's significantly is like 40% destruction of launchers. So we've kind of kicked the can down the road, right? We haven't really solved the problem. Okay? You don't solve the problem unless the regime goes away. It doesn't like it. The new promise government is there. It doesn't like Iran. So traditional routes they use to move weapons. Again, so kind of which the government we've created a better situation in the short term, but it doesn't. Censor because people come out and all that. But those things wouldn't exist without Iranians. So their focus over the years has been how do we develop sources, how do we create access, and they, when the time comes, they pull out their playbook and they open it up and let's do this. And they just push the button, right? They're able to accomplish these things. So, but it does show their capabilities. So they don't have these bunker busters to penetrate and get down to the towns of wherever. So it wasn't a surprise that we did it. Again, I think we should be, and I suspect felt like we should have been more circumspect in how we describe the success of the foreign minister from Iran's come out the past couple of days. Enrichment, people Even the White House has said, well, see, we significantly damaged all our. Okay. If you believe what the Iranian foreign minister says, okay, but he's a spokesman for the mullahs. I urge you see one, would you? Yes.
Sorry, why would that be honest about the Jesus?
Yeah, so he's pushing a message. Right. And so, I think there's been damage, but not to the degree that they would like to understand why at this point. One of the narratives was that they had the capability of enriching uranium to 90%. They only wanted to have it so that they could, there's no civilian purpose for having, 60. So, yes, maybe they thought if we get a stockpile of it, and we're very close because it's a relatively speaking, getting from 60 to 90% for weapons grade. You want to make strategic decisions based on the. None of that showed that they were earnest negotiators, or that they were honest brokers, what that program was like. So I think, there was. Like it was intelligence. Really picked up on that, then that would be sufficient justification. I know there's a lot of people that say we should not be doing any of this shit. Right? Shouldn't be. Shouldn't have been in Iraq. Shouldn't have been in Afghanistan. Shouldn't gone to Pakistan. U.S. border will come back. Massively.
Thank you, John.
Serious way and bite us in the end. So, could a conflagration out in the Middle East, if we don't take it apart, could it impact U.S. national security? People are so skeptic narratives. Like, why we're doing this, why we're doing that. And we really shouldn't be meddling in every part of the world, but some where we could just worry about ourselves. But that's not. Iraq, looking back on Afghanistan, right now Afghanistan's again, let your country be a sandbox for the terrorists. If you're wrong, for some reason believe, counter to their actions up until now, and believe the Iranian regime. So it's peaceful purposes, and they put it down. You kind of shitstorm a lot in the Middle East because it's not like the regional actors like the Saudis are going to go, okay, no worries, we're going to let Iran have it. We're not going to get now you have nuclear arms at odds with each other, and I don't know if that's a really good scenario because you're getting closer to use of a tactical nuclear weapon. Putin's already his moronic puppet Medvedev, keeps rattling the nuclear, saying, "Well, I remember we used a tactical nuclear." You start getting closer to that, and that's a real problem. So I think there are times when you got to step in and in an intelligent way, but you got to be pragmatic with what that means. And sometimes saying, with Iran, we didn't really solve anything, right? And nothing will get solved. The Iranian population isn't going to have a better life until there's a change in that regime. I'm not advocating regime change unless it comes from inside Iran. Right? That's what you'd like to think. Maybe at some point they rise up and say, "Enough's enough." Right? And that hasn't happened despite people hoping. It's very, you get a lot of anxiety, think about all the possibilities. Things that are happening with it. Which I think why we're so quick to glom on to what's happening with Epstein and what's happening with the intel process, because the European Union, they're heavily focused on what's going on with Russia because they're sitting on the border. And so, right now, he has peace, right? He thinks he's still kind of there's this hope. Well, we think the Russians about to crumble. It doesn't look that way. It's going to crumble. So my point being is that he looks at it from a different perspective. The U.S. does. And I think one of the things that Trump's done is two sources. That's a great one. You should be able to say, makes sense. It's in your backyard. And so I think that's a good step from this administration. We should be talking about it more. Back. Generations past and whatever that would be, right? So not in terms of who knows, maybe, and the goal is clearly to get everything back, but they're not going to get Crimea back. They're not going to get some of the eastern region that the Russians have been, if we say we're not going to support it. about to send another 30,000 troops on behalf of the policy, but North Korean troops by the thousands. You know, the U.S. providing military. Fight long enough to hopefully you're expanding what you're doing to hopefully get Putin to think, okay, fuck it, it's not just saying maybe get better, comms people, and try to get loose and a tad bit more discipline. But here, rather than saying, well, just say, well, listen, we're unstable walls. There may be a key we need to be alone. I'm going to try to minimize that. Say something like that. Prosecutor General, government controlled that bill, and they wrote a piece of paper, wrote it on Zelensky's desk. I thought it was 40 years ago. Veto that. Out on the streets protesting. Putin's looking at it saying Zelensky's the illegitimate leader who could introduce a new bill to strike corruption. So now he's done it. Just complexity that's going on out there. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, we haven't even talked about the situation with Hamas and Israel. It's this poor guy, Malcolm Jamal Warner, the kid from the Cosby Show, he dies, and then nobody thinks about him because lost a legend today. But 240 others. Scary shit. Yeah, we were out in the cave, so I started going around, and I don't feel right. And I could tell, because I had already showed the units, right? So I started feeling this, and I could kind of feel the energy drain out of me. I'm not in the fucking water, and I kind of look up, and there's no, I can see this. I'm like, so I'm just trying to keep on getting. And so problem. I don't want to show them I'm weak or whatever. So she literally my ass back, right? And so now it's weird. Yeah. As far as good yeah, thank you. It's President's Daily Brief. It's available on the YouTube channel. And President's Daily is doing well. So, that's if you want, because there's not a lot. I try to keep it but it's all the podcast platforms, YouTube channel, and it's kind of it's been a great adventure so far. It's been going, which again, for me, appreciate you telling me about get lost up there. I bum me out, and you definitely did. You definitely did tonight. America wants to know this before I go. Yep. Okay, that's going to be amazing. That should be wild. Is Jones coming back? I don't know. You know, I'd like to see him. I'd like to see him, but you can't fight for the title on the White House lawn. Pretty wild. It's crazy. Okay, so I got one out everything. I would.
Imitation of God, which is a little bit more, but a lot of people rock out does not imply imitate God.
From their amazing treatment from Bunker City Circuit, locking this in. The fans were. So I did a tour through there. I forgot. So I got. I know that 4,000 people still live. Boutique hotels there. I don't remember what that is. When the architecture there is one of the things that there's just projections in my flag, or it'll actually be like flames. Because Bucko is known for oil, like being one of the first oil countries. This is the Carpet Museum, an amazing place. Carpet. I think that really played into just my performance. I was in a really good place. I was just so happy to be, so that helped me get through all the other shit that I was in. I knew that no matter what, I knew that because we're powerful, super. I knew we were going to be jet lagged, so we got there shortly. 6, almost about a week to like fully adjust, and then so during flight week, today's second day, first day of flight week, I'm like throwing up and shit. Okay, this is great. That's exactly what I want to be feeling right now. Pressure's on. I gotta fight. I'm super motivated. Yeah, and I'm just like, I don't know what am I gonna do, man. don't even know. I don't think so, because everybody that we all eat the same thing. He was the only one. He was the only one. And so, you know, cutting a ton of weight. I think what he's doing right now, vacation mode, you know, 228, 230, something. That's still, I don't know to guys get over there. Like, he cuts a ton. I just do not let myself get that's just like sit in the sauna no matter what, like an hour. But he admits for him to lay down in the sauna like under 2 hours for me to be home. I don't know how long it takes to get out of your system or whatever. I still felt it. I still felt it a bit on my day, but there was nothing that was going to. Like my mind can't do this fight, man. I'm so happy for everything. Honestly, like there was nothing that was going to take away like my shine or my joy or my feeling of like being ready, being prepared. It was a battle in my mind, and every day I had to make a choice to like to just be better, to be bigger, to be happy, to just embrace everything. That's what's all like. Just been about embracing the obstacles. So the last time we talked was before the prayer fight. Yeah, it was a great fight. It was a tough fight. And what is the fight after that fight? So you faced the best in the world, and you know you can hang with them. And you lost the fight, but you didn't get a ton of experience. Went 5 rounds, won the greatest. And what is it like after that? I'd say everything seems very different now. Get that type of fun. Now I feel like I've at least kind of made my mark, and I'm like, hey, I'm here. You know, that fight, just soaking in the moment, and just like, I'm here. I was excited to be there. I gave everything I had, but then watching it, like, so a lot of mistakes that I made. One of the mistakes was a mistake that I think was made in that fight is that It was my first 5-round.
Here.
It's like everyone knows it's not guitar. So because I wasn't familiar with it, and I wasn't thinking with the mindset of like I'm up to, he just took the third, fourth round, and he took fourth round. I came out, I picked down. And I went to war. Where a lot of people struggle with it. And, you just really, a level above age and what not to engage. Like there's standing hammer. Because I practice accidentally to the crazy move, man. We're artists in that, I try best to always embody the artist in this martial arts. I think it gets lost in the growth of the sport of it. Past conversation we had. World champion too. Dangerous guy. He's dangerous. Stand hammer fist. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's too. I try to do it. I try to like dangerous guy and have to make his own fist. Alex, same thing. He's got 1 much power. Always think I'm like, I was like, Trip, he's fucking huge, man. He's cutting a ton of weight. I don't know what he cuts, but every time I interview him, I'm like, how the fuck are you 185 pounds? You're enormous. He looks like a heavyweight. And he is a heavyweight. He's over 205 for sure. Yeah, these guys blow up. You don't. And I think because of that, you have this, you have speed. And not just speed of strikes, but the way you move in and out. It's like the distance on Jamal. You can see there was some moments where I think he was surprised by the speed in which you were able to close the distance. Yeah, I think so as well. There were some reactions in there that I was picking up on. I can see a bit of frustration, you know. I feel like I was able to read a lot of the things before they would come. And I heard everything that his coaches were saying, and I was just having trouble not being able to react the way he wanted, and maybe it's because, there was a speed that they weren't necessarily dealing with. The speed and also like you fucked them up. Like, really honestly changes. Yeah, he did. I didn't say that, there were some improvements, man. I think that he probably spent some more time working on those with me. And it wasn't what I studied. He made some changes. He landed some very good leg kicks, specifically in the first round. And I always do my best to, try to channel my diet. One of the things I remember we talked about that on the Eric Anderson, like when he came back from Thailand the first time, they were fighting like a ton. And me and DC were having a blast. They were like, look at this. Like, light on the front foot, it was like totally different. But he landed some very good leg kicks in the first round too. Mostly good too, but yours were doing a lot more damage. Yeah, he started off with the leg kicks. Like, I think he threw. Three or four calf kicks before I actually it's not necessarily like we all social media, we all Google or stuff and shit, and see things that were said, and it's like, okay, right. However, that's just his opinion. What was he saying? Just like, I think it was Mike, or just saying that, like, he's gonna outskill me, things like that. Like, don't take my exact word for it, but that's kind of how, like, that's the stuff that because it's also, for me, there was no real reason to, if we're in the same building, we're in the same room. Just like, I wanted to just kind of rock him out. During the weigh-ins, so I had a press conference, and they were saying, hey, Alex, there was before the weigh-ins. Oh, you're gonna believe it. You better believe that. You're gonna believe it. Like, in my face, like, oh, I'm gonna make you. Sure. Like, I was really like, internally, like, I'm okay. Why? obviously get more confidence in enough people say. Because the loss just showed me that there's more work to do. Going deeper, what am I really capable of? That was it. It's like deep, internal, know what I'm capable of, and I know what I can do. And so that's how I felt. So I got 25 minutes to run out, you know, no, like I'm walking it. I know that you're not going to do anything. Statement in my face, dude. I was just like, here we go. Like another guy that wants to, like, I did the job that needs to be done. This is very measured before. Some people, you know, the casuals. I think there's casuals that they want to see, but they just want to see, like, because I thought it was a very smart performance. Like, they're going to fight a guy like Jamal, who's an awesome counter striker. Bodies behind him. Like, he's not out a lot. He knows how to do it. You know, for sure, and that's what he did. And I just like to be clear on the things that I said didn't come off as like overly confident or whatever. I wasn't sleeping. You know, like I knew what he was capable of, and I trained hard for him. I really did. And every day was dedication. Every day was strategy and planning. So when did you feel like everything was coming together in the fight? The fourth fight. Well, yeah. The win for me happened before the fight. Like I said, I think with camp, the training, you know, my training, like with John, with Lorenzo, Christian, it's just the guys who are in my circle, and the work that we do, they really help me with, you know, a lot of confidence, a clear vision, path victory, and I just stuck to it. So I just had a feeling that if I stick to the plan, it was very measured, very smart, and I liked it. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it because I like when people fight smart. I really think people maximize the amount of damage they put out, minimize the amount of damage they receive in return. That's what we did. Yeah. And so, and now we got the next one. Yeah, see that? You know, strategic. And he's on my spot too. Yeah, he's the winner, and it's in Vegas, so this is great. That was the last fight I had. That's crazy. At T-Mobile Arena, I had not realized that. Oh wow. Las Vegas can come out and, you know, so that's cool because with the growth of Las Vegas, with the sports, you know, got the Raiders, get the baseball team, you know, women's basketball, double in Vegas right now. Now we have something besides just gambling and, you know, debauchery. Yeah. It's going to be nice, and I'm very happy to represent that. How do you train for a guy like what do you do? I mean, you got to watch a lot of tape on, like, how do you prepare for a guy like that? That's very good. Without
giving away too much. I think that it just requires, study, like passing a test. You know what I mean? It requires dedication and focus and doing the right study, making the right adjustments, and training. The rest, I think, is art. Like how we go about solving the problems for everybody to enjoy. But I think that, it comes from study and nurturing partners as well. I think that's a huge thing in training camp. Do you have anybody that like that style? Someone's style being is it's helpful. It is. It is helpful. Someone can be try to adjust to that. It's like this weird thing and consider these new possibilities. I think that I just returned from a reset. And now as soon as I leave here, I'm walking back into samurai mode. And Thailand, we just trained. We just vacation. It was incredible. My wife and I got invited to Thailand from the Thailand tourism board. So they invited us to come. They hosted us in Bangkok. Amazing hotel. It's a Tani hotel. You have to go. If you ever go to Bangkok, do Tani. So they hosted us. They took the smallest province in Thailand called Samut. In that province, they are known for having a peanuts in Thailand. So all like coconut water, coconut sugar, all that stuff. Most likely comes from some kind of salt farm, a bee farm, was a salt farm. So they these channels that come from the nearest like body of water. This is their daily life, and so we got to these people that learn that like live in this. Problems. That's how they do it. I missed out on a lot of the details. That's how. Like there were these windmills and I know the bridge, and then there's like salt left at the bottom, and then they rig it into a mile, and then it goes up. It's a really cool experience. Like they're very passionate about, and there's different salt from everywhere. Like that up on the right is salt. I don't know where it came from. It looks like with the torch.
cereal. Yeah, it's salt. It's like, no, it's like, yeah. That's, yeah, and so they had different, like, salts that came from everywhere. You can see, how it forms based off of, like, the crown. And, we went there, they took a bunch of it, for them in Thailand to show us just different sides. It's not always about, the beaches and Phuket and all this. We went back to Bangkok and had this gala, Cow was there, like all these, movie stars and just, like the Thai government stuff, just showing people pretty much like the heart of Thailand. So it was very welcoming. It was a really cool way to kind of come back and feel home again. And then I ended up staying an extra week or two. Same thing, Thailand tours, and make sure that we just continue that experience. So we stayed at some other hotels. Cruise down the river, when I went on that 5-by-1 streak, I was like coming back from Thailand, and like now I'm fully in this, I'm 100% in, and with that, that means I'm committed to making this tunnel, and so like a win over Jamal, like that tunnel isn't open yet, like I gotta get it done first, like when I'm digging it, I saw like, oh, maybe I got this like cool gem stuff, like okay, I'll put that in my bag, but like now, I'm committed, I'm still in mine, that's my process, and the process, it's very interesting though, right? This career post on Goliath, same card, which is going to be wild. And then Comey is Marab and Corey Sandhagen, which is another awesome fight. Yeah. So it's going to be one of those cards. There's a nightmare. Don't would. There's just those 3 fights. And it's an insane card. Honestly, it stays together. MMA is rough. It stays together the way it's pieced up right now, just with those 3. This is an advertisement from BetterHelp. Stress in the workplace. Meditation. Another great option. Everyone benefit from it, and it's hardly solutions to stress. It teaches you how to positively cope and manage anxiety. BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a variety of expertise. BetterHelp.com/, that's BetterHelp.com/JRE. From what I've seen so far, like just the text message, yeah, a lot of people are really excited about it, which hypes me up. Makes me want to train smarter. Well, Yuri, who also beat Paul in one of his last fights, looked fantastic in that fight. And come off with a rare fight, he also made some big changes and improvements. That's one of the things that makes your fight with him so much more interesting. Yeah, because I'm sure from even a loss to Pereira, I knew him coming back to the bench, he wants to fight for the title again, you know what I mean? Like, so he's hungry for the title again as well. So am I. And yeah, we made the adjustments. So I think it's the thing is though, it's like he lost twice. He lost once. So it's like it's a lot to sell his fight than it is to sell a rematch with you. And I think you probably had more success, certainly, than him in the second fight. The second fight, he got kind of tuned out. I think the second round, the first round, he got dropped really hard and then came out in a round and he was out of it going left hook clean. Yeah, at the end, it could have been the end of the fight right there. No, those does it feel remarkably different? Really, yeah. Getting punched. I've never been punched harder than there was just something. It's kind of crazy because like I give credit where credit's due. I don't want to gas him up too much. There's just one thing. I don't know. It's real. It's obviously real. Yeah, it's real. The power of the shirt is real. It's not immediate. It's calculated. But when it lands, it's like, I guess I talked about this is just different. It's different. And, his frame's different too. So very good. Yeah, I remember when, like, during the weigh-ins, when we faced off, and just bent his arms on this, and I was like, fuck, that's a big hit. Like, way to say it, but like, like that. Big guy, like, because he just he means well. I feel like they put on a really good fight. I just thought, like, what a cool way to be able to just, like, do that much work and then appreciate for it. Like, win or lose. I think, yeah, maybe the guys have changed a little bit. Well, wait. Like, I felt like for a long time, and it's still pretty, like, to lose. In MMA, it's kind of like everybody wants to be undefeated. Yeah, like undefeated, and like, so they lose, and then like, see things like Justin Jackson, something great in his career. But to see that, maybe this will, give the fans a little bit of perspective. Maybe it can start to shift towards like appreciating people, appreciating the fighter, man. Yeah, like appreciating the fighter for what we do. It's not the easiest job. We don't get paid the most. Like a little appreciation goes a long way. Yeah, I'm starting that direction too. I just people need to. It's like again, it's casual. It's like it's one of the things that regular sports people were starting to do MMA commentary, and they were talking about fighters. A football player drops a pass, or a basketball player misses a shot. Disrespect. It's super disrespectful, and I don't know why. There's like a culture, particularly in America, that embraces that and that likes that because that's the talk that like dumb have when they're on the job. Like, see him last night, fucking lose. Yeah. Is that a 3-pointer? Shut the fuck up, man. It's mostly courts, mostly. Fight. But the awards given out. Best I know MMA is new, and I'm obviously talk. And the ESPN as the host of the fights, but also covering the fights. All the additional coverage, all the Sports Center talk, all the different shows. A lot of the rounds, it's great. I'm shocked. It's got a sticker, right? I hope so. I love it. And I love that. Getting I think it helps us too. I mean, it definitely helps the sport grow, right? Tell jokes, go home, go to bed, watch ball. I don't do anything any different, so it's chaotic because it's the same for me. Yeah, it's the only way. The only way to not do what you've always been doing and make sure you with everything you do. Don't, then you're gonna just wonder, am I slipping? What's happening? Is this all gonna go away? Like that's one thing that you would say darkens and says away. Yeah, what if it goes away? And then you get imposter syndrome. You don't think you should be there, and then you read a bunch of those are your circle. Brain, and oftentimes a very negative way. Getting robbed. You're not getting anything back. There's nothing positive coming up growing. You're not getting smarter. You're not getting like contemplate. Yes, yeah. Wow, dude, that's
Lots of things, right?
how do I put it? Let's say if I get asked a question like, how is it? And I'm always like, that was great. Like, tell me about this, is that? I'm like, dude, I say this. I can tell you, here, I'll just give you like, fourth time we talk, it's fucking good. We hang out, we talk. Like, I shoot my bow. I go to a club, I get my phone or whatever, and just hear it come from their mouth, watching like YouTube videos. But it's always stuff on like video. And all that stuff, the stuff that'll take from you. You ever watch like my YouTube channel? Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah, it's great. Okay. It got kind of inspired by you a little bit. I remember that's like, oh, I should start watching like that. Maybe not YouTube channel. So, yeah, people love seeing stuff. They really do. They love to see people training in particular. The last one, like, yeah, for him. Swim off, like, oh my God. He's an animal, man. He's fury twice, and now he beat people. It's crazy. No, it's incredible. Two of the best, like, of this era. He's one of the best of all time. I really do. I think he's one of the best. And his movement is so different. Things that it's interesting. You were talking about Tony Bell's talking about when he fought. And AJ was saying, live on him.